Everybody wants to. You sing out your free. What you love,
Medrash walk very wide steps with nice on it. So they kick down finally. All of them. Powerful. Bracha is not valid. It tells us to eat and it's secondary as well. Make focus to the main and the secondary response to the bracha. 99% of the time, okay, the rest of the food, which tells us it's an exception to the rule. Hebrew is really sweet that are found in Israel. So it's so sweet, you have to add salt. It's a little bread with it. That bread is tough. They don't eat the rock on that bread. The Gemara tells us they're good. It's very all in spirit and section. But both they pull land on his now you're here fall out of their head. You have to call the authorities that the Lord tells us about that city that had so many needed that many employees. They 600,000 homes per week. That had a tree that had so many birds and take 300 points of island. City that had 80 years of between once the Swiss, right? The meal with that the meal with that says the middle of the why because I mean, or yes, I love it. What? Improve very significantly. How is it? It's a liberal republic. You say she's over here. And on the 5 of rain, Southern Allah, say the same thing you say. And very sad. According to one of them. And good. So I'm not making that was a adding start saying players that when it comes to medicine and water, probably incredible. I mean, that's when a water purposes in the sense that this could move up the art but everything is important. that in egg is more healthier than any other. If eating roasted is better than 3 dozen words of food, and it's probably it's the best food in the world. Besides, meat the same size, whatever, the same ingredient value. Meat is good for your teeth, very bad for your intestines. What you know that's good enough. Meat is bad. That's your intestines. Whatever you make from it, you should despite a lot of that. Another look says that large sizing of beet, 5% of its potential growth. Live animal, life, it's collected, evaluated about it. Their brother was not placed in the kingdom. Or 60 that are that is cabin, or said that satiate the person who eats any good water, and the diaphragm. Is really unless it or another sheet unless you another sheet of you drink wine, that's exactly what that's where I was serving. You see turkey, don't ever ask me, just find like any relationship. I discuss it. It leads to other God will actually give you two, my friends. Let's actually eat together with me. Three, or you should not have women can be closing honest about says, says, that says, sit on Rabbeinu, noise than the other. Without two people, and they Rabbi says, advices go so it doesn't mothering that's the people that live the question arises. That's it. This is what you do. I was talking about so residents, but one of them, people are one could run away. Eating one terrible feel running away. This is what he did here. There's a way to so that they have a question about that's what is better being the real deal. We have 11 to mitzvah is great. As we said, women have been feel as women have a greater feel. That if you have three people, you're allowed to scream out to him so that he turns around and he answers for them. However, we have 10 people that scream out to him so that he turns around and answers for them. That's the third and answer. But I don't think it's not going to still our that's not a subject. All will lead us to. Therefore, they decided that's about this. It was that here's a lot of start minus the word. Borrows from a borrow. That's moment for roughly that says, I want the bread. He invites her, and says, no. And he says, well, it's okay. He doesn't. The Malachites, why? Because the guests were saying, anybody Malachites, any personage, these are my husbands, Aisha, sacrifice every people say so either you have promise or vegetables or promise or negotiations. See one goes all the way to us all the time. Therefore, look at the prices whether or not the final product is the rice. So now that's the rice. Then your first price goes into Rabbi. You have only two runs. So you start with if you can mention that this the form for the second price. That is your rate. So now you add the penny. First, go off about the hour. That's about it. Skip another. Start. Doesn't grow. Second, incredibly the fourth person. Second, you have to try to sit up and use space. It's not travel for one person. One person thinking something. You like this in your hands, and the person behind them would understand. Right? Because the small support person, the table can't. She says, I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know about races. And in the Bryce, it says, yes, the first part person itself. However, sits with you. So that straightens that. The person is creepy. So now you put the second person above it, and the third person below it. Right? Better. More fun. The- Let's get the third. I'm afraid it's five people have more person. That starts with that the one but underneath start with the fourth person.
Well, this one kind of says, come on, it's on, it's on, it's on.
want to get the press license. There's a lot of people, a lot of lights flashing, shit. Right. I can never relax whenever the only way that would be happening if we left this we're on trial. Like you were being paraded in front of a bunch of people. It's odd. A little bit of just a little bit of mental illness. You know? Yeah. I just had it. First time in a long time. Maybe over a decade. It's in Netflix. The first 34 seconds. I remember this. I remember this. And then I like right the sun right on my sweat. No question. No more choice. It's like every decision I made leading up to that was completely wrong. And it's documented. It's so hard. It's really funny when I went to the studio, we had 2,000 of them, and I think that's when you were going crazy. And this is also when my friend was doing those courses. I had said, I need you charge. I just said, everybody knows that. Wow, 14. Yeah, you know, it takes what it takes, right? It's funny because I don't think I had no gap. I think Anthony was no gas that I had. Yeah, he was 2011 as well. So all we know is how would you with my friends talk shit at your house. Nothing. Get out. It's like I had weirdos and I had to think about my girls and I have young kids. Weirdos in the house. It was just odd. We should know exactly where. Right. My phone or the right thing. No idea where we are. So it's kind of like a version of being life over. That's probably what you should do. Like I'm the guy there, like introducing them, whatever, but you know, like put it with the can be great. Yeah. But where those things that you did with those computers were so fascinating. It was the whole thing was so fascinating. I watched the Netflix. That was the first episode. And the whole experience of watching the guy from the Lieutenant, the guy that everybody knows is like this movie star, hot shot, all these different things. To watch him just not just go off the rails, but like super open. Like the guy's super open about it, you know, and everybody just embraced it. Instead of being like, oh, Charlie Sheen's doing drugs and sad. I was like, thank you. All the Tiger Blood stuff, and everybody was saying winning all the time. What was that like for you? Was that like the worst kind of reinforcement? Or did it like were you surprised by that? It's a great reinforcement. Yeah, the worst kind of reinforcement. Yeah. I guess everybody was such a spectacle. I had to go down the dreads. Yeah. I don't know if it was the conductor evaluating the tell me, right? They said, but then, you know, the tone, right? And ask for, like, you know, show off your responsibility, down, you know, that was the only essentially disrupting before I took them out. Then I was going to use. I took it back. Then I ate some different bag of it and figured out the third one. Okay. It's not something else. Yeah. I don't have the conversations with people like that. I don't tell you what you're doing is correct, right? I talked to you like you were like, I was really grateful we were able to do this room. That's right. That's why I said myself, cameo, no, watch stuff. Just you were not. No, it's complicated. Think about like why off the rails. It's very reasonable. I think anybody or Charlie Sheen knows what it's like to be Charlie Sheen. And in my estimation, there are a few people that become massive superstars at a young age, came through it. I know people that have reached equilibrium and got their footing back and now they're on the right track. But no one gets them without a hiccup. Everyone kind of goes crazy because they're living in this completely alien world. No one's watch right. Go yeah. Your life. Like, right over there. Yes. Right. Right out in this world. Yes, doesn't matter. Yes. Still, that you live in, no one runs down things that nobody I can understand. Right. It's like, why does someone hang out with each other? Because they're the only people that are normal. Like, I get it. I can't go to support either. I get it. You know, I get fucking TMZ as well. It's normal for them because everybody else is it's true. They're just captivated. Kind of need to be around people that understand what they're like. Perhaps. Okay. It's also great. I just not that there's a competitive fans, dogs, and stuff like that. They have a lot of issues. Just like we were talking about memories. Like my memories of my whole life, like a series of snapshots. I go and everyone there. Oh yeah, that. Memories that I have their own soft memories, right? And I totally get it. I talk about it. It's inspirational.
side of that, the neurology was a false memory. Because it's just not a good system. It's a system designed to keep you away from scary things. Like there's the chemical, the wolves are going to remember. That's the spider, that's poison. The chemical, that's poison. Every day, one will shed. It's like, how much of a memory does it really need to keep? It's just, your brain's just with version that based on the memory, and your memory becomes repeating the memory. So it's like you're reading memory of say it yeah, because that's why first positive now the actual God. Yes, it was a thing that he had. It was a thing. The memory was corrupted by different from Southern Europe. This episode is brought to you by Paleo and is not easy to find a snack that's healthy and tastes good. That's where Paleo Valley's 100% grass-fed beef sticks come in. You might be shocked to find out that most of the other leading brands like grass-fed use things like citric acid, lactic acid, and even corn. But not Paleo Valley. They use methods of fermenting their sticks so that they're shelf stable without using chemicals or questionable ingredients. Fermentation is also good for your gut. These guys have over 55 million beef sticks sold. So yeah, a lot of people are into them. And if you're not, no worries, because they offer a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to paleovalley.com and use the code Roman and 20% off, or find it on Amazon. There's also the factor that Mom was such a dramatic event that this person was probably super freaked out, which is when you're remembering the worst. Yeah, that's when an eyewitness accounts of murders, chaos, really bad. They're really bad, very unreliable. Really awful. But when they wind up, like in a courtroom, like the person, that guy, it's like sometimes it's sort of like 60%. Yeah, and then they'll convince themselves that they're right because they said it. So then they'll get to the wall. And then, it's just traumatic events leave your high anxiety. You're not thinking clearly. You're breathing. When they have events, like I said, if you were anywhere near there, you saw people jump off the buildings, you fall to their deaths, like your memories of that were probably really clear because it was crazy. But your memories of people like something that were running away, maybe you saw a gun that they had a machine, or maybe this or maybe that. It's like, and then a few days go by, and you have slept well, you're all freaked out. Your memories really a mess. That's why you feel the news now, because of eyewitness accounts. What the fuck happened? Like, someone dies, he's going to jump off the building. But there's some stuff that is just, this is one of the scariest things about transport. So, is that it's really, and the idea that they give you a little hard drive. And from now on, every time you want a memory, you can go to like your iPhone. This day, 2017, you're going to be able to do that, right? And the way that we're going to buy into it is you can sell every stuff. Because that's just how you're going to sell. Yeah, you remember your phone number when you're in bed? That's what it is. Instead of 2 for 2, you start with your phone number. It goes away. I stuff. during dinner, they start talking in the background. It's just part of it. Right. It's not going to play a line with an answer machine in 2025. Nice to learn the answer machine. You come home, the light will be flashing. Lights will be moving. So, yeah. So you got a dog coming up. As in you. It's like a newspaper. That's the lowest point. The light is too easy. There's other things like you got famous before the internet too, which is a different world. It's a different world because there's not that many of you. There's way less famous people. Way more famous people. You're famous, like super duper famous at 21 years old. Yeah.
Oh, Zoo. Zoo. Hey, I'm watching. Apologies. I can get more people here.
This is a dumb question. Right, it's a dumb question. It's like, what day of the week you should university started?
Oh, that's a good question. Welcome. How are you? Oh, Smoky King. Dude, how'd your stream go? Smoky King. How'd your stream go, big love? Okay. All right. Dude, that's a great question. So, traditionally, religiously, very good question. Meaning, like, what is it? God rested on the seventh day. And it's like, well, when was supposed to start of the world? And so at least as religious people, we believe that what God created it. So that was the sixth day. That was the start of the world. So that was Rosh Hashanah in our religion, so that's the new year. But that's not the first day in Genesis. So we believe that it was in the rule of the rule. Um, but that's just from a Jewish perspective, and that still doesn't give us what um, they, I mean, we take it back to 5,725 years ago, so under 6 weeks early. Yeah.
Right, well, here's the thing, right? As we say that a day is really a concept of the universal. My days, that's a concept. Right? A day is a concept. Like, that is all from a about what day the earth started on, the started on there.
Yeah, so
Sunday?
like,
No.
well, I mean, the universe is 13.8 billion years old. season. So the first day of creation, the 25th of April, and that's religiously though.
15 million.
So if you're talking in a secular way, we don't know. But was it a day? Like if we take Earth Day, yeah, it was a day. It was a real day. But
What day was it? Your guess is as good as mine. Are you ready to lose? Zoo, did you know that you have an invitation as of right now?
But you know this stuff. We can change this into a calendar. But we can change our calendar. So
Yeah, I have plans to do it when I go viral. I've already created it. It's in the section that says Rabbi's new calendar. Yeah, it's 10 months, 40 days each month. Each week is 10 days.
well, I mean, don't feel like
No, the last month only has 5.5 days, or 5.25 days.
yeah, I'd be like 60.
60 what? Yeah, okay. That's fine. Are you ready to lose? Wizard, are you proud of that?
You know what? Use that calendar right now, like a short calendar.
Doug, it's not a shorter calendar. It's not a shorter calendar. People are going to like it even more. They tried to do this during the French Revolution. They just didn't have it, but it'd be a good enough leader. And I've already created it.
Everyone wants to be older than they actually are.
They wouldn't be older than they are. The year doesn't change, except for like we don't have leap years anymore. The way that I created the calendar, 365 and a quarter.
Okay, so everyone says the same age.
Yeah. The only thing is, instead of celebrating your birthday, you celebrate your birthday and your birth week.
I mean, that's wrong.
That's what a lot of people do anyway.
Yo, what up, gun? How you living?
That's what most people's birthdays, like the milestone birthdays, okay? And everyone's working, so they have to celebrate their birthday on a weekend. So it doesn't really, but people do it anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, I know. So I foresee that.
That's the thing. Yo, gun cards. How old are you?
7 years.
Oh, you gotta get out of here. I'm sorry. Gun cards and realistic, but you gotta be 18 to beat. So come back when you're a lot older. I mean,
I'm going
Just bam.
You shot. How does a 7-year become a Wolfpack because it was compared to Rabbi Rothschild?
Well, he sent me a message saying that he couldn't join my stream, and so I sent him a to come here because um, a lot of people do that. A lot of people, for one reason or another, can't figure it out, and so I just send them a link. But you have to be at least 13 years old to be on Discord. I saw what happened. And it fucked you. It fucked you, Zoo. Dude, it fucked you, dog. You ready for one of the greatest moves you've ever seen? Extra move plus a heal. And I'm going to evolve. How do you like that move? Zoot, how does a 7-year-old have Discord? Like, Discord's really complicated to figure out. I don't think I could have figured out Discord at 7. I could barely figure it out at 35.
What's the second going in Morocco?
Well, I'm sure their parents gave it to them. And the question is, why is it, how do they have a Discord account? That name is Gun Tag. Like, that shit's wild. It must be. I don't know, but they turned their camera on for just like a split second, and I was like, oh, this person does not look old enough to be.
That looks like
Yep, that's why. I mean, I ask that to just about everybody, especially if they don't sound of age. And dude, there's this one girl. This was funny. She came in and she's like, "Hello," and I'm like, "Hey, what's going on? How old are you?" And she's like 18. I'm like, "Oh, you're like 18?" She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "I'm about to just cross this girl." I'm like, "All right." And did you already have a birthday this year? Or no, I go, "This is how I test people." I ask them to answer quickly. And what year were you born? Because that's something that like people know, but if you're like trying to make up like a date or whatever, it's hard to do the math really quickly. And she's like 2007. And I was like, oh well, I guess that would make you 18. All right, did you already have a birthday this year? She's like, yeah, my birthday's January 27th or something like that. I was like, oh, so you're really 18. Yo, Sue, what up? Dude, I was telling a story. So I'm like, you're really 18? She's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, because I don't want to talk to anybody that's a child. She's like, no, I'm really 18. I'm like, okay, well, what are your interests? She's like, well, I'm in high school. I'm a senior, and she like just tells me about her life or whatever. And I was like, "You're really 18?" She's like, "Yeah, I really am." Wow, like I guess there are people who are just barely 18 and they're in here, and so she was cool. I've also had people who are I'll jump their shit. I'll be all over them. Like, there's this girl from Israel here last week, and I was like, "How old?" I thought she was a boy, and I'm like, "How old?" And she's like, 23. All right, she came in and she was a girl, but I thought she was a boy, and I'm like, "You're 23," and she's like, "Yeah," and I'm like, uh, I don't know. She's like, we start talking, and she's like, we're talking about Israel and like Judaism, and I was like, "Did you daven today?" Or I was like, "Did you like to fill in today?" And she's like, I'm like, "Do you have to fill in?" And she's like, "No," and I'm like, "Why not? You should have gotten them on your bar mitzvah." She's like, "I didn't have a bar mitzvah. I'm a girl." I was like, "Oh, this is super funny to me." Okay, what's your question, Zoo? I mean, I know that she wouldn't
When
have
is
to.
it like?
I know. It was
When
at
is
that.
it?
It was at that point that I found out that she was a girl, and then I was like, "Oh, of course she wouldn't have that."
I mean, I think it's bit my age, but I don't think it should become weird to like the people system folks.
Well, in my opinion, there should be a pretty strict line. There should be a pretty strict.
18, 19.
Zoot, are you gonna?
18, 19.
Zoot, are you gonna ask a question and let me give you the answer that you for what you asked, or are you just gonna give your own opinion?
Yeah. So, what's your
Yeah. So this changed in my lifetime, but 18-year-olds should be with 18 and above, and 17 should be 17 and below. Pretty simple. Now, I get that it gets murky when people are in like high school, and you have someone who's an 18-year-old in high school, and they've been dating their significant other or whatever for, let's say, 3 years, and one of them turns 18, and the other one's like 17. I get that. That becomes kind of weird. Not weird, but like it becomes um like it can cause issues to get that. But um I'm just pretty strict about if the law says that like 18-year-olds can't date 17-year-olds, if that's what it says, then 18-year-olds should be with 18 to 80 or 800, and then 17 should be 17 below. What are your thoughts?
process?
What are your thoughts?
Um, it starts like if they're still in the tens, like tens, but then it starts getting weird into the 20s.
Yeah, I when I grew up, I didn't know anybody. I knew somebody who was like 26. They dated someone who was like maybe 18 or 19. That was it was totally legal. They didn't date before then, but I did not like that just because I was frankly envious. Like this guy had a house, he graduated from college. I didn't have any of that stuff, and he became my very good friend though, very one of my best friends. But that was just something like that was difficult for me to. I don't want to say comprehend. I could easily comprehend it, but you're done. It's over for you. You're done. Um, the thing that changed that was the show To Catch a Predator in the United States. That made everything like really strict on ages and such. Um, what game I was studying? This game is Riser playing? No way. No way he's playing. He messaged me earlier. Dude, I made this new bot and I already got somebody in here from it. That was that Smoke King. He wasn't talking, but I talked to him earlier. Go baby, go baby, go baby. Look at this shot, Zoot. Look at this shot, Zoot. You do think what? Zoot, oh, it's
So
registered.
every state in Australia is from 16, 17.
Yeah. I had this girl who, well, there's this app called Whisper, and this was funny. this is funny to me. I was like spamming people on Whisper, like a few years ago, and she was from another state. She was from like Mississippi or something, and she's she was like, oh, what a shot. Um, she's basically like, I think her whisper was like something like, I forget. It was just, I think it was just, will you buy me cigarettes or something like that. And I thought it was interesting, and I was like, I think I responded to it, and I was like, why are you looking for someone to buy you cigarettes? And she's like, oh, it's um 19 or something like that. And I've smoked for the last year and a half or whatever. But I moved to California, and you have to be 21 to buy cigarettes now. And I was like, oh, like all you need is someone to buy you cigarettes. She's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, it's not like a really good habit, so I don't really promote that. But I just thought it was just like interesting whisper. Like, well, I can tell you this. It's one fucking story that I have. I was with some friends in college, and um, we were throwing a party, but none of us were 18, or none of us were 21 to buy alcohol. And like the party was going to be at like, it was going to start at like 9 o'clock or something like that. And we collected all this money from our friends, but still none of us were 21. And so I went to a pharmacy, not even a liquor store. I went to a pharmacy and just stared at the alcohol. And some guy comes up to me and he's like, "You need some help?" And I'm like, "Yes." And he's like, "All right, give me the money." And I'm like, "I'll put the money down right here." And I did. And he bought us like a bunch of alcohol, and he like saved the day. He absolutely saved the day. This other time, um, we had we were throwing a party, and none of us were 21 again, but one of our friend's sisters was 21, and so she and I basically filled like a U-Haul vehicle, U-Haul truck full of alcohol and delivered it. It was a big deal. All right, are you done? Are you gonna play? Zoo, you have an invitation. All right. Well, I just sent you an invite. Are you gonna go? All right, we'll go. Oh, Zoo, you just gave me points. 3 points for Rabbi. Look at that shot, Zoo. Dude, are you ready for this shot? I have this thing. If I don't focus on like aiming, I just do it really quickly. I can do it like really well. All right, I don't know what to do here. Are you proud of that shot? I wouldn't be either. That shot sucked down today. Dude, the guy, Smoke King, he has a goat. Pretty amazing. You're proud of that shot, dude? Because in my opinion, that shot sucked. Yeah. Dude, what are your thoughts on this shot? That wasn't a 7. That for you, maybe, dude. When you came, I was watching the Joe Rogan Charlie Sheen. You're right. He got popular. He got famous at 21. Okay, 19. At least they said on Joe Rogan 21. Okay, whatever. Zoo, are you ready for one of the greatest shots you've ever seen?
21 would have been what's her came out, probably.
Oh, okay.
Michael Turn was his biggest movie. That was like superstar.
You fucking love Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, he won Platoon, won Best Picture. That's what made him superstar.
Do you know who directed it? No, Oliver Stone. Do you know who Oliver Stone is? You don't know who Oliver Stone is? What a fucking shot, dude. That was amazing. Dude, did you see that shot? Dude, I had one of the best shots in history of mankind. Dude, do you want to hear how my fantasy football team did tonight? Excellent. I had one guy play and he overachieved, and but he didn't overachieve until the very end, and I was like begging him, like, come on, like, do well. And he just was not doing well until the very, very end. He got it touchdown. And this is the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu League, and it's like for $600, and I really want to win it. I want to win it bad. I love it, dude. It has become like it's so much fun. Do you ever do fucking fantasy? I don't know, Australian sports. Why not?
So, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
there's one thing that my mom did that really fucking frustrates me.
What did she do?
She decided to hold me back a year. The reason, this reason, okay? She said that she wanted, she wanted a friend. She didn't want me to be the youngest. She wanted me to be the oldest, which was a really dumb fucking move. Because I had to wait for all my friends to turn 18 and shit. And I was older than them, and they were trying to get me to buy alcohol, and it was just a fucking shit show.
Dog.
Right?
Yeah, I think that she was right. I would have rather had my child do that. And if you read the book Outliers, that's what they say to do. Like basically all the good athletes are all older than their peers.
No,
Yeah,
all the good. I was going to be a fucking athlete.
okay, that's fine. But like even the smartest people in class are older than their peers. So that was smart of her.
Oh, shit.
I wish my parents would have done that.
That sucked.
No, it was smart.
And that made me fucking socially retarded.
Okay, I mean you can think that.
you took because I already built my fucking friend group in that year, right? And now I have to get help back in here, and now I'm about to make new friends again, and which made me like fucking socially retarded.
Oh yeah, no,
all over again.
yeah, no, that sucks. And then yeah, to get held back is really difficult. Yeah, that's not how it's supposed to be done. You're just supposed to, like with your kindergarten class, be older than the other kids. That's the best way to do it. But
I was held back.
yeah, that's not ideal because then if we ever knew a kid to get held back, they were just seen as stupid, and they weren't. But they didn't have any friends. And I get that would have been really hard.
But what, like, psychologically, that demonstrated is just like, oh, now I feel like I'm fucking stupid.
Right? No, I get that. The way to do it is before the kid has any friends, like to hold them back a year for kindergarten. That's how you want to do it. If they've already made friends, then it's devastating for them, like you're saying. And I can tell you from personal experience, kids who I ever knew with whom that happened, they suffered socially and academically. Even though they were like a year older than everybody, they and they were seen as inferior to the kids who were like in their normal schooling, and they weren't. There were some exceptions, and I did know some kids who were a year older and they were successful. But uh, the key is that none of us knew that they were held back at a different time. Once kids find out that a kid's been held back, it makes them a target and it hurts them socially. But like I knew one kid who was a year older than we were, and we didn't know it. And then he was able to drive before everybody, and people liked him because he had connections, and it's just like that kind of shit can happen. Zoo, you lost.
When did you go to last?
Um, my parents did not want me to get my license until I was 18 years old. So I had to wait like 2.5 years. Um, because there's a thing. I mean, like drivers are really um, okay. So the way it worked is like in most states, including California, you can be like 15 and a half and get a learner's permit. And I could just get my learner's permit and drive with my parents, and they were fine with that. So I became a really good driver because I was always driving with my never driving with people who were underage. And that because you can get in a lot of trouble, like if you're going out in a car with people who are underage. And my friends had cars, so my it wasn't like necessary for me to like to have a car, and um, I wanted one, but it just wasn't deemed necessary. Um, and then when I became 18, I moved out, went to college, and I did not have a car, but I had friends who had cars, so I could just go with them whenever I needed to do anything. And then when I graduated from college, then I bought my first car. and it was a Toyota Corolla. It was a really nice car for being young and very reliable and such. And if I were to do it again, I like you. I like me too. But I'm gonna have to shut you up, baby. If I had to do it again, I there's part of me that maybe would have not had me get my license as young as or there's part of me that would have done it the same way because when you're 16 years old and you've never driven before, especially on highways and stuff and the freeway, it's a big risk to a child. So, um,
Oh, Rabbi,
what up, baby?
you might be fucked.
I
You
know,
might be fucked.
I know. Let's see here. How can I get out of this?
I don't think
Well, that was a big time move. I fucked you. I fucked you majorly.
you know.
Oh, for sure, dog. You're up, baby.
I don't think he did fuck that much. Like that move was not that. That was not a good move.
No, it wasn't. Zoot. Oh, but I got it. That turned out. That turned out to be really good for me.
Holy shit. Great. 7, 19. You won.
Maybe. Now I did. It's over for you, Zoot. Zoot, did you know this game is over?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for sure. You're done. You're done, Zoot. It's game over for you.
Oh,
Nope, that's 2 games in a row. And you should have won that one. I made a major mistake, but then I made a really good game. So in your case, you've never had your driver's license? Like, did you even have a learner's permit or anything?
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay. But never your license? Okay. Well, when I go viral, we're going to teach you how to drive. You're going to be a really good driver. So, look, you can look forward to that. In fact, you're going to have a car collection. It's going to be a big deal.
My mom just did not want to fucking teach me how to drive.
Well, I mean, you're like an adult now. You could do it yourself. Will they not let you get a driver's license medically?
Well, I bet
I don't know. They stop some people in the United States if you get like um, seizures. I know you don't get seizures, but you get some shit like that might make it hard.
trans.
Yeah, but that was a good move.
That does worry. Like fucking kick, just like let pull the handbrake right. That was worrying.
Um, yeah, I mean I get that. Did your parents drive?
not nice to Russia.
I know. The only thing that I think it really has.
Should I get
I think if it would be beneficial to you, then yeah.
it doesn't fucking do anything. It ain't like it's crazy because they like this made up thing where it kind of doesn't even exist. Right? Like the is a disability.
They don't see Tourette's as a disability.
Not the same.
It definitely seems like one. Oh, Zoot, you won. No, you didn't. We tied.
Right, let me see.
All right. Well, you do that, Zoot. Mind if I go to the restroom? Are you gonna stay? Yes, man. All right. I'll be back. A minute. Oh, shit. Fuck.
For some people, they can't leave it alone. They have to live stream during the day. They live stream from their trailer. They're live streaming in their car on the way home. They're like, they're nuts. They're just locked into this weird new world. Because they're genuinely people that are doing it with enthusiasm. They're looking forward to that arrival. Because the person who realized that it comes. It's one of those things, and it's also that thing that you said that you didn't ever get, they're scared of. You didn't ever get the time. Just time to decompress and think. Just be by yourself. No phone, no TV, just sit on the couch, just like catch your breath. Right. Then it's so scared. I like just constantly using something. I like the entire day to do that. Just like phone on the couch. That's amazing. It's nice to just shut off. Right? It really is. It's no work, no play. Not good. Not good at all. Not good. Bad for you. It makes you just kind of it's dreary. You don't have to say just because so you gotta be disciplined, but also I was gonna say earlier. Thanks. Okay. All right. The memory just another topic in the slump. Is that now it doesn't even connect. Does it? Let's find out. Well, no, I actually forgot it again. Is that fucking nuts? It's normal. It's normal. When you first got Clinton, did you have any idea what was going to happen? I didn't. Is that for people today to understand how big that look was? Because it was one of the most realistic and very worth it. Was done well. Stone was kind of playing the trip of the Vietnam War. I forget it again. Okay. But no, it was a different kind of war. You know, most of the lines of your dad's movies, and that was a very different kind of war as well. There was much from here to which the script didn't like it was wow, okay, this is the one. Wow, this time it didn't. Dialogue was very specific. And where you were in this description, you know, it was so lean. I think it was early 100 PM. So I realized sort of what actually doing. And usually I can read a scene and get a sense of, you know, what my responsibilities are going to be and how we're going to break it down. You know, how I'm going to see it on the screen. And I couldn't do that with tune because during all the scenes are kind of very similar. You know, yeah, original stuff for him. You think that has big a head? Yeah. That's a great movie. It's a great movie. It doesn't matter. We started to feel it as we got deeper and towards really where he decided to go continuity. Like one day, one day was okay. That gave us a chance. Like something was finished, you were done with it. And you didn't have to know how you were going to react before you reacted. Right. And died. Things and really just excited just go because he wanted to see that just so gone and lost and said it. Let's see, how did it feel? But we wanted, you know, pretty had in the middle of the jungle. Gone. I would have asked what it's like to be a war that he was doing. The so-called mental conflicts. That didn't get really. A little bit of his experience in Vietnam, but I don't think we really talked about. Did we talk about? We got some. This is the last time he was on. The last time he was on, so they were doing that Showtime. What's it Showtime? Was it? It was, yeah. It was. He put together. So, yeah. His recall is insane. It's insane. You have a conversation with him, he's pulling up things. He's got no clue. He's holding this over at this point in time. 70 years old, rock solid. Rock solid. Wow. The dude was just pulling up dates and names and Alan Austin this. The entire war commission report is like citing the past exams. Yeah. Has he landed on? Can he point to? Several meters. But there's a lot of people that want it, and for sure, there was one fuckery around the commission. For sure. There's a lot of nonsense. Autopsies. There's a lot of nonsense with the single bullet going through both him and Copley, and leaving one bullet fragments in Copley's wrist, and that magic bullet was missing. The one that found this bullshit. The stories are filled with bullshit, and no one really knew which bullshit it was until they got that video that Clinton on Robert Parrish and was wow, came on and had the footage of the Kennedy assassination. Right. What happened there? You applied common physics to it. You know, she never fired one. So it clearly looks like you got shot in the chest too. Like when he grabs his neck. Right. So you got right there. There's always the talk about doing the drink. But you know, there's two different autopsies. There's the autopsy in Dallas that says it's an engine. There's the autopsy that goes to Maryland that says it's a yeah. So they kind of glued his head back together, or at least put the pieces back to take a photo of it. It's like more was missing from what they were talking about. It wasn't the fact that it's like, yes, there's a great book called Evidence, like and he was account. He had some sort of assignment called the Warren Commission report. So what he decided to do was read the entire thing. And so in the reading of the entire thing, so many contradictions, so many things that don't make any sense, that he starts becoming obsessed. And then he finds out how many assassination would have died mysteriously, right? The charts, the charts. Like 95% of all those people were hanging around, like, trying to hiding cars, weird fucking the guy. It's so bad. Behind the door. Exchange of reports and all that. He had a heart attack on the train track. Also got hit by the train. One of those things. Of course. And then that's the reason why they had to come up with the national military. Because it's just better than did he die weird? No. He was with a rich shit. That's why they had some more. Yes. Okay. How do we fix this? I said only one guy did it. It's only 3 shots. So how do we come up with a reasonable excuse? Match. Yeah. I The wait is over. 2 round for round games. 1 epic showdown. Canelo versus Crawford going toe to toe at last. And Drafting Sportsbook is in your corner from the opening bell to the final blow. From the opening bell to the judge's final call, DraftKings has you covered. Odds on knockouts, total rounds, method of victory, and more.
Dude, remember when I said, hey, will you wait for me?
And you're like, yeah. And then as I was walking in, you left. What the fuck is that shit?
Trying to get Rothschild.
Did you get him?
I said, on Discord. He was active. He's spamming the entire part of Discord.
Telegram. Did you know that you have an invitation?
So, Rabbi,
What up, baby?
go on a
Wow.
Chicago. I'm more about God.
All right. That's cool. Do you think learning more about God will make you less shitty at Mount Kala?
I think it might help my friends not to swear as much.
You gotta work on a fucking cute. I think that one exists. You gotta figure that shit out, son.
Even a sense of
It is. It depends how you're swearing. So you consider a swear, but we're not just. And what you define as swearing. Cussing, you can cuss. You can cuss, but like swearing to a Jew means taking an oath, and we don't do that. And we also don't like take God's name in vain. It's like you'll notice I'll be like, "Oh, go fuck yourself, you loser douche." I'll say that. We're allowed to say all that. What we avoid saying is something like he damn it or something like that. Even though that one's not that bad, there are some other ways that we would just try to avoid. So it like some people have different definitions of what swearing is. We don't even call it really swearing in the traditional sense. That's like taking an oath. We'd call it cussing.
But you wouldn't be going around saying "Go ahead."
Yeah, that's blasphemous.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the judge of what people do, but many people would consider that to be blasphemous.
Oh,
Look who it is, you little bitch.
I don't think it's blasphemy. It's true.
All right, that's fine. Zoot, you got our boy in. How you living, man?
But Riley, is it blasphemy to go around saying "Go ahead"? Blasphemy. I mean,
Hey,
doesn't God want spread like joy?
is your intention to
Yeah.
accept the invitation that we just sent to you, Riser?
But here's the thing, right? I don't think anyone. I don't think anyone could go to the pyramids unless they're.
I think they could be, but okay, we just have differences in opinion. What we don't differ on opinion is Riser going to accept my invitation? Hold on. Riser game starting. Okay, there you go. All right, focus, Riser. What were you gonna say, dude? Perhaps they were slaves. Perhaps they were paid craftsmen. There isn't really too much of a record on it. Look at look at you. I mean, there are records of like people who were paid to do it. So maybe perhaps some people paid. Riser, that was really good.
You don't think it was slaves?
Dude, how about you fucking go?
What the fuck? How is it a fucking thing? You know what happened? I said, last game we put. Rabbi, why is your ball a shadow?
Riser, please explain.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
I actually do not like that ball. It it throws me off.
Why do you?
You know, I bought it. I don't know if I bought it or it was given to me. But it's like the weirdest thing. Riser and I really like back rooms and liminal spaces. I personally also like pool rooms, which I think are kind of freaky. They're like places where they're like designs that are basically like you can't see outside generally. They're like enclosed. They're like abandoned places. Zoot, that's unfair. Zoot just fucked me. Zoot just typed and threw off my basketball skills. No one. it's
What do you want me to do about it?
much easier, dog. Just miss all your shots. I like how you call it a warm up game. That's nice. It is a warm up game because you didn't get an honest effort or an honest opportunity.
Not fucking typing shit, so,
Yeah, I'm gonna do it to him.
I don't have to read. Imagine if I think that works. I don't know.
Oh, totally. But if Zoot wants to say stupid shit, he's got to deal with it.
Yeah, but I don't care. I don't know the story.
I'm playing like dog shit. All right, warm up game.
What is the greatest feud of all time?
Puffy Tupac and B.I. Notorious. Biggie. Without a doubt, West Coast versus East Coast. There's no doubt about that. That's like
Drake, Ken,
no, that's not even close. Drake and Kendrick were in diapers when this shit was happening. It's not even close.
I said in New
That's not even a thing. Those guys didn't give their fucking lives for the game. Tupac and Biggie died for rap. Riser, are you going to accept the invitation?
I am.
Riser.
Oh.
Riser. There you
I
go.
was
Yeah, you were.
my name was 50 Cent. Goddamn, 50 Cent never had a baby. You think
Do you have any business ideas? Do you have any business ideas? Like what?
Yo, what up? How are you, Mirox?
Murox.
we're getting toy that's also the toy. We're making toy that's a collectible, but it's like this like really cute like block design thing where like it's like visual like kind of like transformers.
Okay, what's the puzzle?
The puzzle is like different variations that you can use. Different variations that create different characters.
So is it like Legos?
Yeah, it's kind of like it's like it's a bit like it's more like collectible. Like there's like I don't know, there's probably going to be like 9 to 18 pieces.
So it's Lego
The 9 to 18. They can create multiple designs.
like Lego.
Yeah, but like like Lego, these things like these are like you're just building up. You're just coordinating what you're doing.
Okay, how big is it?
How big is it?
Yeah.
Not very.
Like, does it fit on a desk?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's multiple variations. Variations of collectibles you put together to build something.
Okay.
There's a visual picture of you.
Dude, there's this game that we used to play that was so much fun. And I think you could do it today. You could make a machine that does it basically. We used to just take tacks, like from not tacks, jacks, I should say. Those like little X shaped things that you play with like a ball? Do you know what jacks are? No one knows what jacks are. You don't know what jacks are? Okay. Okay. Imagine just like a top that spins. I think they already make this. But basically, it's like a top that spins that you hit you have battles with another top that spins. Pretty cool. Anyway, I just won that game and I was really focused on it. Now it's time for me to whoop both your asses. Both your asses in mini golf.
Right. What do you think of my idea of crypto? Hard
Zoot, are you
not
Zoot, are you gonna buy Charlie Kirk token? That's already a token.
right. 500.
You bought 500 Charlie Kirk
So
tokens?
there's like 5 different Charlie Kirk.
Right. Zoot, are you gonna accept the invitation for golf? Or are you gonna J-Yor? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? I don't like those kind of tokens, and I don't think they're good investments either. Zoot, Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, Zoot, what the fuck, man? Okay, are you back? Did you know you have an invitation? All right, well this is right. You're in the golf. That's good. What are your jokes, big dog? Okay. I like how American your comedy is. It's like I get it. That's cool. Okay, so what is it? Oh, dunk on the water. That's not a good shot.
One of my jokes is that our guy said that autism is a play, as people who never pay tax hold a job, and they are able to write poems and sometimes the time of the whole bonuses like most politics.
That's funny. Dude, now that's funny. Dude, that's the first joke. Dude, that's the first joke I've ever said is a funny joke that you've had. That's funny. Riser, what do you think of his joke? Riser, are you on a phone or are you on your thing, your iPad? Are you really? Uh, Zoot, tell Riser your joke again because it's funny. Look at you, big dog. Riser's fucked. Yeah, welcome to the real world, son. Zoot, can I tell your joke?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So RFK Jr. said that people with autism will never be able to vote, will never be able to go to the bathroom by themselves. They will never be able to pay taxes, just like most politicians in the United States. What a good shot, Riser. Riser, are you really on your phone? Are you gonna be a bitch and switch between your phone? I'm here. Dude,
What's up?
it's like buying stock in a creator. This would be one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. No way. Dude, is he gonna make it? Zoot got fucked on his second shot. What the fuck was that? Riser, what was that, dog? Get him, Zoot. I mean, did I hit your ball there? Riser, do you know what I want to say to you? What do you want me to do about it?
I mean, I am the most. I run on.
Oh, I don't think that's a thank you, Zoot. That's a really oh yeah it is. Zoot, blast it and hopefully you'll oh that was a bad angle. Nope, because he's gonna make it and then you're done. Well maybe.
No, I still
Maybe. I mean you have to make it through the little thing first. The gap.
on a big shot there right now.
I hate this hole.
What do you think of the idea of organizing YouTubers people that take channels or that and also gain content? Like, it's already done in 2020 and 2021 and it was what? No one cares. Well, No one cares. It was pretty good.
What was it called?
It was called like I remember what, like Fred something.
Friendster? What a terrible ship.
I mean,
How did I fuck that up?
those Fred checkers.
How did I fuck that up?
That one was called
No, it was Fred type of platform. Brother, none of those cryptocurrencies are gonna work. No one cares. People just want to
Go baby, go baby, go baby, go baby, go baby, go baby.
This is not. Okay, it was like a. They're like, and plus you can still make money on the value of people betting on the but
I don't want
getting nothing in it.
okay. Rise up. People only nominated for two things. Trading and gambling.
What about trading, buying drugs?
Right.
Hit my ball.
Yeah. Yeah. No one used to buy drugs and everyone was like, like the best way to buy drugs is use fucking Visa gift cards. There's no reason to use crypto.
This would be the greatest shot in the history of the game. Right, so you're doing a lot of typing, not a lot of shooting. Why don't you use ChatGPT?
Someone that black is a dumb fuck. Drug addict will never amount to anything.
Have to do it in person or
Do it on Instagram.
I'll send them a scanning it.
So,
You're really kind.
oh no. Worst hole in the world to have this and go first. Woe is me. Woe is me. Riser, make it. First hole. Oh, that would have been amazing. Go, baby.
Why it's actually not an advantage.
Look at this move.
I'm not bipolar.
Dude, slap yourself. If it's there, I'm gonna be pissed. Hey, when are we gonna get autumn holes? The autumn holes, the skeletons and the portals and things. We all have our like little area. Oh no way! That might have been a major mistake. That might.
How do you feel under sharing with us going up? Why did you do that?
Oh, riser.
Overtake Oh, great.
Riser, what did you think of that shot, big dog? Riser.
Oh my. You're a point for the entire game.
Dude, that's really bad.
You're entire single point. Fucked up.
Didn't look like that. You look like you were trying. Because when you missed your last shot, you were pissed. If you weren't trying, you'd be like, whatever. Zoot, you're up.
I was trying to do. I was trying to do a trick shot on the last one. Like fuck it. Alright. I'll try. I'm just like, oh shit. I wasn't really super focused. Do you think it's a disadvantage to get first on this one?
Yes.
Rise up. Right Rabbi shot. Rabbi had the best out of everyone.
Perhaps. What are you going to do?
I just can't this fucking hole. And he fucks it up.
I didn't fuck it up, dude. That wouldn't. I couldn't make that shot.
I fucked.
Don't go in front of my ball. Whatever you do, don't go in front of my ball. Don't go in front of my ball. What a shot. Dude, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen.
Dumbest.
Riser, why did you have such a bad shot?
Because they saw like they saw my shot. Like, that's like impossible to
What up, pimp?
that was actually a
Thanks, baby. What do you want to say?
I forgot what I was about to say.
Okay. Riser, were you proud of your shot?
It's weird, but I can sometimes feel it's like on like it's a weird feeling.
I get you. Just remain calm. Riser, what are you gonna do? Dude, if I were you, I would blast it and try to go around the pink. Dude, banking it off the gnome, that, bank it off the tree. That's a bad shot.
I give that.
Yeah, but fast, not like a pussy. I would have expected you to put some oomph on it.
All right. I was like, cross tie with me.
Oh, did he fuck you? He kind of
Not
fucked you.
necessarily.
He fucked you. Bounce it off the left wall. Off the left wall. Left wall. Off the left wall. Off the center. Oh, dude. He water bumped you. Dude, absolute brilliance. Dude, that was. Oh, and he. Oh, and he. Oh, now this is why I love this game. This is why I love this game. Because that was such a good shot. And you got 0 points. You got. Look at you. You're the one with 0 now, Riser. No, I'm not dog shit.
You haven't played a game where you go, sure?
No. Dude, you fucked me, dog.
I think we had played a game where like a rating down, fucking all that.
No. Razor, what the fuck was that? What up, baby?
I'm not gonna no crap by rather bull.
Why wouldn't you?
So I actually next show.
What is Riser doing?
That was actually a really good show.
That was brilliant.
He,
Dude, bank it off of the merry-go-round.
no, I don't.
Pinwheel. That shot sucks. You hit the pinwheel. You're just gonna go in front of his ball? Like, what was that? That was a terrible shot. Hey, he scored.
Yeah, fucking. I have a feeling. Not this game. I'm gonna try to do this much.
Riser, what do you think of my shot? Riser, what do you think of my shot? Oh wow. That was amazing.
You're in a better position.
I am not.
Rabbi, who's
You're gonna fuck this up.
Mary?
I am a little bit, I would say. Well, it's definitely not Riser. Look at this shot, Zoot. Fuck, I hate this hole. It's hard.
was a nice show. That was a nice show. Can we all agree that that was a good show?
I think it was good.
Like cash show wasn't like, oh shit, but one of the yeah, that was a good show.
What wasn't a good shot, dude?
Yeah, that was
Yes, it was. Dude, you're not coming back. You're done.
you can Rabbi's role and give me the way Rabbi. Oh my god, that's not pretty. This is not pretty.
Right. Riser, do you think I can make it? I think that's too much sand.
You think I can make it?
Yeah, you can easily make it. I think I could do this.
That's not. Oh shit. Did I just get started? I can come back. Rabbi, everything about this whole week was something.
I'm actually very good at it. Dude, that shot was terrible. So long as Riser doesn't help you, why would you help him?
Should have come around me. Rabbi, present. Keep my bowl, rabbis. Keep my bowl, rabbis. So you keep Rabbi. Rabbi, I can read it. Yeah, perfect job. Perfect job. Nearly perfect job.
Nearly perfect shot.
That's not gonna help me. That's just gonna help Rabbi. Yeah, like you just help Rabbi. Rabbi, you're just gonna help me.
What an amazing shot. Did you guys see that shot?
That was good. I'm in a better position. Fuck. Bronzo, all you have to do is get away this bowl.
Sure. You're not gonna. You can't water bump me. No way. Zoot doesn't have that kind of skill. There's no way. There's no way Zoot has that skill. There's no way he has that skill. There's no way. No fucking way, dog. No way.
This is the hardest one. This is the hardest shot of all time. That was the hardest shot of all time.
You're not gonna water bump me.
You nearly killed me.
But you're gonna fuck over Zoot. You're gonna fuck over Zoot. It's over. Zoot. Zoot, you lost. Zoot, you lost. That's a terrible shot. Make it, Riser. Why wouldn't you just make it? That's a great shot. Champion, boys. All right, next game is going to be. Can we play it with that many people? Um, can't play Marcella, can't play Cupcom, can't play Roddy, can't play. I don't understand why you can play. Oh, that game. Have you ever played Draw Together with Zoot? It's hard. All right, Riser, here we go. Yeah. I'm not saying you're a bad drawer. I'm saying it's difficult to draw with your foot. That's all.
I have a fucking terrible drawer. I think he's trying to throw golf.
Right, but I did get it right. Zoot, get it. Zoot tied Riser. Nice sexiness. Should be easy to differentiate. Thirty-five is the record. Make it, Riser. All right, that was all right. Zoot, your turn. Get 7 or more. This is a battle for second place. Okay, Zoot missed the first one. He got the second one. Missed the third. Missed the fourth. Switched the fifth. Made the sixth. Missed the seventh. Made the eighth. Switched the. One more. Oh, he tied. All right, everybody be quiet. I have to focus. I'm going for the record. One. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. Zoot's gonna beat Riser. Zoot's gonna beat Riser. That's incorrect. But nice. Riser, what's it like to lose to Zoot? Did you guys know that I won? I don't even have to go, but I'm gonna still try to get the record. draw together. You guys want to play in English?
That one's like Portuguese. Waiting for Rabbi finish draw to play. It's a state. Yeah, yeah. It's a state. Yes.
It's not the U.S. How do you know it's a state? Oh,
Okay. It says at the top category of place. A place in the book.
oh, that's fucked up.
He just draws what's over what looks like America. Good.
No way. You got that? That was supposed to be Maple Leaf.
Oh,
That's a person. That's a duck. A person. It's a duck. Uh, wow.
Yeti. Why is it
Evil.
why is it just frozen?
I think you play that. Oh wait, that no. Maybe it's just maybe I made it for only two people or something.
You actually said it.
Then you're in it. Okay, do I have to guess? What is evil? Is it a devil?
I think because it's a hard. It's like kind of like the demonic. Very similar.
Cool. Dude, shut the fuck up.
You got it.
No.
No.
Choose mine.
Everyone's saying. Too.
I would be cards too.
True. Cause taxi driver. Is it taxi driver?
Zoot's pretty close. Zoot's incredibly close.
Oh, there we go.
What movie is Baby Driver?
Before we allegedly stuff.
Boar? You guessed boar? It was cars. I said Zoot Suit. Oh, Riser, you get to guess again. Riser, you get to guess again.
I said cars too. And it was
That's
two.
why I said you're incredibly close.
So,
Well, I said, why would you guess Cars 2? Like the sequel. What the fuck is this? It looks like,
I said cars because it was.
oh, it's a piano. It's a piano. It's a piano.
Piano Man.
It's a famous piano player. Mozart. It's Mozart. It's Mozart.
Where's that? Ready for
What the fuck? Is it was Zoot not in this? Oh, you can only play with two. You can only play with two people. Show me. Yeah, like they're gonna catch that. The guy's in custody. All right, word box time. 3 players, 60 seconds. Dude, we're not playing together. That's what. That's what we learned. Riser, Riser. Come on, man. Riser, Riser.
I want this.
Shut the fuck up. I'm trying here. Dude, shut the fuck up, man. Dude, shut the fuck up. Okay, now what do you want to say? Zoot, Zoot beat you. he gave it to us. All right. Redo that. You want to reload? Well, we don't have any games we can play, so we're gonna try it. Zoot. What's the game? Did you guys know that? No. Did you know that you guys have an invitation? No, we could play darts and just do a round robin. Zoot, you have an invitation. We'll do darts next with a round robin. And then we'll do archery with a round robin. And then we'll do archery with a round robin. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, come on. Zoot, accept the invitation. Yeah, we'll do whatever that is. Whatever. Shut the fuck up, Zoot. I think you're like your your thing gets really bad when you're playing. You want to talk.
Doing the talk. Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right, that's not a word. All right, you ready for darts, Zoot?
Of course.
Okay, are you ready for archery?
That's funny.
What's darts party?
That's funny.
What are you saying? Dice party. It's a two-player game, Doc. We're gonna play poker. Did you know that Zoot and I played every single game on here one night, and I won about 2/3 of the game, but he did really well.
So, just like,
Zoot, are you gonna accept my invitation, or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Zoot,
PlayStation 4.
Poker. Zoot is Jay Doring. Zoot. Riser. It stands for jerking yourself off raw. It's in the Urban Dictionary. You can look it up. It's a real word.
One on the hot.
You just said you won on a high card, and then you said you have pocket ace. Which is it? Whose turn is it? I mean, would you expect anything else? Would you expect any other strategy from Zoot? I mean, he is doing well. No way.
There. 5-6.
That's I want him to be able to get the money back.
Take a seat.
What did you do there? You made this really difficult. No, but I mean, normally it would be just like 20,000 versus 20,000. Now it's 20,000 versus 36.
And you
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
but no, you can. You didn't have to bet.
Do the
Older,
do the antes keep going up?
you're already the big guy, so you. Yep, so that's
No, just play it normally.
okay.
You had a pair of fours? Oh no, that was on the board. Oh, that's good. Do you think you could beat Zoot in a fist fight?
It depends on the drink I have.
Okay.
Enough, I could be.
Fortunately, I've been able to avoid all of them with my beautiful, beautiful mouth.
No, fuck. No.
Airplane's ace.
No.
King,
Why? I didn't even.
yeah, but there was a lot. It was a big pot because it's like 3,200 things every time. We like switch positions.
Call
You're done, son. All right, let's call it a night. Come back tomorrow, please. These pictures. Shout out to Riser. Shout out to for being such cool people.
Look for something simple like whole fan and make your pick. It's not just
Athleticism.
football starts out this Sunday too. One has all the action. New customers this month you bet $5 to get $200 in bonus.
This athleticism funk.
When you sign up today, DraftKings Sportsbook is the home for fight fans and football Sundays. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings, the Crown Consumers. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Call 877-8-HOPE-Y or text HOPE-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Play responsibly on behalf of Hotel Casino Resort in Kansas. Number 18 eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Fees may apply in Illinois and Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, visit dkg.com/video. Back then, you can get away with that, because I just bullshit. Well, they had this for a long time. I think Todd liked it. And then somehow or another did very good. Was it ever released? Yes. Right. Was there that joke? Sell that. Perhaps. But now, obviously, it's healthy. It's also AI. What I'm looking at is it's present. It's present. I shot at multiple angles. So I think it was shot both from the back and I think on Goswell, if it wasn't long, he was probably the guy that they were going to frame it on. But I think he was in the whole thing. He killed it as well. That too many. Yeah. If you know that thing about Nick back in the precinct was JFK. The side by side, how much they really like each other, like the safety and the mind, for the transfer with the conflict and all that stuff. I mean, it's so, Warren. This time, somebody played documentary. I would have been 10 or 11, he was 13 or 14. And so, man, he involved in this. Wow. Yeah. And so, we're just justice. Jack. Right. Justice. Get away with it. Yeah, the lake. We already had a full rap sheet down insane after his visit with Joe West, head of MK Ultra, like routine toasting people's ass. Yeah. So like Dolly was Ruby's money, which is left to say. He's the guy from what's the book? Yeah, I actually like him. Gosh, attention. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Like I don't know. Yeah, this was different. Yeah, but I'm curious how I felt about the documentary. I didn't watch it. Okay, I 90 minutes and it was like enough time, so 90 minutes was the first episode. So I watched it sort of like a dating gallery. I usually do it the first episode. Just see what the director's doing and what kind of stuff is laying out early. So, and then when it ended, I didn't see that we're in an episode with the timer. And that's, I thought it was completely, I thought it radically underserved. Yeah, they did a good try. That needs to be like an 8-part, 2-hour a piece series. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. It's so nuts. The story is so nuts. Just the provable actual facts are so nuts. Very likely Charles Manson was a CIA asset. Very likely rooms when he was in prison. Mind control techniques. People were high on acid. Talking about and how to get around acid shape their mind and they could really commit murder. All of which is fact. Yeah, no, evidence making compelling case. And I looked at the guy stuck there. Celebrity Disciple from their magazine. Yeah, I've been on that magazine. I still didn't wind up like that. It was a story for a magazine. It was just about the anniversary recording. Exactly. Just so people go, wow, crazy. Wow, right. And he gets obsessed. And he starts realizing, well, this guy was bullshit. And that guy was right off into my God, look at this. Hold on. Who's Charlie Wilson? This is real freedom. Get the documents. Oh, my God. Operation Midnight Climax. The government was running warehouses. Two-way beers, dosing jars, and filming them.
If you drink the wine right,
then you realize that it was a psyop to demonize Islam and stop movement. And what they really want to do is stop the anti-war movement and do something to curb the cultural change that was happening. And so their strategy was to try to be it's kind of work. It kind of worked. It kind of worked. The only way to do it, I think what kind of cultural change would have taken place? Because if you think about what happened between 1950 and 1960, it's like the world becomes a different place in 10 years. Between 1960 and 1970, but this is crazy. The music is crazy. The culture is crazy. It's nuts. It's wild. It's very psychedelic. Biggie comes along in 1970, has this sweeping Schedule 1 act, makes all mushrooms and LSD, makes everything illegal, all to stop the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement at the same time when they're doing this fancy stuff. So it was a concerted effort across the board to stop the anti-war movement and to stop the civil rights movement. And so he was kind of good credit. This is pretty brilliant. Like they actually pulled it off. You think of serial killer, you think of Manson. You think of the family. Oh my God, these hippies are murderers, right? Which are murderous freaks on drugs. Babies out of their stomachs, writing pig on the wall. Like, this is nuts. And they brought the pills into it. They stopped what was probably one of the most beautiful cultural shifts in this country's history. Would have blossomed out of it. It was probably would have rethought government, would have rethought the type of people that we want as leaders, would have rethought our involvement in foreign wars, no support for it, would have rethought what psychedelic drugs can do for you versus the bad aspects of them. We would have rethought everything. We would have music would have been a lot better. Music took a big dip. Music took a big dip. and peace, love, any of that. And those people became a real problem. They're now connected to man. So, zero tolerance. Like, all right, nuts. Kind of nuts that it was really all executed by the government. It's that in itself, they sort of geared society to their benefit so they can maintain control. And what they did is by setting up colony, jails and teaching him how to run a college. Right. Hey, we're trying to fight small. My wife's mom was interested. You have a connection to this? Yes. My wife's mom, when she was being transferred, they needed a break with Clinton, treated that guy Clinton. Yes. Wow. That clinic didn't shut down until after Neil's book came out. That clinic was been running for over 50 years, so it was until 2022. Yeah. I could have gone there. Yes. That is so nuts. That clinic also connected to John West. That clinic also connected to all sorts of marijuana clinics in San Francisco, where they were doing operations in 9/11. That's when they had a problem. These are the people that are supposed to be protected. Look out for your best interest. These motherfuckers are creating things that completely shifted society and turning people to what we became in the 70s and the 80s. We got busted. That's probably the one we took them to. Yeah. Hilltop on Hill. Yeah. Great. He's actually great for them. He was in New York when he first started working with us. And he was also in he's been his neighbor for like 20 years. So Greg's always at the same time. And Greg was telling me about it for years. Like, get that book done. Finally, the whole story really took so long. God, let's go. It was first of all, first before I had one, was first I was like, this is nuts. This is nuts. This is all true. This is fucking insane. So,
the love is like the silver.
They were, but talk to like just watching it. They never talking about it, thinking, guys, you're on, and they also I apologize for your baseless theories. Conspiracies are okay. Conspiracy theory pejorative. On the American public. What's with this? The term was coined. That's when the term became popularized. Apparently, the term existed before the original.
Everybody.
It's quite a bit earlier, but it was never like a thing. It became a thing during everybody that were there. The big one was the shots and all talks about
gunshot. And then when he said it, it's like, the only one that says that is Michelle. She
photo, but it's good stuff. Right, you go. Yep. Back there, it does happen. It's real. I don't have it. I don't know. Of course, until like last month, lunch week died and work died, right? But he said, like, those guys, those are the hard things to do. And if they think that they lost because this guy piece of shit, give those haters what they deserve. And his idea, and he tells that you want to get to the guy, like, sign me up. Those guys are doing it. He's like, God, if you would have to do something like that. That's why I was telling you this would be a perfect place to do it. Turn around. Extra, by the way, because conspiracies get, everybody gets fried there. There's one way or another. I believe there's anybody says they leave for a job and you couldn't make that job, never show the rifles. Rifles on, it was not that far. I'm not saying you can do it 100 times out of 100. Having that rifle ready, he's got to go, he's got to rest. The car comes into view, pull the sight onto his back, squeeze on the ground, squeeze on the ground, headshot there. That's 100% possible. I don't buy it. Right. I don't think he acted alone. Done it. He might have even people. I think what he said, I'm just a patsy. When he said it was not like I was. The way he said it was like, I can't believe exactly what he said. So if he kept on a bunch of people, I don't think he pulled the trigger. If he did pull the trigger, that's what I think. Oh, so he couldn't have made those shots. The rifle scope was off. That's what the fuck you're talking about. Because I can get your rifle scope to get out in 5 seconds. Okay, if your rifle scope's zero it in, try it again. It'll be off by 6 inches at 2 points. You're going to be sick. They're fragile. They're going to have micro little Allen wrenches and shit. Right. Too much. On a 30. Yeah, 1960. three on the back on that. Yeah, of course, you can knock them off. Right. Almost instantly, you can knock that thing off. There is
you're not going to let it. Shamish is say, I'm not concerned.
Cut it out. That's why you need it good. And if you practice, and I'm assuming that if you're going to go shoot the person, you used to fire off a few rounds out of the targets. Your enemy is still on top of it. Yeah. He could have done it. It's just another point that you're right. Fabricate. Imagine all of them. That went through two people with bones. Outside. Never hit. Taking the side of it. They're right in the eyes. Believe it. Yeah, we have to walk away. Let's go take a bone from a cow. Set a bone from a cow. Shoot it 100 yards. Just one bone. Then we'll take a look at that. Right, yeah. It's not it's going to be all. And there's the fragments. There's seeming fragments from the bullet through Connolly's wrist that are more fragments from the actual bullet contributing to but that's what's nuts when you go through talking about no one's gonna say, the fact that the president was dead, and then
smelled it. Decided to my name was the best.
Oh, sci-fi. It's the first Yeah. Remember one time we were filming this radio. Remember the video? Yeah. One time, it takes up here. There's problems. These guys have a machine best. Shot himself at the exact same time. Shot. And died for double of kids. Yeah, that is. Gun store, right? Didn't they? Started, they were like, whatever you get, which is rifle. Yeah. How much ammo? I mean, how long did that go? Wow. There's things. This is the problem with these beers.
You bet you both.
Basic. Talking about it.
then
he was followed up with it's just kind of put them all on the same stir that up. That's the right thing you made it very true. The QAnon documentary on HBO was great. Into the Fire, it was cool. Something. Oh, okay. It's really good. It's a multi-part thing on all the people that were involved in 4chan and the creation of QAnon. Okay, they think the original guy was around a while until they found God, and it seems like they were just kind of fucking around at first. But it's got some really good evidence pointing in that direction. It's just sort of everyone always thought that somebody like the White House or someone this documentary. I made this documentary. It's on one guy in particular. It seems to have all the attributes of checks every day. Super smart. Shit poster. Running 4chan. That's the whole thing over there. It's like do stuff that's stupid, right? Like they got women that they started pushing it's a major making you you should just cycle it, should just slowly advance in Paris, and this place the sign of strong femininity. It's just them being great, and then a bunch of women just adopted it. My last couple of weeks. But that's people when you get people to do that. Not everybody, but it's just like the haters are very frequent. Not everybody's right. You'll be for frequent, and then you get another. Moms, children, come in through your doors. Service. Sort it out. That's our government. That's our genetics. Our government and other institutions to help us lead a prosperous life, secure standing in the world, grow financially, motherfuckers and all that. They bring you back to stardom. Especially when you're 21 years old. Weird amount of freedom, weird amount of kind of wild. They can't watching happen to others. Something. It's all toxic. I always joy. Sure, it finally made its way over here, and and not burn the whole house when it was still fun. The balance. Some people they're and then they go off. Right. And I did that for a long time. I didn't eat like those early radios. I got out. Wow. I'm showing up. Like, Chris, they want you to get well. As soon as you're out of here, we got some good stuff. But there's also, unfortunately, But interesting. How many dollars putting a pizza in there for breakfast? You know what I mean? Like really, like that is the lowest low points. His daughter cried, bottles into the trash can and stuff. Now he's back. And there's a romantic thing. Yeah. Bad. Yeah. Yes. They're expecting the guy with a I got it. Exactly. Yeah, I got it now. When he was we're breaking. I think he was drawing him out of the field. He said, out of judgment, out of punishment, letting them fuck up over and over again. Continue to fuck up. Carry, then you walk out, you know, that's what he's supposed to say. Decade. It's like the punishment sort of fit the crime. Yeah, it was like I don't remember any murder charges. There's not a chance that I could have done everybody came out yesterday. Like I could have done it either unless I had to kind of go back in distance. I was able to sober for when I'm like 8 years. Yeah, December a lot. Be away from everything. Absolutely. Yeah, the next one, not used to like that. So quick. My kids Santa Long. Would show back up to the house and like somehow like this is like a cloud. Now, they're working like that. Vacancy. Now, so it was being called to a much more responsible and complicated set of responsibilities. You don't always do stuff that they can or response to a movie or popularity or they were just like, it was really good. So the story is that it's stupid. It's so bananas. It's the whole thing. But, you know, like I said, it was the story of someone. And it's a great question. I just I tried for a long I know what you're trying to do. Crash is going to the cops. And it's like, well, but I people around the room. And don't know. Still sees value. Right. So it's hard to yeah, that's the part. Yeah, that's right. That's easy for us to do. Right. That was wild. I know. Trying to catch up to that. And the dog out the anniversary of the year. That's their program. Celebrate. That's not an accident. Wow. Now we're on. Wow. How did you get so for this time? I still really The way my body I couldn't how I did how that wasn't like just drinking these words now. That was like spiking my golf. It's like it's great. That's right. You know that. What time are we seeing? That's pretty good. Like, never. These days, drinking and driving is available.
Since we have that's a great thing. That means davening, you know, finish the davening, more exciting. It's like,
Why is there always
about them. It's a certain God. I'll tell you what it is. He sees the light the person sees
just make a decision. The next day, something else happened. Because
Onto the roof.
Look, we want you to try this thing. Much more much less dripping is clearly built. Great water, right? That means it's flying later. The other one's experience of bookish things. So that's like I said, okay, great. Try this. And it was great. But they said, okay, you just stay on the food. This other issue that's to that.
You want to put us?
So I had a couple things going on. But there's one thing, so people side to side on that is a side where later, right? That's reserved for sound, voice, and it's also really fun. That's what doing. That's the thing. That's big. Oh, he just fucking. I don't know. That's some shit right there. You got a doctor with a leather sash. You're going around. Yeah. You in danger? Never really. Right. In the elevator. Just as, just start laughing. I don't know where we were. It's like, Jack definitely has a certain thing. That looks like something. Perhaps. I said, no, I'm not a bird.
Have you seen houses?
The time he stopped doing stand-up, he went back to the regular job, he never stopped working jokes. His brain just worked that way. He was just always working jokes. So when he came back, I'm like, fucking stupid game. That's amazing. And then he came back to school. Ronnie Dangerfield. Then the whole time, make sure that 90% sure that's true. But I know that he didn't sport. For the performing arts. Massachusetts. I was Dangerfield completely he was wearing a throwback with slippers, just walking around like this guy. Sit there. I actually for 9 years before he was fired. Siding in the mid-50s, supported by the family. the salesman of the day. Return to the stage, hang at hotels in the Catskills Mountains. Still finding middles, $20,000 on his event. Daniel realized what he wanted was well-defined on-stage persona that was late to one that would distinguish him from other comics after being shy by premier comedy venues. He returned home where he had development character goes right. Wow. During comeback, Jack. Oh. Why does the long-time patrons who has remembered him from the 1940s? Roy asked George McFadden changed his name. King Rodney Dangerfield. Wow, he didn't want people to remember him as Jack Roy back in the day. He didn't like to go back. Wow. Wow. He said, I know where it came from. McFadden may have taken it from the Jack Bank program on his radio, which first used Rodney Dangerfield as the character's name in 1941. Ricky Nelson also used the pseudonym in 1962. Adventures of Odyssey and Harriet. Wow. That's crazy. That's what he popped. Yeah, that's one guy. I know. I didn't get a chance. I saw one. In fact, I ran into it. Yeah. It was just leaving the stage outside. His wife is donated these handwritten notes. So just there's a few guys like that just without them, it was wonderful. Like you have to turn up. Some people like Pryor and Lenny Bruce. So many people just like Jane Kinnison, Sharp, just changed the whole thing. Dangerfield was one of the rare ones that introduced comics. Because that's where everybody found out about Kinnison. Everybody found out about Kurt's play. Lenny started out on it was just like a show where he would like introduce his favorite people. Club. He would go out and he had home in New York City. Yeah. But it's such a cool moment for them. saw this talk about sports. Amy, what they built, trying to create. Out of practical material. Wasn't, like that chicken rebar. These were like, ton of boulders. They brought it to a chunk. And a lot of places, there was a foundation. And he had a bang, right? Brand new. Every day, there was no complete different. Building all the prosthetics. Job. So cool. Promotion. But still kept me curious about how the artists behind this create them. But how beautiful they were. Totally. And it was, it was a great finish. And Ford back, had a party back and stay for 4 months. So, that's just dream of being an actor. Yeah, it's like I said, I was killed my dad. And, it's like a job. Wrap your arm. Can I start? Also, in the dark, just and 11. But I knew I was close to the law. And I had very key interest. Reality. So, it's very strange experience. Grand scale comes with a lot of sound. It's really moment. Yeah. And it's other kind of tips and yeah. I don't think there's benefit like it before our sports. That's a joke. Really good. Nothing there in the day. Watched it. Like that chopper assault. I mean, it's impossible. Those were like midday, they had to go somewhere else. Yeah, leave now with the chopper. Camera stop. The river is going on. Where are you going? Tomorrow. Yeah. Pretty wide. But that this is for you. How does that happen? How does that happen? Yeah. Or 10. Right. Yeah. So how do I go back to the same country 10 years later? 10 years later. Right? You're right. The fuck.
People find it.
To be on par with yeah. All the films they mentioned in the same. Right. Yeah. I'm much better than the that is primarily about just and complicated. You know, how many years did it take? 9 years. I don't know when for instance, they met 70 come out in August of 79. How many years is August 79 years did it take? First, let's say that it's like a search project. Right. Yeah. Like what? 14.
Morrison
And then it came out 79. When did the project start? So it's not they shot yeah. And wow. You can tell people that level on board. I read into people on the street, and they're like, hey, you're party with the best. No, they know it better. There's no people that always like to throw one in that mainly, right? You know? Chucky. You're still Charlie. Like, Joey. Yeah. Joey. No. But imagine this. It's been that much time. There's much of it. My home, like, opposite. And if I got a real cool kid, only great stories. Have anything tangible back. Mom is on the phone, but like nobody's doing the figure. Right. And see all of that. There that day. Right. That age. Wait, he's so decade. That was kind of a trend. All around. It's so well done. It's just so good. do it too. Did you read like how the fuck like it's so quick between you being 10 or being in the jungle on the building comes down, you start into did you settle into this or were you ever like how the fuck do I deserve this? It's in John Carter's the documentary, right? Maybe not so very insightful. Yeah, very insightful. Yeah. Probably feel like you don't deserve all this. So you're fucking wrong, sure, but he's not wrong. Not wrong. And then I'm at some interview the other day, and I said, you know, like I'm leaving an army, like, you know, it's a decade sooner, man. However, late, yeah. Yeah, but you know, I have to go through that. Area of life, sure. The same is true. And even you know, that starts conversation often like it's somewhere bad and or red, figure out the person. Like and then if I can't do that, to go to the bottom, like this is awesome. When the breath stopped around like the sternum, I was fucked. Shouting breath. Yeah. Which sucks because that's the first thing not the second one we started. My performance, I don't think there's very many shows that still do that kind of sitcom. A lot of audience it's very Sherry still does. What is that one? So traditional, I worked for myself. It's called that's what. Okay. So there's no yeah. It's fun. It's fun. When it works. Yeah. It's like it's a missing show run. You're right. You sit down one friend, we sit down one side. Yeah. Yeah, we watched Eric was on here. They watched it. They were like, show. I was this. I was like, bullshit. Good show. That kid, that young man, right? Excellent. Sounded like him. He's the first autistic star of an action show. There you go. I was celebrating his emotional disconnection. Yeah. Great man. That art. That guy's had yeah. Yeah, it's all right. All right. That's something that's not out there. It's not actually remember that. Not yeah. It's the other component that towards that melted. I think when it was only rehab, I don't know. One of those extended steps. It's like a, right, put a little and I got the full wall. I don't think so. It's like, man, homeless. Told all the stories, but we could not hear that mouth. Sat on the lawn and Mark and I watched I go back just different. Oh, you're projecting that. You're not projecting shit, man. I'm just smart enough to know how I feel about it. Clarity. I got a bad shit. Why going back to the else? I run up against the thing, I lost process. So then he went and just with the money, find some ways to stimulate yourself. Yeah, then I have to do something to be. I said that about all the guys that sucked. I knew a lot of guys that across the shows where they were getting paid, but they did not like the show. And it was a bad sitcom. And those guys went crazy. Those guys all started doing a lot of drugs, started spending too much money, or did something to distract themselves because they did not like what they were doing. And they didn't feel satisfied. They were getting so much money. Right. So what we're going to do. I was making $54,000 an hour. Best taxes. Do I don't say right? No, but that was after I kind of I don't know that. I was just the wrong guy. Moment. Time. That was fucking right. Yeah. And like, you did that show after that you got paid like a right? Yeah, crazy. That. You're going to get a ton of that. What you're going to be is, 30. So we're going to do a 100 episode. Model. That was the first 9 blew it up. Everybody got the pitch. So you do these 10 episodes. You have a 10 episode pilot. The average number of those episodes comes kind of out like a or something. It's like a share. Then it activates so they are doing those having syndication package that just go over the and what sitcoms do. So you would do it, not a lot on one side. So, short of how started the 10, I was
Snakes.
But I still, had enough style and all that other fun shit going on. And just way too fucking high.
Yeah, brother's head.
Hey, man. Time traveling from like 1 a.m. like it felt normal. Wow, we plenty of time to enjoy. I just think meditate. I agree. Wow. Time travel. Right? I would tell you in the show. '70s wasn't like a shower. Yeah. One shower. And work and then have that midday some fuel in the engine. I start drinking. Yeah, right? A lot of my energy. Get well. Kind of really had a chance to be special. Care about it. It sucks. All the energy and the hard work that they put into it. Charlie's better. Well, the narrative on you was that you were like that. On your feet. That he very loved, which is grace. When you were saying all that, you weren't mad at you. It was an odd time where so many people at a party, because of their job, because of whatever, right? They're like, you were doing a live interview with this lady, and you're talking to her about smoking pots, and she's talking to you. You can tell it's not that kind of candor, right? Listen, right? It was just like, nobody ever done that before. Yes, but nobody ever get wasted. Right. Everybody else is like, no, so terrible. Absolutely. Right. Yeah. And you didn't ever understand it. Watch something a couple of days before I sat down with the academy. It was this old on some special wasn't it point that one of those exposes things, it was speaking to other people. And I remember going to myself, ask them. Just like I can't really imagine. Had to have that complete chaos of tailspin, crash, publicly, just eventually, learn and grow. Honestly, that is smart. Let's do it differently. Right. You always wonder, maybe you have to have. That was rock bottom. It was really, the world. And still, you have to battle this forces. Just how everybody's how much crack is smoking. Not only that, financially, kind of helped little articles. And so you kind of go for that. you have this big floor. Everybody's coming out to see you. Which was crazy. Read it. Like, the first one was beat. Those ones just bananas. Yeah, I went. That was like kind of the story of your career where things are falling apart. A lot of people were together. You had a disaster show and everybody knew it was a disaster show in Detroit. But we're still coming out to see the other one. Right, yeah. Options in Detroit. Flying to Chicago. We're taking the bus. The new bus, right? Seminary to the west of the bus. If you want, shake your right tire. At the end of the day, on that trip, white. Anyway, I just got it. So, just sort of started to shape it. Got to Chicago, there were special effects from, all that garbage. Here's the issue. Trust me. Yeah. And at night, we're going to applaud it and kept turning on the tracks. When Chicago, we're going to have the wherewithal in the middle of all that. And still have enough something, enough of that. Just, maybe that's certainly that's the impact of our shooting. Get this back on track. Yeah. Read anything. No. Hell, I wrote a letter and what I want. So I got them because I got them back to my son. And we realized also figuring this thing out on the fly. Yeah. So essentially, it was 21 cities in like 24 days with no act. That's what it does, man. I figured Jeff Ross at that master at Austin. Perfect guy for that. Yes. Yes. Also a master off the coast. Yeah. You know the thing with some food, it's like what's that? Limiting that's a dollar. That thing's not the happy one. Yeah. No. Oh, 5 minutes. I can probably here. And I just had to kind of pause it. That from now. Shots. Yeah, that's what yeah. I guess just everybody was like, There's just that. So you're saying that MSN is crazy on it? What? I mean, literally. Someone's hot take. That's a crazy take. Crazy take. What was the take? It's a hot take.
Celebration or something.
So it's John celebration. What a crazy take. Like it might not have been someone assassinating someone for the wrong opinion. Shooting off guns, gathering, courage. This kind of behavior from human beings. It's not violent.
Only for the founders.
Everything that's what should be celebrated. Discourse. Always doing these great shows. But no one gets that because different things. So hard. But I know we're going to celebrate because there's some fucked up time and people it's crap. As forthright with the things they believe, it's going to put people. And it also it could do the opposite. I agree. I get that. There's also going to be great. That's kind of out of the blue. How could it not? How could it not? Whether it's Kennedy or RFK or think of them in the past, but something happened with the current right now. This current doesn't seem to it seems like it's a long time reference that says something that happened. Now it doesn't seem real. So great. So registered. No, I met him once at a gun. Yeah. So many and they do it it's so fucking gross. It's so gross. It encourages them to do it. It's really most horrific guys does it. It's like you might that's great. So weird. Yeah. Happens there. Realize how fucking sick this is. Women have a conversation about conversation. Right? It's going to get a lot worse. It's scary. A lot of fans. I know that got killed or something. In the first game. Over the head. Just I had turned There's a cell phone that was traveling. Data, cell phone was traveling. His apartment was professionally scrubbed. There was no silverware in it. He had no social media presence. He was regularly trained. But it was not like military guys. He was regularly trained. Like, never did the Marine, right? He was in a commercial 2 years before, right? Here's the top, kind of between the two pockets that they were trying to cover. The only spot, the excuse me why they didn't have officers on that rooftop was it was too slow. The slope was too steep between the zeros and what the fuck are you doing? It didn't make sense. They also wanted with the snipers were perched in the center close. Made no sense. They found that guy with the ground, the ground, the house, and that fucking range spot. You're not in a golf. You're in the range. Yeah. You know, you're yeah. It sucks that these are the times we currently have it. You know, that is nothing. That is an absolute natural state. And it's something you have to exist inside of that. You know, it's very strange. It's very strange. We talked about it a bunch of times with beers. I think a lot of this people are being inflamed online. People are already doing I think it's a giant percentage of online. There's people are even saying things about political things, anti-Israel things, anti-Palestine things, whatever. I just think a giant ton of that is boring. Running these farms. Wow. They know for a fact. I actually got a car. They're using open AI software. They were coming to save money and a bunch of different subjects. What they're basically doing is getting people fighting. Just that's what they want. They want constant fighting. Constantly stoking wow, some of it's again, sure, but a lot of it's like more companies for sure. You're probably where I'm going. What they did with the Manson family, they stopped it. Some of that kind of stuff doesn't come up right now. We don't know about right now because it has been a top of you can write a book about it. Sure. I think we also never know which stuff was made it is. You know, for that, you know, type of hop, like where you go. How they react to this? Okay, activate. Those. This thing is still fucking deal. Yeah. You're actually way better than looking along the hard just right. It really does. It really does. You know, it's a good your book. Even if it's a rumor, as a audience. That's right. No function. But so thank you. It's worth it though. Thank you. And yeah, great because those song lines are great because they're memorable and you always just get it in. Right. I really genuinely prefer reels like that one because it's for general. So the purist of the stretch. But as far as with like it, it's like I tell you it's like a big group class without all the yelling of the ear. Right? I love it. What do you reaction to that? Oh sure. Yes, that's a lot of what we commit. Right. You know, it's also the yoga, the more playable when you really warm and heat it up like that, which really helps. But a lot of what there was actually a study that they were doing in Harvard. I don't know if it's complete, but they were doing it a couple years back about the benefits of hot yoga and whether they're comparable to the medical, the known benefits of sauna, which are pretty well documented. And what was the conclusion? Dan, I don't know. I think it's got to be similar. Because I've been in, I've been in a lot of hot saunas and I've done a lot of hot yoga. And because of the exercise, I think you reach very similar body temperatures. And your heart rate jacks up because you're so hot. You can barely cool yourself off with a glass of water when you're letting you go to step over it. Between things, you're allowed to sip water. But it's really similar. It's just you get through a real good big hot yoga class, and you're doing a different day in front of you. I still did that every day. It was like how everyone started their day. So much better. Yeah, great. There's still much better girls. And you don't have to do anything hard in the gym. You don't have to lift weights. You don't have to press the bag. All those things are great. Just do it on yoga class for 30 minutes every day. You will live in a different world. 13 up, 13 down. Yeah. The world of kindness, sweet people. You can find yourself through something. Yeah, nobody else can deliver the rest of the day. You can't deliver that kind of food. You just do it yourself. It's a constant battle to see if you can use 100% effort. Like the snack. You're constantly battling. Yes. Exactly. Right, you guys always do get 100% of what you can do. Right. Yeah. No, I was going to this studio like early 80s. Oh, wow. He was in there. Yeah. And the photos helped me out with that. He felt like a little bit easier because the ceiling. Yeah. I mean, late sometimes we've already ended. And so he showed me like next to his mother. I was like, we're still wearing my shirt. Just because I had to, it's fucked, right? And so, but then once he goes with it, right? So, the mirror desk where you check in behind you, you can see it behind us, facing forward, and from the 60 degree, puts these little speedos. He's giving it. It's middle of the standing low. Like a drag or something really complicated. And he'd stop. And he moved in the class, but you'd see him going to the desk, he'd bring you down. He's sweating in his speedo. He's bringing you down. And he'd come back and try to explain what he was doing. And then this went on for a while. And we came to find out later. Guess what? Here, that was being expanded, right? Relevant. He's getting inspired during the yoga. people aren't allowed to leave the class. But once he knows that story, so he's really going to let him leave. Okay. I avoided seriously, like wow, like fucking look here, that is too big for me. It's just whatever allergy I have to that player. Like, I think it's like it brings you as close as you possibly sterilization you can without surgery. I think it's bad for you. Yeah, I think it's like great. You can take a little bit of it, but don't let it work the next machine. But it keeps calling you back to nobody would ever hire me. You get past the first. Perfect one with just a little bit of side on it. Just a little something. Right. Curse of the lips. When they get into the worst bodies. Yeah. But they chew. Which one do they choose? What is it? It's like dog shit. I really don't like it. Not that I don't like them, it's that I don't ever see that in myself. And someone would just go, right, out the traffic, trials, yeah. I mean, it feels like that's just been in place for over 100 years. Right? From now, photographers like the press, like it's a big thing. There's a lot of light flashing. Seems legit, but if you relax, you can right. It's completely unnatural. The only way that would be happening in real life is if you were on trivial. Like you're being paraded in front of a bunch of people. A little bit of just a little bit of mental illness exhibition. Right? I just had it for the first time, like last Thursday. The first time ever? It was the first time in like for a decade. It was kind of cool. Like the first, 3 or 4 seconds. I remember that. I fucking remember that. Wow. And then I'm in the right the sun, right on my phone, and it's like something just wet. Push the whole out there. Yeah. It's just like every decision that was completely wrong. Yeah. And it's all being documented. also when my friend Russell Peters was doing those tours with me. I said, how did you get on the show? I said, what's the long shot? Help me look it up. We got our 14. Yeah. No, it takes one. It's funny because I had no cap. Yeah, he was 2011 as well. Nothing like this. No. It's lovely. Had to get out of there when it's like weirdos that I had to bring by my house. I was my house. That's just too hard. Maybe some people shouldn't work. Right. Yeah. Driving for the right reasons. So I have no idea where we are. So it's kind of like a version of back over my head. That's probably what I was doing. The guy they're playing with, or introducing, just put everybody in a blindfold. Neighborhood right there. But we did it. Those things that you have to Russell here so fascinating. It was the whole thing was so fascinating. I watched it after the first episode. And the whole experience of watching the guy from Platoon with the guy that everybody knows is like Jack Daniels or movie star to watch him just not just go off the rails with drugs, but like super open about it. Like the first guy super open about it. And everybody just embraced it. Instead of being like, oh, I'm trying to see too much drugs, that's exciting. What the fuck? Keep going. It was kind of crazy. Tiger Blood stuff. Everybody was saying, was it the or did it like were you surprised by it? I was like, otherwise celebrate. Right. I guess the trailer was so unexpected. They turned away. But they were also like just follow it down the track. And I used to know it. I was writing the clothes simultaneously. Trip. Some of the things you other moments I have, but you didn't see me at all. There was an energy. Energy I tapped into. It felt like I was I couldn't figure out what the font was. Because ours were. Somebody should come up with right. That's what we fucking could have been much really could have captured the image. CRT cream, and this child started like showing signs of premature development, and they realized that testosterone was through the roof. This is enormous, right? So this again, these terms, this child, I can't choose to like what we're doing. I can they said that they normally let them affect the kids' development. Yeah, because this kid is like experiencing great, you know, getting converted to testosterone. That way your dad is all the same. Regular, like, you know, dye application. Like, the only person who did it is the first year of such exam or your horse. Right. So the testosterone and get together. That's like a combination of, you know, a lot of rage. The rage is the difference from the sometimes. I realized that it wasn't really so much about what you said, it was about it. I realized it wasn't about the job, it wasn't about job. It was about enough. Find it. There's always been time to go. There's no one to play. Just to take your grass. That's all important. Yeah, and there's nothing more. I don't work for it well enough to put in the book. It was kind of decided what's in there and what's not. Or something that isn't true. It's not the book. And so, but, you know, I was trying to just kind of, you know, I went to university during that one. You know, so, that's crazy. It's insane. You know, for very reasons, whatever. But it wasn't the last one. Next one. Right. But that's all. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm making decisions. You know, in the book, it really comes down to really all about choices. You know, but then, yeah, and it's just for just talking about playing yourself, being so direct. And a guy who lets you really break it down. What did he really do? He created this environment with a dream character in a storytelling, right? That was, you know, the host of the town, right? And he asked for me. It's just like, you know, show up your stuff. Those were the only demands. Part of the job that I was going to do. You know, it's really look back on that, figure out why it got that far, how it got that far. You know, okay, testosterone is not the conversations that people that you're having. What you're doing is correct. Right? So I want to talk to you. Did you ever worry about sorry? Yeah, no, that was, I was really grateful we were able to do that. So yes, Karen had a role for too long. Yeah. He hired me for a show 2 years ago. Okay. So actually, the scout code. That's right. So I played myself, did the camp, you know, did some fun stuff. Just back in the set was really good. It was just like in the early. Yeah, that's awesome. Not earlier. Well, it's complicated. You think about it, like a woman that go off the rails. You know, it's like it's very reasonable. I don't think anybody but Charlie But no one gets through without a hiccup. Everyone kind of goes crazy because you're living in this completely alien world that no one can help you navigate. Even if you watch the go through it, most of your life, like just like right over there. Yes. Like in the next room. Right. Or in the same room. Right. And a bunch of your friends. Yes. That's still the world that you live in. No one that you run into during the day except people like that can understand. Right. Which is like people always like, why does everybody just hang out with each other? Because it turns out they're the only people that are normal. They're the only people that like, I get it. I can't go to work either. I get it. I get TMC at the airport as well. Right. It's like it's normal for them. Because everyone else like, and they're just captivated. Like you kind of need to be around people that understand what that life is. I'm crazy too. Yeah, it's I mean it's a great to great. You can rely on them for things that you have in common, but maybe take more common right across the street. Yeah. You can't rely on them for now because they're going through it too. Words. Get sweating to the heart. Turn the AC on. Yo, what's that exactly? And I realized it's not mine. That's it. I started sweating. No, that's normal. Just say hello to people. That's all. It happens all the time. It happens to me too. You're trying to figure out the next thing that's going to attach to it. By doing so, it took the main thing and just dismissed it. Perhaps it's also brains are just not very good. Yeah, they're pretty good compared to pansies and dogs and stuff like that. But, you know, they have a lot of issues. Just like you're talking about your memory. My memory is a lot more serious, blurry snapshots. Like, oh, yeah, you went there. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, yeah. Very few memories of solid memories, right? Yeah. Memories are tricky. Mm-hmm. And is it a story someone told? Is it me? You know, crease. I saw it in a album, 70s or 80s. Was the memory given to me or did I create? Right. Yeah, and there's also the real possibility that you have false memories. People do that all the time. They've shown that they can introduce memories into people's minds and with enough sort of encouragement or revisiting it, that person will accept it as a pure memory. Yeah, and they'll talk about it like outside of that. They'll have no knowledge that it's memory. Wow. Yeah, it's just not a good system. It's a system designed to keep you away from scary things. Like there's the wolf. Oh, get away from the wolf. I remember. That's the spider. That's spider's voice. But like day to day, every day, normal shit. It's like, how much of a memory does it really need to be? It's just your brain's just so you start memories that get overlaid with yeah, they get narratives. Then you start repeating the memory, and your memory becomes a repeating story. Wow. So it's like, you don't even really remember anymore. You know how to say it. Okay. Did that with the what witness? Did it? Yeah, because that's why you're stuck. Positive. Really, nothing like the actual die. Oh, yeah, there was a thing that where memory was interrupted by a different description from somebody else. This episode is brought to you by Paleo Valley. It's not easy finding a snack that's delicious and tastes good. That's where Paleo Valley 100% grass-fed beef sticks come in. shocked to find out that most of their leading brands like Rabbi, Costco, use things like citric acid, lactic acid, and even black mold as preservatives, but not Paleo Valley. They use more methods of fermenting their sticks so that their shelf stays. Fermentation is also good for your gut. These dudes have over 55 million beef sticks sold. So yeah, a lot of people are into them. And if you're not, no worries because they offer 60-day money back guarantee. Go to PaleoValley.com and use the code ROOT to get 20% off or find them on Amazon. Give them a shot and you'll see what everybody's doing. Well, there's also the fact that the Unabomber was such a traumatic event that this person was probably super freaked out, which is when your memory is the worst. Yeah, that's why eyewitness accounts of like murder, chaos, they're really bad. Right? They're really bad. Very unreliable. An awful percentage even what they're going to find out. Yeah, like the determined. You like the file. And it's like sometimes it's like 60%. Yeah, and then they'll convince themselves that they're right because they've already said it. So then the ego gets involved. And then, it's just traumatic events leave you on a high state of anxiety. Right. When they have events like say like you really want to do that. Saw like people jumping buildings. Your memories of that are probably really clear because it was. But your memories of people that you might have saw that were running away, or maybe you saw a guy in a van and he looked fishy, or maybe this or maybe that. Like, and then a few days go by, you probably haven't slept well, you're all freaked out. Your memory's probably a mess. It's probably filled with the news now. There's other people's eyewitness accounts. What the fuck happened? Right? Someone died. Somebody jumped off a building. You remember that? There's some stuff. It's just, this is one of the scariest things about transhumanism is that it's really appealing. They give you a hard drive. And now, every time you put a memory, you can go just like, you look at your phone, like your iPhone, 2017, like, oh, look at this. You're going to be looking at it, you're and don't do anything more than buy into it because our memory sucks. Because that's just the big thing. Yeah. Interesting. Do you remember what you had? Like address because it rhymes. It's like 72123. You have to just remember what happened. It goes away. Your memory sucks. Rocking the web. It's during dinner. This is part of it. Rocking a landline with cancer machine 2025. That is probably the way to do it. When you come up with a project, like someone likes it, you're all there's no over here to work on the way. It's busy when you get home. Like a dude going on, like he's at his lowest point. Like I said, never rocking people. There was a wild time when you get phone calls. There's another thing, is like you got famous before the internet too, which is a different world. It's a different world because there's not. There's way less famous people now. You got famous, like super duper famous at 21 years old with no internet. I know. Normal. Jesus Christ. If you tried, you didn't really even explain to someone that wasn't around during all that. You really explain whatever felt like they looked at it and things that were missing. There wasn't anything missing. It was about having to really be engaged in everything you were doing. To get thing that he says that he never get, they're scared of. You never get it all the time. Just time to decompress and think. Just be by yourself. Phone, on TV, just fucking sit on the couch. Catch your breath. Without just constantly doing something. I think it's things of that. Watching this night, Cheryl. Yeah. It's no play. Knocker for you. And too. It makes you just it's really same as 2004. Awesome. Say earlier, thanks. Okay, drop another token in the slot. Is that now it's let's find out. Then I forgot it. It's normal. It's normal. When you first got did you have an idea like what you thought about people to make that movie work? Because there was one of the very first realistic horror movies. And I think very importantly, it was done by Oliver Stone, who was absolutely in a horror. That was a very difficult movie as well. Like it was going to be a masterpiece. The script, oh wow, okay, yeah, this is really worship this. The dialogue is very specific. It's kind of never really word description. This was like severely great. Yeah. So I realized sort of what actually do. Usually I can read a scene and get a sense, what the responsibilities are going to be, how I'm going to see it on the screen. I couldn't do that. Because very that game was a chance. When something was finished, you were done with it. You didn't have to know how you were going to react or how you already reacted to something that happened. Right. She was sadness. I'm not saying this I would know that felt real. But we bonded really. The only people in the middle of that country missed somebody when it was bizarre mental conflict. He talked a little bit about his experience in but I don't think we talked about. Did we ever? We talked about the making of the town. So at the end of the JFK assassination, I don't know if you covered anything else. This is the last time we were on. The last time we was on was like doing that Showtime. JFK documentary was the Showtime thing right there. I think it was, yeah. We're having a part. But sorry, yeah. His recall is insane. It's insane. They have a conversation with him. He's pulling up dates. He's going to know me how old this all over this point. 16. So if he was 70 years old, rock solid memory. I mean, solid. He was in Alan Dulles did this. What was his name? Commission report. It's like second passages. It's bananas. Wow. Yeah, has he landed on like what? 0.2 or is it? But there's a lot of people that wanted him dead. For sure, there was a lot of fuckery going on with the Warren Commission. For sure. There's a lot of nonsense with the autopsies. There's a lot of nonsense with the single bullet going through him and Connolly and actually bullet fragments in Connolly's wrist. That matching bullet was missing. It's a bullshit. Bullshit. No one really knew how much bullshit it was until that video that they played of the Zapruder film, Geraldo Rivera show, when Gregory came on and was a comedian, came on and had the footage of the Kennedy assassination. Everybody sees the head go back to the left. Right. What happened there? You immediately applied simple common physics. Also, it clearly looks like you got a shot in his chest too. When he grabs his dick, it's clear where that shot got right there. It's always on doing a drink. But there's two different autopsies. Analysis. There's the autopsy of Bethesda, Maryland. Yeah, two different autopsies. Yeah, and it also looks like by the time they got to Bethesda, they kind of glued it together. Really put the pieces back. Photo of it. It's like what was missing from what they were talking about in the house and the Bethesda. That's the shop. It's like, yes, yeah. There's a great book called Best Evidence, like David Lipton. He was an accountant, and he had some sort of assignment involved with the Warren Commission report, and so he decided to read the entire thing. And so in the reading of the entire thing, he finds so many contradictions, so many things that don't make any sense. That he starts becoming obsessed. That he finds out how many people were witnesses to this assassination who end up dying mysteriously. The charts. Yeah. Off the charts. 95% of all those people that were hanging around, like a giant ton of them, died in car accidents, weird fucking. This guy named Bowers. Who's Bowers? He's like a strong management. Guy, I think he had a heart attack on the train track. Also, he had a train. It was one of those type of things. Yeah, and then like so yeah, that's the guy. That's the reason why they get him in the military. I don't remember. I don't know if he died weird, but he was like shit. That's why they had that. How do we fix this? Right. One guy did it. It's only 3 shots, so how do we come up with a reasonable excuse to make it manageable? Yeah. I the wait is over to the pound for pound kings. One epic showdown. Canelo versus Crawford going toe to toe at last. And DraftKings Sportsbook is in your corner from the opening bell to the final blow. From the opening bell to the judges' final blow, DraftKings has you covered with odds on knockouts, total rounds, method of victory, and more. Never bet on a fight before? Open the app, look for something simple. bonus bets instantly when you sign up today. DraftKings Sportsbook is the home for fight fans and football Sundays. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or you call 877-OPEN-LANE or text OPEN-LANE 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Louisville Casino. Right to be absent 21 and over age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. These may apply in Illinois, Northern Ontario. Bonus bets exclude 7 days of duration. Store digital term. Responsible gaming resources. DKNG.co/audio. Right, you know? Yep. Well, they have this improvement for a long time. I think it's like blood at it. And then somebody who knows the credit does. Was it ever with those players? Was there the jump cut when he goes? Trying to sell that, perhaps probably but now obviously it's the whole thing, and then this whole AI camps. I haven't now. It's very even more aggressive. It's yeah. I shot multiple things. That's what I think it's from the back and from the front. And I think the hospital wasn't involved. He certainly wasn't in the sense. He was probably the guy they were going to frame it on. But I think he was in on the whole thing anyway. And I think he killed the cop afterwards as well. The Tippett. Yeah. Do you remember the thing about Tippett's back in the precinct was changed? And they showed us side by side of how much they would look like each other. The transfer. I mean, that's so many travel that there's so many games to explore. There's so many people that have to be done. Playing I would agree with that. Yeah. It actually was just justice. No, for sure. Justice. And get away with things like blame it. They already have articles about him. And then the Jack Ruby goes to sing, visited by Jolly West, Jolly West, Jack Ruby's brain in jail. And I thought, I recognized before it got attention. Really, yeah. Yeah, this one is the best books. How you show up the documentary. I didn't want to. Okay. The first 90 minutes. I'm sorry, right? I thought it was the first episode. So I watched it sort of like data gathering. They usually do the first episode. We had to see what the director's doing and what kind of stuff he ran it. So then when it ended, see that it was like an episode, right? And I was once it got it, yeah, maybe they try again. That needs to be like an 8-part, 2-hour series. Yeah. I said, talking about protecting our asset and how to interact on an asset, educate the mind, and even get them to feel all which is in fact. You know, so I would say it's insane. So much of it is improvable, but it is enough to sort of evidence to make a compelling case. And I think that they have started out just like just a kind of a normal celebrity assignment from Premier Magazine. I've been on that magazine. I had that cover twice. My story didn't wind up like that. I think the story from the magazine, it was just about the anniversary of the murder. Exactly. That's what it was. Just give us peace. Some people go, wow. And he gets upset. And he starts realizing, well, that was bullshit. That was corrupted. Oh my God, look at this. Hold on. It was Charlie West. They're like, what's MK Ultra? This is real freedom of information. I get the documents. Oh my God. Operation Midnight. Government was running poorhouses. They were running poorhouses and using 2 years and dosing jobs and filming them. And this has to do with dancing? Like, you realize that all the brand dress books to try to demonize the Muslim and stop and what they really want to do is stop the anti-war movement and do something to curb the cultural change that was happening. And so their strategy was to turn everything terrorists. It kind of worked. Yeah. It worked. Yeah. Imagine we didn't do that. What kind of cultural change would have taken place? Because when I think about between 1950 and 1960, that's like all becomes a different place in 10 years. Between 1916 and 1970, it's like, this world's crazy. The music is crazy. The culture is crazy. Things are nuts. Everything is wild. It's very psychedelic. Nixon comes along in 1970, passes the sweet Schedule 1 Act, makes all mushrooms and LSD, makes everything legal, all to stop the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement at the same time. So it's a concerted effort across the board to stop the anti-war movement and to stop the civil rights movement. They were like, we're losing control and power. And so, I mean, it was you kind of got to give them credit because it's pretty brilliant. Like, they actually pulled it off. You think of serial killer, you think of blood. You think of that family. Oh my God, hippies are murderers. Right. A bunch of murderous freaks on drugs. God, the women's kidneys out of their stomachs. They're running big on the wall. This is nuts. There's the Beatles and horrible. They engineered. They stopped. Probably one of the most beautiful cultural shifts in this country's history. Moving into things that would have lost out of it. Rethought the type of people that would want as leaders would have rethought on involvement in foreign wars. There had been no support for it. They would have rethought on what psychedelic drugs can do for you. There's this aspect of music would have gone better. Music took a big dip. Music took a big dip in there with drugs that were good and brought it to go. But people can point to the death of it was effective. I mean, that completely demonized any peace, love, way that those people became a real problem now because you're connected to this. It was really engineered by the government. It's really that in itself, is terrible. They sort of engineered society to their benefit so they can maintain control. The way they did it is by giving a horrible car for the internet jails whole life and teaching you how to run a computer. Right. Run this call. Tom O'Neill came out. That was been running for over 50 years. And ran to like closed. It closed shortly after that book came out. I could have gone there while I was in the book. Yes, the CIA was that is so nuts. And that clinic also connected to Charlie West. That clinic also connected to some other marijuana experience. San Francisco was where they were doing Operation Climax. That's where they had a brothel. They're supposed to be like protected, sort of look out for your best interest. These motherfuckers are creating plans completely and turning people to whatever the fuck they can make the innocent. Yeah. That's probably how long it took them just to clear the building out and try to figure out whether they're going to kill Tom O'Neill. Right. Yeah. Oh, wow. He's great. He was actually like Fred Franklin. He was his neighbor in New York when he first started working. And then he became his neighbor also in Venice. Like he's been his neighbor for like 20 years. So Fred's followed him for this entire journey. Fred can't tell you about it for years. Like, why's your friend gonna get that fucking book done? And then finally, he says, tell me what you already, because it took so long, like, you gotta have a book. Wow, let's go. Had him on. It was, that was one of these first we had him on. I was like, nuts. This is nuts. This is all true. This is insane. And it's all true. So they really engineer a murder of hippies. And almost used, the CIA was doing that. It's just, I thought they were supposed to just operate a little bit, they weren't, you talk to like your average where just goes into the they never believe this. And we were talking about it, but they also will never read the book. Never read the book. And what they proven, they never imagine that. They never apologize for your baseless conspiracy theories and all that stuff. Conspiracies are fucking real. Okay? It's a conspiracy theory pejorative that they really started using about the American public during the Kennedy assassination. It was for their good reason. They wanted to make it ridiculous. That's when the term became popular. So apparently the term existed. Research says, right? The original term of conspiracy theory. It's quite a bit earlier, but it was never like a thing. Public zeitgeist. It became a thing during the Kennedy assassination because a lot of people look weird. Everything they did, even the people that hadn't seen the square, they just off. They see all the videos from what speaking that went through. One was the shots from grass and all many talked about gunshots. And that one photo was like yeah, it was bushes are it's not good, but it's good enough. It's just too it was too important. We heard shots from back there. This is a thing that does happen. Especially if you look at the Dealey Plaza. Have you ever driven through? I have. It's weird to be it's close everything. Very little. And sit into that tight turn and put it into that convertible. Take a job, Yeah. Completely. We watched something I read, did you read, I know we don't get it. I think it's not true. Yes. Did you ever have it? No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah. I think so. Yeah. He wrote Sci Spy. Oliver. He was deep in it. I did too. But there's one of his books that I've never been able to find anywhere else. It's almost like this little deep soup on the internet that the code for Ever heard that? No. Disclaimer. I'm not coming up with this. This is not my original data. But yeah, that was great. And I don't know if you would have just added that color. That's not something you would see that throw out there. Yeah, that's a weird thing to add. Victory. Well, it's hard for us to reconcile now, today, because we think of him as like one of our greatest presidents. Of course, we still are, which is a big shot here. But when he was alive, this was like half the country fucking hated him. And then there was the Bay of Texas disaster. We lost a lot of people because Kennedy didn't give air support. He wasn't told about the invasion until the last moment. Here's commercial success. He denied air support. A bunch of people that weren't going to die. And so those guys on the ground. My friend Evan has a theory. My friend Evan was a ranger himself. I met him. Yeah. And he said, like, those are hard killers. And if they think that they lost their brothers because this piece of shit didn't give them the air support that they deserve, these Kennedy's idea, and you tell them that you want to get that guy killed, like, it's an idea. Those guys would do it. Those would be the type of guys you would have do something like that, and they would probably tell you this would be a perfect place to do it. Turn. Yeah. Everybody says, by the way, because conspiracy theory, everybody gets blinded on this one way or another. I believe this, but everybody says that Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't make that shot. Has never shot a rifle. You're full of shit. If the rifle's on, it was not that far. I'm not saying he can do it 100 times out of 100, right? But the possibility of him having that rifle ready, he's got a scope, he's got a rest. The car comes into view. Pull the sight onto his back. He puts it on the ground. Puts it on the ground. Headshot there. That's 100% possible. I just don't buy it. Right? I don't think he acted alone. If he might have done it, he might have shot at him. He might have even hit him once. There was other people. He was the patsy. I think what he said, I'm just a patsy. Right. When he said it was not like the guy who murdered somebody. The way he said it was like, I can't believe they set me up. Exactly. So I think he was on a bunch of air. I just don't think he pulled the trigger. Or if he did pull the trigger, he was one of many people that pulled the trigger. That's what I think. Yeah. But there was a lot of other people saying, oh, he couldn't have made those shots with no rifles. That's what the fuck you're talking about. Because your rifles are going to be off in 5 seconds. Okay, if your rifle was perfect as it zeroed in, bad. I dropped it on the ground. Try it again. Yeah. It'll be all like 6 inches at 200 yards. Yeah. That's the thing. It's very fragile. They have micro adjustments, little power wrenches and hicks and shit. You don't torque them too much. You get it dialed in perfect on a $37 rim. Yeah, I don't like one 1963. Yeah, of course that thing can get knocked off. Instantly you can knock that thing off. There is a thing about the trigger. What the trigger that he had during because what they've done, a lot of the reenactments supporting that he was the gunman, he cut it out part of the trigger. They cut it out. Yeah. So you would have a clear field of view. But he had a clear view of sure. That's all you need. That's all you need if you're good. I'm assuming that if you're going to go shoot the president, you probably get used to putting off a few rifles. You're not going to just hope that your accuracy is there on time. Yeah. So if you can practice, you can be quicker and better around. Sure. He could have done it. I just don't buy it. It's just none of the evidence seems to point in that direction. All the evidence that they tried to fabricate, like the magic bullet was nuts. Anybody who's ever Yeah, that was like a shock. I was trying to do a swimming. Yeah. It doesn't look like it ever did anything. Like, you decide if magic bullet. There wasn't right in the eyes. I can't believe it. And I'm just like, this is what we had to do. Yeah, we have to walk away. They don't know. I can show them, like, let's go take the bone from a cow. Let's set up a bone from a cow and we'll shoot it 100 yards. Yeah, just let's take a look at that bone. Right? Yeah. It's not gonna look anything like that. It's gonna be all fucked up. And there's the fragments. There's fragments from the bullet that are in Connolly's wrist that are more fragments that are missing from the actual bullet. You're attributing to the bullet. That's what's nuts. You and I talked about it in the house, like a long time ago. Oh, that they linked the rifle to Rothschild. Oh, the stock when the shit that went. Yeah. So, so we were there, and then surprise, that would be and also like obsessive. You can just say that. 1963. Right? It's around a fingerprint. I was representing. Don't just say, fine, innocent. He's fucking dead. Okay? Did it on him. Don't give a shit. Everybody just went the fact that the president was dead. And then, all of a sudden, like Johnson, steam ahead. Vietnam War. Things are very different. Kennedy was trying to be a real president. Well, like, none of that. Like, big things. He wanted to do a lot of things. Like, not today, sir. We haven't really had a president since everything after that is the president's more about a speaker. Continues to run exactly as though it's their house. Yeah, I mean, just where I said, no, you can talk. Kennedy assassination. You have your short and didn't really hurt their chances of getting reelected if people find out that they're very disappointed. For sure, not supporting this or not telling us about that or lying about this or you were involved in that. Yeah, but other than that, like, it's not much. Not much you can do. And it's not really what you can do. Why not? I know. It feels like, it definitely is a lot of that. It's also like a show. You can push the show. There's some files. Yeah, it's a reality show. There's a follower. That's what my dad described it. Right. Boy, I remember watching it on TV live in my apartment with this girl. She couldn't believe it was innocent. Yeah, she didn't understand it. She was so confused. She was like, no, how? She kept referring to her. No. Later, he tortured her on the ramp. I was doing it. Red sci-fi film. I love that movie. Oh, I love that movie. Thank you. Check me out that movie. So underrated sci-fi movie. I checked it out. I love it. It was the first film that actually incorporated a mashup of loving scenes. And at that point, it was either one or the other, and the other had really erotic right. That was kind of cool. I was so cool. Day off. He told us, everybody knew the day before that the vote was coming. So we were sure to see. I don't want this. There was a this is 95, right? He told me on a cell phone. It was like half a bar. And it started to rain. He's got his phone now up to the TV. About to reach the verdict. So we all gather around the top, man. Watching him, he's kind of leaning. We can see when he hears it.
Sold some.
He talks a little bit. He takes the phone from his ear and slams it into the Is that murder? That's what I learned about the goddamn murder. Buddy, I grew up in 2 times in the hospital. So, never run across Dave the man. That's a great, imagine a guy reacting like that. He was our and it was hard to do. And that was like time again for my half. Kind of like sort of if I wasn't at all. We still had a pretty hard to refocus. Feel like what we do is still better. Something had been taken from us. Documentary. But it's OJ. This is the one that
That's so
like expert. Yeah, it's it. No, I try not to. Yeah, it's just weird. Like, okay. There was something else there. No, I think he killed his friend. And he got away with it. Yeah. That's just nuts. It's weird. You watch him on like Naked Gun. Yeah, they got murdered. Yeah, they got away with it. Yeah, there's anything about what he claimed. Rapper? Juice is Loose. Remember that? Oh, God. Yeah, I think I will out of my like a hot lake. Okay. Coming back. Yeah. Made a rap song. Wow. It's like one time they killed two birds, but they're not killed birds. So he got into probably just for military. Right? It's so bad. It's awful. I was doing that. I would just run away. All lives. One time we were the radio was in the middle of North Hollywood shootout, and we were watching it live on TV. I'm trying to do the sitcom. We were like, we probably should take some cut from here. There's a fucking war going on in the middle of North Hollywood. Yeah, that was kind of off on cocaine and steroids too. Same from the guys. Left steroids. Yeah, but I think there's probably something like that. And some sort of younger. Yeah, that's what I'm longer. Yeah. The story of these guys. I think it's Robert Bank. So yeah, but wait. Yeah, like good. And why? They decided to get the shit out of the cops. Yeah, kill cops. Right? Yes. They got killed. A bunch of cops. And the cops were like, oh God, we have cops that have 9mm pistols. These guys have 5 machine guns. And do you support that finally was it this way with the sniper shots? I never looked into that as I'm looking at that. When I see that, it's one thing he got shot and shot himself at the exact same time. What is that? Circle? What is that? Maybe they were already going to shoot him, but he shot himself. They didn't think he was going to shoot himself, so they pulled the trigger right when he did. That's what I would guess, if that's the case. But it doesn't mean you let him fuck. Because at that point, it has to be them. I mean, one of the guys had already been shot. I think there was so many good shots from all the Margaret. The first guy was the best. Like, like when it started, right. Yeah. I mean, how long did it go up for? Wow. You know, Carver talked to the right. Yeah. Hard to be. And I'm sure we trick those guys into that. The cops are militarized and yeah. This is the problem with conspiracy people trying to attribute them to everything. Right, like you tell them about everything's a conspiracy. I think it kind of they can't consider more how we know it. No doubt that we want extensive research. Yeah, there's good ones. But I think that's also part of the reason why some really silly conspiracy theories get pushed. And then they get pushed by bots, they get pushed by the media accounts to want to get what happens. Yeah, it's things like that. Stupid. I don't attach a really stupid conspiracy to one that's legitimate. It's a legitimate one. Tell us like almost like that just I dig deep into that, don't and just talking about one thing I did see that was like a was that there was always, anytime they mentioned something, it was just leaving for a reason. He was followed up with the ones that we believe to be real. Right. You know, it's just kind of just put all on the same.
Yeah, let's do a good Southern bullshit.
Exactly. Stir that devil.
Yeah, that's a very convenient way to burn. Doing a documentary on Israel was great. Into the Fire. Something.
I didn't see it.
It's a story.
Yes, I'm looking on all people that were involved in forging and the creation of QAnon. Who they think the original guy was. Another guy took it over after a while. Got it. And it seems like they were just kind of first. But it's not definitive. It's got some really good evidence that points in that direction. It's just hard to know. Everyone always thought that somebody's on the house or something. So the person's on the documentary believes in that. The guy who made this documentary, he pins on one guy in particular as a tactic that seems to have all of the attributes of someone who could pull off a QAnon. Check every now and then. I have to be super smart. Internet shit poster, 4chan, like that's the thing. There's like people who do stuff that's stupid, right? Like they got women to freely. They started pushing this idea that it's a picture. He's making it where it's on, and you should just your menstrual cycle should just fully pass years. And this is like just a sign of your strong femininity. It was just them being crazy, and then a bunch of women just adopted it. Not for long. It's gross. Like this is stupid. Yeah. Last couple weeks, but women. That's people are really susceptible. Not everybody. It's just like the Haight-Ashbury. Not everybody. Right. But if you open up a free clinic and then you have lost children coming through your doors, what are they going to do? Legit services. Yeah. Sort it out. It's just nuts that's our government. It's our daddies. People that we're supposed to be working to help us lead a prosperous life, secure our standing in the world, make sure we grow financially. And these motherfuckers did all that. Ultimate power, right? Yeah. It ain't. Especially when you're 12 years old, weird amount of freedom, weird amount of people expect you kind of want to. And that you talked about where you watch it happen to others, and then suddenly it's always intoxicating. Then I would always, okay, so how were they able to control it? Why didn't I see them enjoying it? And it's about, I'm going to hate them the way they should have been doing it. It's about, it's and finally made its way over here, and it can go to 11 of them, and not burn the whole house down. When it was fun, when it was still on some level, because it wasn't about still having to love, still carving out enough time to party, but also enough energy. Right. That's the balance. It's the balance. That's how people pull it off. Some people, they're really disciplined, go off to work, and then they pull it apart. Right. And I was thinking that for a long time. And people were like down those early readings. It was almost like John. Like, wow. Like they want you to get well, kid. But as soon as you get in here, there's much stuff to look at. There's also, unfortunately, a romantic notion of a guy getting out of rehab. Right? How many cop shows start with a guy who's down on his dumps, putting pizza in a blender for breakfast? You know what I mean? Like, really, like, at a low point, right? Drinking, and having his daughter look nice, throws the bottles into the trash can. It's like, oh, gosh, now it's back. There's the best thing to get your shit together, sure. Now it's back, better than ever. Yeah. And they're expecting the guy to deliver the life experience. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Robert Downey. Right. Yeah. People love that. But this was happening to him when he was reading it. And when they were breaking it, I think he was like, what are you still okay? No, he still got to get past that. And my dad probably didn't yell at that. So just still a warning. His behavior is not what it is. Let him sit in those consequences. Not out of judgment or out of just out of get his shit together. Yeah. Letting them over and over again. They'll continue to fuck up. Yeah. But if there's always a carrot the day you walk out, something changed. And it's all planned. Yeah. This, which, it's a point that punishment hasn't been right? It was not like it should have been. I don't remember any murder charges. But there's not a chance I could have done this. Then came out yesterday and knocked it out today. I couldn't have done it either unless I had the kind of respect and distance from all of it. I was able to get there. You've been in this for how long? 7 years. That probably helped a lot. Away from everything. Absolutely. I mean, I was still doing things, just kind of staying in the mix and signing engagements. It was also like we're drinking. All my kids, Sam and Lola were living there. They cycled back with Denise and mom and dad would show up and Brooke would come back. Okay, so Christian's up here. All would show back. So my house was kind of like this. I clubhouse. And I ran up with my babies for those children. Small circles. So it was, being called to a much more responsibility in order of having to do stuff that they would care about, and writing a show or anything like stuff. They were just, basically would help with this. So it was really cool. Like suddenly just be, that's the only stuff that matters. People that matter. And but you're right. None of that could happen if I was agent or so and it's interesting that I'm not it's I think it's recent, anything that I've done, never written a book, never done a documentary, but everybody seems to excited. Documentaries are very awesome. It's very This is really well put together. It's just so so bananas. It's the whole thing was just so nuts. But like I said, everybody loves the story of someone getting some shit together, and it's a great accomplishment being sober for almost 8 years. It really is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And, I'm not going to yell at me because I deal with it. That's fine. I just speak to my personal experience.
How do you deal with it?
That I tried it for a long time. I and just decided to give this a go.
So you just do it completely on your own. You don't have the person you call or hard to impress. You don't have a sponsor.
I know.
I don't it does help some people.
That's why I don't want to say that. I'm not like this is
Just saying your truth. This is how you do it. I had a really good friend who quit one day, crashed his car right on foot, got arrested. It's like, what am I doing with my life? He quit. Like, got there, never had to even do it for.
it happens. It can happen.
Yeah.
But I think that I experience all in and around the room. That's not to say that it comes to harm. It's a couple of things that still stuck with me. I still thought it still see as valuable.
Right.
This line of the book, it's hard to ask for help when somebody else is raising your hand for you. You know, intervention,
Right.
all you're doing is telling the case.
Part of the documentary too, when the person I mentioned when you got brought into they're waiting for you. You thought it was a party.
Well, yeah, because it's 9 a.m. Why is Dad having a 9 a.m. birthday?
Right.
Unless we're going to Magic Mountains. Right. That's usually the time usually. Right. That's usually for 7-year-old. Right. Yeah, no, that was wild. That is something that I can still see as it happened. Really, turning that corner. Brain still trying to turn it into a brain never existed. That's what we're doing. That's why it starts to dawn. Like, have you ever like something that was in the wrong bottle? It takes your body, you have to catch up to that. Those don't match. That's yeah, I saw that one day. It didn't work that much. Trying to do it on your own. It worked for a year. Then, as you get the dog, it came to house. And there's, on the anniversary, on the 1 year, let it be in this ranch. That's there for a reason. It's cause to celebrate. That's not an accident. Yeah.
We're off to the races.
Wow. How did you get sober this time? I got no. I think no, that's what it's called. I found that my mom 10 years. So, drinking. And then found that drug that I've ever tried to drinking. Yeah, there's one time I can't get it, And when I had made the decision, Yeah, you want to have a drink with us? Everyone does it, sure. So, I was when I'm starting to do more. Just, I feel it how I used to, even at like powerful doses. You know, I just that depressing. That wasn't much now. That was like, never let me come. Yeah, our relationship is now different. Yeah, and so that was and the book. I was on spicy my coffee. That's like the biggest time I drank. Yeah, but that's what it felt. That's what it was. You know, calls from the house, calls and says, hey, what time are we to go where? A hair appointment. And just never, ever never had it. That's awesome. That's pretty good. I just decided a long time ago, when I was like 17, very small. Never had it. I was living in a limo back there. Yeah, but these days, to get driving, available, it is literally 15 choices. There's no it's like one place. I could see her eyes are and she was just kind of sitting back there. I'm not saying that I know exactly what she was thinking, you know, why it's important that it is. Why isn't that again? Why is there always one? There was something in the state. And her dad came just like off the highway to it. That was complicated. You know, it's like, what do I do? And I just sat inside. I sat inside because it didn't feel good. And I go, okay, what can I do? Matt, you know, it was dramatic. I was just gonna stick to it. You know, and the next day, just woke up and said, done. I didn't care. I made a decision. I wasn't going to care how I felt. How long did it take before you felt okay? That was. And so, and just have my oldest daughter, because I'm when I quit, December 12th, you know, it was just like, okay, that's all aligned. And then something else happened after that, because everybody's going to get a little squirrely. Like, the problem is that, and people like me, you're able to put things back together. Right. And pieces. So you're not as scared. Right. So I got a call. This, HIV for several years. I got a call for medicine, right? Things, right? I want you to try this thing because it's more common. Much less toxicity and side effects. When you're going to do is you can't drink. The other one, you can drink like a pirate on the other one. Try that one. And it was working great. But it's okay. And if you can just stay off. It's working. So there's other things. Now I got a couple things going on. Let's keep this thing, this evil away. Keep that, and let's, rebuild every relationship that matters in your life. While you're still here. Did you have a revelation for a while after you were sober for a while? Or you stop and think, why was I getting so? And what was I trying to avoid? Or what was I trying to enhance? Or what was the purpose? What bothered me so much that I couldn't be sober? Interesting. Yeah. Was more earlier in life. Pressures of fame. Defeat. Or exciting or cool or sexy or yeah. It's interesting. Avoid enhance. I relate. I think that's a good everybody wants to do a great joke about there's great jokes where you only hear the bad ones, and it's true. The reason why you can ruin your life, but it's also really fun. That's why people do it. It's important to want to think and for them to hear you sober and happy. You go, okay, that's possible. You can get there because this guy's what that was. Like there's a documentary where you're talking about the first time you smoked crack. Let's go to the job why you smoked crack. It's the greatest feeling of all time. Yeah. Like I think that's important as that. That hasn't been talked. I shouldn't say that. I don't care. That hasn't been taught. Have you ever heard Hunter Biden talk about that? I have. It was on the Channel 5 show. And he smoked crack. That made one of them. He's like, yeah, because Hunter Biden's a very smart guy. I think of him that way. The laptop thing. So when he's the effects of crack and how different it is, how incredible it is, and the euphoria of it is like literally saying, getting the itch while he's sitting there sober, working on a sobriety, trying to keep it together after all it publicly changed, right, being out of control, and talking about crack like a lover, but he lost it. Drowning accident. Wow. It's crazy. I get that. That makes sense. But there's a moment in time. That's the sad story. And I say, wow, that one actually got me kind of, I can feel it. Yeah. That's the problem. That's the problem. Yeah. The problem is,
So not typical.
no, I never even had Coke. I never had Coke. Nope. Okay. Now, when I was in high school, I have a good buddy of mine, and his cousin was selling Coke. And his cousin was super normal. I knew him forever. Great guy. Super cool guy. All of a sudden, he became weird, anal, and lost all his weight. It was like he got bit by a vampire. His girlfriend was selling Coke, and they would just watch TV, do Coke. And they had an apartment, and it was like he had gotten bit by a vampire. That's how it felt. It was like he just lost his whole life to Coke. And I saw some other kids that had Coke problems around me where they're just dying to get Coke. I mean, this is bad. And I think it was actually Coke. You know? I don't know. 80% of it were in their knees. I don't know if they're cutting it with anything. But I made the decision at one point in my life. And, that seems to rock lives. Yeah, it just seems like that one can make you take a flip side. And then you roll in circles for the years you work with forever. Yeah. People that Coke. I didn't know anybody who did Coke like kept their life together. Everybody who did Coke was like barely together, barely hanging on, always off the rails. One guy out there was like a superhero, he was kissing together. You know, was Jack Nicholson. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. Right. Well, that might not be about it. Like a dog. I heard the story. No. Oh, yeah. They give it a doctor that carry his coat. Distribute that. And only just one. I know. That's star shit right there. Exactly. The doctor with a fucking letter sent from carrying the coke around. Yeah. I'm thinking we're going to wherever we go. We have a stethoscope on it. That's like one of the great like rumors that that makes sense. You can be a sorry about it. You always kind of look like, all right, who's the bagman? Who's his guy? Where is he? You know, or the bagman for that night. They're rotated. You feel it to the end. He keep that trader rolling. Hey. Twice. I got the elevator with me one time, and we synced up really at an elevator moment. Wow. But in the elevator, you're right. It was funny just as photos. Just the photos of the lab. Doing nothing. I can't tell you what it is. I don't know where we were. Back in the survey, it looks like a backstage something. It's on my jacket, right? Yeah. We're going to play the concert. Perhaps. So, you know, right? And I said, no, I'm going to doors open and he's walking. Hearing voice. So let's see what that goes. Cool. And when it's like his jokes, like bold letter. Oh, serious. He stopped doing stand up for a long time. stand up, back to having a regular job. He never stopped writing jokes. His brain just worked that way. He was just always writing jokes. He came back. Yeah. Yes, and he just fucking stormed the gates. When he came back, I was like, where's this guy? That's amazing. Yeah. And then he went back to school. Like, HBO Comedy special. He's back as yeah, I've got some that activated the stand-up. Have any ego before I'm gonna quit. You know, I used to sit there like getting by, doing it right. Got a job, quit years. Yeah, and then the whole time he's and he's like, I gotta do this. And then he went back into comedy. Wow, talk about a fucking story. I think I'm back here. See me run my I know it making it till it was this I told us the other day, I used to work at Greenwood, Performing Arts, Mansfield, Massachusetts, security guard, and I was backstage by the house on the backstage. Backstage, failed Goodwood doors, he's completely naked in a bathroom. That's what he was wearing. And he was wearing a bathroom backstage with slippers, just walking around. I'm like, this guy's wild. So on stage, like, I'm like, shut the fuck up. Partially flippers, and we start with wild. And I go, oh, okay, let the place like that. Got it. With the green room. He said, you just sit there. Wow. I didn't care. I struggled financially for 9 years as a singing leader. So I was fired before taking a job selling aluminum siding in the mid-50s to support his wife and family. He later quit. So in the 1960s, he started reviving his career. And so somewhere close to 10 years, still working as a salesman today. And returned to the States, working at a hotel in the Catskills Mountains. Still finding middle success. He fell into debt for $20,000 by his own estimate. Couldn't get booked. Change of family came to realize what he lacked was an image, well-defined on-stage persona that the audience is relating to, one that would distinguish him from other comics. After being shunned by some premier comedy venues, he returned to Lord and began developing a character. Nothing goes right. Isn't that crazy? Wow. Wow. Oh, look at this. During Wolverine's comeback, it was I believe it was 19. He was Jack. Why distinguish himself from longtime patrons led from Wolverine? In the 1940s, Wolverine asked George McFadden to change his name. He came up with Ronnie Dangerfield. Wow, he didn't want people to remember him as Jack Roy from back in the day, like his old act. Wow. He said, I don't know where it came from. Maybe they have taken it from the Jack Benny program on NBC Radio, which first used Rodney Dangerfield as a character's name in 1941. Ricky Nelson also used the pseudonym in the 1962 episode of The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. Wow. That's crazy. Wow. That's what he popped in. That's nuts. And he didn't know what it stood for. One guy. I know a lot of people do. I didn't get a chance to meet him. I just saw him once at the lab doctor ran into us. But that was it. I never really got a chance to talk. You did have a moment. Okay. Yeah. He was just leaving the stage. He was outside and he had some go run. It was probably one. His wife was written notes and also photographed photos. Pretty cool. It's just there's a few guys like that without them you always wonder like where would comedy be? Like where would it be at the time? So many people like yeah. Like so many people just like so many people just change this. They just change the whole thing. And Dangerfield was one of the rare ones that introduced comics to people. I know that's where everybody heard about McKinnison. It's where everybody sense that wow, this is all going on at the same time that we've been in Malibu. Right. You know, having fun. Cool shit. Visit a place like that and get in the middle of it and really just such a surreal reality. And oh, compared to like a movie, it's about a film. It's a film about more than a year. It barely ended. Right? 14 months ago. When it decided 75. Right? So, yeah, they're interesting. And so, yeah, it was, you know, like recreation. There was a lake, water skiing, fishing, do those kind of things. If you didn't pick up to the set dad, which you went and saw the set dad was getting a fuck about those stories or anything because what they built and they were trying to create was mind because Cobra built out of practical materials. It wasn't like like plaster covered edge or rebar. These were like 2 ton. Started in the jungle. Then a lot of it started sinking. Built a foundation. Riverbank, right? But it just makes the talent of this operator develop. It was every day filmed completely unique. There was no you go to the set, going to the scene, completely white zone. It was wild. Yeah, and I gravitated towards this gentleman named Fred who I mentioned. He was the key makeup artist, FX guy. So he was building all the prosthetics for all the carnage you see. It's like a shop, all those things. He had. I knew it was all fake. As a 10-year-old, when you start seeing how it's made today, so Gore, I read the book, was never Gore movies, but it was never it was technical, but still it kept me really curious about how it was done and the artists behind it could create those effects. How long were you over there? 20 months. 9. It was yeah, it was at first. First, and we went back. Dad has a heart attack. We went back and stayed for like 4 months. Yeah. So, yeah, it was so important. Like, Dad, you must dream about being an actor. I'm like, yeah, I got to the set that almost killed my dad. That's not a job. It's kind of like wrap your arms around it and say, when can I start? Yeah. But it also, it just the scope of the filming was exciting. I didn't understand it as a 10, 11-year-old. I knew there was something about it that required much closer look. I had a very keen interest in things. What we build this reality, this fake reality, what the subject is based on reality, but everything else around it is fake. So, that's a very strange experience for a teen-year-old. Such a grand scale. Exactly. This is what Apocalypse Now became, right? Because it was like a culturally defining moment. Yeah, I mean, it's a movie that it kind of eclipses all other movies. It does. It really does. I don't think there's been a movie like it before or since. was a true masterpiece. It really is. There's no computers. Nothing generated. It's all had to be there on the net. What Kilgore takes to be cat, that job song, what they committed to, to bring that to the screen is just awesome. And then you see some documentary stuff, like those from the army, and then like midday, like the rebels, Francis, leading them with the chopper, and I have 18 cameras set up. The rigorous film, Mom, where are you going? See you tomorrow. What? Like that. Yeah. You want? And that must have put for you to eventually become an infantile. It's got to be just kind of surreal. How does that happen? Right. How does that happen? How does that happen 11 years later? Yeah, because I just kind of do it. Right. Yeah. So how do I go back to the same country 10 years later, same subject, right? Narrate the book, and then it's elevated to be on par with one. Yeah. How films right. Now it's right. Yeah. Yeah. That is primarily about just scope and the complication, just what difficulty factor, forever. Yeah. How many years? Was it 8 or 9 years, right? I don't know when Francis was dead. Francis died. Did it come out in August or something? How many was this? August. Oh, yeah. It's like this is like a Fox Searchlight budget, right? You know. And Lawrence Fishburne was like, what? How old was he? 14. And it came out 79. When did the project start? Very so it's not many years. It's not with Barbie. Yeah. Yeah. And then Francis just wanted to make the wrong choice. I was doing it, whatever he could. Francis just saw it differently. Had met Dad during the Godfather audition. So he was Marty. I tell people that don't really know my dad, they're all calling Marty. I run into people in the street. They're like, hey, give Marty my parents. I'm like, fuck is Marty? No, they know it better. People that pretend to know someone always like throw a wire on the end of that. They like the kite. So you're like, shit, Chucky. Yeah, I'm still Charlie. But I'm not joking. It was Joey. No. But imagine this with apocalypse. Each time there's all that you can do. Props and you figure out you all this cool shit, right? All these great stories. You can't just hold it back and you know, a lot of photos. It's like nobody can go to the theater and see, oh, yeah, like that. That day, that age, what 3 or 4 decades, but that was kind of true.
first time I really got into it was when I got a home theater and I got surround sound and I got Apocalypse redo. Apocalypse Howard. Master look at it. It's fucking sensational. Have you really had an experience? Yeah. It's so good. I'm like, this movie is wild. It's so well done. And it's just so like being there while they're putting it together and then you see it all together. I mean, that had to be a lot of it was a surprise seeing it on the screen. Because like I talk about before, not so much of the dog, he was hard to get close to the action on Apocalypse. Because the way the sense was because the way Francis and everything super claustrophobic, like just definitely compact. It's also fucking dangerous. Right. Snakes and shit. Yeah. Just it's like I wasn't there for any jobs. I could see Hopper at a distance. Cameras working there, clearly seeing that scene, at first there's the cigarettes. It's like, so to have that been there that long, it's a completely fresh cinematic experience. Did you ever get imposter syndrome when you were doing Did you ever get like how the fuck so quick between you being in the jungle while the filming Apocalypse Now, story in Platoon? Did you settle into that where we were going, fuck, I deserve this? And John Carter says in the documentary Larry Knight, when you're on it's very insightful. Yeah. It's very insightful. Yeah. He said that people might feel like you don't deserve all this. Sure. I'm doing love. Sure. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But then I had a great comment in some interview the other day. They said, what the fuck, John? You feel like leaving an army like a couple decades sooner, man. Great advice. However, yeah. Yeah, but you can't tell people that. They have to kind of figure it out too. But the thing about the two good news is that we've done enough film not like Superman. Parts of it don't. Just kind of do forwards. First Miller, sure. But yeah, so it was just sort of get comfortable for comfortable sort of actually that sounds good like actor schmacker. It's actually a thing. You're talking about controlling your breath in every other area of life, sure, right? The same is true as an actor. The show, even doing of that first, usually like I'm about to make an entrance somewhere. Just trying to figure out the person. But then at the stage going by someone speaking to the audience. And if I can get that last breath to go to the bottom, I knew the first take was awesome. When the breath stopped about like a disturbed spot, shallow breath. Yeah. Then you change it. Yeah, then that first take is which sucks because that's the first time the audience can see it. There's a cute girl in the crowd. That's the one you want her to watch. Not the second one where she's over here at the fucking jokes. Whatever. This show sucks. Yeah. The live performance thing is weird because they don't really do it anymore. I don't think there's very many shows that still do the sitcom in front of a lot of
show still does.
What is that on?
South Park. Yeah.
So he still does traditional.
Yeah. The guy I worked with, a friend of mine, on writing staff.
Used to be all over the television. Used to be tons of them.
Oh, I think shows on Netflix. It's called Rain. Man, like that's important.
Okay. So there's some of them.
Yeah. That's fun when it works. Yeah.
It's like it's a genre in today's culture.
Right. Stuff was on late at night.
Right. When you got done having dinner, you got to sit down and watch friends. Sit down and watch Seinfeld. Have bad. Yeah, my family watched Big Bang Theory. I never watched it when it was on the air.
Seriously?
It's a good fucking
Wow.
show.
Yeah, they were
fucking show. They show. I was like, bullshit. It's a good show. Right on. Solid show. Right on.
Yeah. That young man, right? It's the most dialogue anybody's ever been seen.
Yeah, he's the first autistic star of an action show or a sitcom. There you go. Yeah. Kind of celebrating his emotional disconnection.
Yeah, delivering it like a great man. Just laser precision.
Yeah. Really well done show. Very funny. That guy, Chuck Lorre's, how many hits? That guy's a ton of hits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were. Yes, all right. All right. That sucked having that out. I actually remember that. I'm not gonna go. Yeah. It's the other component to that melt of that thing. There was a moment when I was rehab, I don't know, 3 weeks or months. It wasn't like one of those extended stays. It was just like a quick little, like a spin drive. Right? And I got the call. We want to renegotiate the giant contract for season 8 and 9. You know. And I said, I don't think. But they're like, what? You don't think you're seven? You know, we had whole seven, and I don't think seven is like plenty. All the stories that we can mine. That it's what I like. It's what it is. Like a legacy. The ones I always leave out is our cut. Yeah. And I said on the phone, and Mark and I have talked about that. I talked to him on the phone for a minute. I said, Mark, if I go back there a minute, I just know it. I probably project. He said the projecting I just wanted them to know how I feel about it now. Clarity is I'm in the city. He said, if I got a bad feeling for it. Why going back to work? For else? Just that I can't run up against the thing that I'm most passionate about. I'm most passionate about.
Okay, so if you went just for the money, you would find some ways to stimulate yourself.
Exactly. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I would have to do something to enhance.
Instead of a lot of guys that got caught on shows that sucked. I know a lot of guys who got caught on shows where they were pretty, but they did not like the show. It was like a bad sitcom. And those guys all went crazy. Those guys all started doing a lot of drugs, started spending too much money, or something to distract themselves. Right? They did not like what they were doing. And they didn't feel satisfied, right? But they were getting so much money, right? They're like, what are we going to do? Get $100,000 right?
Yeah. I was making $54,000 an hour. Taxes was
I said no to season 8.
don't say yes. Right? I want to be in your field around with it. That was after I had crawled into it. But when I was over, I don't really say it's kind of bad. But it was just, I was just the one guy in that moment, that pocket of time. Give that much fucking money to, man. Right. You know? And like, buy a bunch of cars, and buy a bunch of girls over, and just say pick one. And that other show after that got paid a ton of money in advance for, right? So my Aaron, yes. I was supposed to get, it was called a 10 night. And I was like, I think the mayor for that is not going to get it down on the front side, but they're going to be, an hour and a third of the show. 30% of the show. So we're going to do 100 episodes. It's a South Park. That was the first 1090 that really put out. So we do these 10 episodes. We do 10 episode playlists. And then if the average number of those 10 episodes comes in at like, I don't know, before, like 5-1 or something, it's like a shooter, right? Then it activates the next 90. So then you're doing those 90 to have a sellable syndication package that just go off the money and do it, but syndicate do. So you've done it, and it's not a lot on the front side. You still get fuck 50, depending on that's pretty money, but it's not. You can eat it on the inside, knowing that it's an investment. Whereas the other things that can do that, so then it's an episode that you got to do them. Yes. So you want to be on 100. Yeah. So you do it short amount of time. I know. Yeah, I was not ready to go back to work. Yeah, that's the thing I talk about the book. Yeah, because I want to show those guys that they're still right. That is not mindset one way the truth. And it, again, it just put it pretty cool. And it was great. It was really good work. The show was fun. Into it, I started feeling exactly the same shit that I felt until I was going past that point of view. When enthusiasm back at an expiration manufacturer. I tried, but I didn't show it. I love the people I work with, right through the afternoon, like fuck rock. I stopped caring. But I still enough noting the lifestyle and all that other fun shit going on. And it's just way too fucking hard to really engage in this thing. I mean, I was my first people doing this fucking money. Like, the support, like, the worship of it. There's this thing I felt like I was time traveling from like 1 a.m. to like 7. Felt like 11, I don't know, 15 minutes. Whereas, midnight felt normal. Wow, we have plenty of time to do everything. And then, like, the hours I really like, settling and enjoy. It was just me. And then that's where I just went back. Sideways. Wow. So I pop a couple shots of cats and do something I said I see. And I would literally do this thing, this 15-minute tweet nap, where I would just hit the pillow and try to meditate. With the body just vibrating from crack away. Trying to meditate. Well, I'm trying to fucking time dances. It's like a choreographed thing. And so it is hard enough to do when completely focused and with all your shit in town. You start getting over here, trying to be that specific, just words, shows, timing, other people, and collaborator, knowing to try to disguise the condition of doing it. And oh my God, it's right. I'm going to head something. On two pills are the same fucking thing at the same time every day. You don't mix them, you know? Like, what are you doing? And so, yeah, and that turns into that thing. And they start getting behind. And I would just be like, oh, I'm sorry for doing that. I'll just make it. You know, they should have not taken the money. You should have shut it down. You need to go get well or go get a little better than what you're showing up as. So that year, kind of never really got a chance to be anything special, you know, because I didn't, it sucks about looking back. It's like, all the energy and the hard work was committed to it because I said yes. Right. And it's also there's much people that were looking for you. They saw what happened with 2.5 Men, right, public disaster, you leave, is his career ruined? Oh no, Marcus coming out of the show. Oh, Charlie's back. What do you mean? You know, after that last dive in the whole team, you know, the real watch. Best part of the show, like, what did you do there? Well, the narrative with you was that you were one of the rare guys who could party like that but still pull it off and have a career. I think Chris said that. She never worried about you. You would always land on your feet. Because you were very talented. You were also very in love, you know, which is one of the reasons why people increased you when you were talking about how much credit you had. You know, when you were saying all that, they weren't mad at you. They were like, he's fucking talking. You know, it was a very odd time where so many people who don't admit that they party, you know, because of their job or because of whatever, you know, they try to like keep it hot and they hit it under wraps. You were doing a live interview with this lady, and you're talking to her about smoking rocks, and she was flabbergasted. You can tell. She did not expect that kind of candor discussion of illicit drugs. Right. It's just like nobody ever done that before. She has. I mean, nobody ever increased it. Right. Everybody else is like, it was a terrible time in my life. I was not so low. I was doing. Right. Because of a place of shame. Yeah. I did because I watched something like once, and now it is. Some special pregnancy, right? It wasn't a game piece. Exposés they do, you know, speaking that over the and I remember watching myself. I was like, that fucking sense, man. That guy's a fucking. See what's wrong with him? I got all that shit. Like, no. Don't do that. It's that. Just some watching me do it there. I don't know. Crazy. And yeah, man, and you know where the material came from. Those slogans and all that stuff. That's what it was. Beach Boys, you know, the Broncos picture for the Giants. You know, beard. Oh, fun. Before that, I was watching baseball highlights. This guy. Next day on the phone. He's trying to get me. kind of inspired him, maybe just to get to the next moment. Stuff went in there. Stay in the fucking room. And I sat down, and the interview doesn't start with that. It's just a trip. I'm trying to give her the stuff she needs to like maybe. I don't even know. What's the thrust of that story? Being fired or something? There's a moment that's not on film. And Andrea can't deny this. She makes a crack of the friends that I'm living with, right? And expect me to just like let it, brush it off and answer her next question. So, hold on a second. I said, that was rude. He's like, which part? Well, how you just address that? Oh, that's an apology. She was like, okay. And I'm going to press something, right? This is a good. And so, should I say first? Okay. I felt like they were dismissed. It's just like porn kids, you know. It was a porn kid, you know. God. I'm like, into that unfairly, you know. So, then they, she, here's like, oh my God, okay, I'm sorry. I mean, anything like that, you know. But I'm over here, you know, and I'm not letting it go. I asked her to apologize. We should have been that. And then I started hearing Brian stuff. Just got away from me. And I pulled back. Okay, well, that's different. And it's good. Okay, interesting. Whatever, man. Well, let's have a quiet night and we'll see how that plays out. Wake up the world of not normal. I said good night 6 hours earlier. Sitting my friend at the door, sending me videos and stuff. Fucking the world with your shit. But there's like someone streets. There's already t-shirts. So it's not like I can jump on my roof with a phone. I said, I'm everybody okay. Let's do this. You have seen footage or something. They were joking around about it. See? Yeah, I mean, penetrate. No one had ever done anything like that before. I wasn't thinking about that. I was just Charles, convert all these elements into resolutions, all these things, and also simply replace like this, like artists, like some minutes. Nice venture. If I could just sort of turn into just kind of away from it. Have you ever thought of what life would be if you didn't do that interview? I started trying to walk into that village, right? But as soon as I look around, nothing really makes sense because it I can't believe it. What do you think? It's hard to kind of get pieces together. I wonder if you would ever would have gone so much. Interesting. Today's so you would have had to have that complete chaos tailspin free crash publicly, but to just eventually like gather your shit together. Okay. All right. I'm learning through. Obviously, that wasn't smart. Let's do it differently. Let's get it together. Let's do it. days with no head. That's what it was, man. So I know you Jeff Ross. It's Jeff Ross, yeah. He was great at the time. The master off the cuff. Wow, he showed up in the auditions. Perfect after that. Shitty fun. Yes. And then you had Russell too, right? Yes. But also a master off the cuff. Yes. Yeah. He was so. And the two chairs that showed up here. Because that's what you do in this theater. Yeah. He was terrific. Yeah, Russell. Yeah. The first night spending with him, some dude, like, what's the Canadian version of the order? I hope it's their dollar. Lemony, okay. That's $1. Okay. Is that the heavy one? Yeah, that's what threw it out. No, me. We're in the chair for 5 minutes. I came from the milk. I came from right here. And it just, it's like getting punched. Like someone with a skinny metal hand. And you just had to, I had to kind of pause it for that. They got the guy from out. Wow, come on tonight. Come on tonight. And it was just like, wow, all right. Also, pretty good shot. Yeah, that's it is. Because that's not an aerodynamic thing. It's not. No, you have to kind of factor in. Yeah. Or flipping in the air. It's kind of like a boomerang. It's big. It's a little tighter. Yeah. So anyway, so that's just moments like that. I was just a cosmic reminder. Not everybody when I saw that. Just worth it too. Yeah. You can actually do it. Okay. Rabbi. Can we just touch on a couple things? Absolutely. Should we bring this up? Because we have this just happened. Just found out the Charlie Kirk got shot. It's looking awful. As he did. What was just out there in the lobby. For having somebody else. Yeah. Different ideology. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Beliefs in different gender. I'm sorry. He's fucked. He's 27 years old, maybe 30. He didn't have respect. That's why I don't literally do that. Oh. We deserve it. So, were you saying that MSNBC is crazy to I'll pull it up. Fuck. It was a tweet or I think they were live on the air. So it's someone's hot take. Yeah, it's a crazy take. The crazy take is that, what was the take? They just sort of, that's what I want. Right. Yeah, this says what you just did. It says we don't do any details of this. We don't. It's celebration, so we have no idea. Oh, someone shot that car off in celebration and killed it. Celebration got to the air. Just, what a crazy thing. Someone assassinated someone for the. Well, what do you think that is? It's fun. Their technology. I don't say it's, I mean, no one's trying to put it on a crazy 4th of July. I can't figure out that. Wow, there's going to be a lot of people celebrating this. It's so scary. It's so interesting to celebrate or to in any way encourage this kind of behavior. It's not violent guys just talking all conversations. Wasn't particularly rude. Trying to be pretty reasonable. Everything I saw was reasonable. Very intelligent guy. Yeah. Whether you agree with him or not. There's a lot of stuff that I didn't. Sure. You're allowed to disagree with me. Celebrating the fact that you can share. Well, what you're supposed to do with a guy like that, if you're opposing him, is debate. Right. Have a conversation with your argument is more compelling than his. Sure. That's what people should be celebrating. Discourse. You know, simple argument. Bring it down. This podcast is a lot of violence. Yeah, not this kind. I'm sorry, not some moment right now. Some current that we see and are aware of daily. I mean, he's one of those young influencers, right? This time, right? He's all over social media. He's doing shows, debating people, talking to people, giving speeches, I'm sure. Yeah. No one deserves this, folks. No one that has different opinions. No one deserves that. It's horrible. But I know people are going to celebrate it. It's a fucked up time. And people are going to fall into this trap of us against them. But it's also, I want to be as greatest. I want to be as forthright. Things they believe. It's going to put people on going. And also, if you the opposite, I agree with that. There's also going to be this sort of extreme, sometimes there's a crowd, it's a whole there's a lot of noise, there's so much of it. Those moments where you're spent looking down. You're looking down the entire time. And I don't think anybody wants to shoot me up. I don't think it's kind of out in the world, right? Time just lives a couple months behind as it does. A thing like today, you're like, okay, that's right. When we were talking about assassinations earlier, whether it's Kennedy or RFK, or you think of them in the past, you think of them like, when something happens that's current, like right now, this one, Charlie Kirk, it's real. It's very surreal. It's going to take a long time before we reference this as something that happened. But whoever he got shot and killed, But right now, it just doesn't seem real. It seems so crazy. It's not registering. It's not. Is it your friend? No. I've been once. There once I got to homeless. Wow. Yeah. It's kind of one of them. People are so divided in this country. all gaslighting. And that's what they're paid to do for being propagandists. Masquerading as the news. It's so weird. Fuck. Yeah, it is. One of the two things is going to happen. Either people are real self-organizing, we have to have a conversation, being able to have conversations, right? Or it's going to be a lot worse. That's scary. It's scary to spark off some kind of real work. You know, they can have a lot of fans. And like that guy had, they find out that he got killed for something that they vehemently oppose. First place, yeah, actually could. Yeah, there's always a flashpoint moment. You know, for these times like this, you know, there's always that point moment. The Rodney King film, yeah, right? Something like this. There's also highlights like Lucky Trump. Oh yeah, like Charlie, a head turn or a couple of micro millimeters down. You know, it's just like wow. Besides that, that is. Something and it has an eclipse where he didn't turn his head. Live on CNN. I think know more about the assassination. Yeah. I was asked that. Yeah, months ago. That way. That's story. There's a lot of weird stuff like this story. There's a cell phone that was traveling because the metadata. The cell phone was traveling outside of the offices of the FBI in that area. One witness got multiple times. He was 20 years old. His apartment was essentially super off. There was no silverware. They had no social media presence. I was regularly training with like military guys. He's regularly training and shooting. One guy remembered him from a range. Like, he's a black commercial. He was 2 years before that. Right? But it's John it's just between the two quadrants that they're assigned to cover. It's just a blind spot. Excuse me, when they had officers on that rooftop, it was two slopes. Slope was too steep. It was zero. Because he climbed up it. It was fine. The fucker didn't make any sense. Not only that, the one where the snipers were perfect. Made no sense. It was fucking sticking over there, walking around, a half hour before with a truck. Yeah, range fight. Yeah, you know, you're gonna shoot something. Yeah, that's what it sucks that just these are the times where you currently have it, you know, and it's nothing. It is an absolute fantastic. It sucks to have to exist inside of that, you know. It's very strange. It's very strange. You know, when you're talking about a bunch of different bears repeating, I think a lot of it is related by bots. A lot of it is people are being done by people on accounts. Study. A lot of it going on. I think it's a giant percentage of all online discourse or people saying things about people's political views or anti-Israel things or anti-Palestine things or whatever. I just think a giant ton of that is foreign governments who are running these platforms. And
stuff that's going on right now that we don't know about right now because it hasn't been top of the to write a book about it. Sure. And we also never knew which stuff was made a test. For that specific type of program, specific type of op to be rolled out. Yeah. That worked with the charm of activate or Jesus. Correct. How do we wrap this up? I don't think we can. No. It's what it is. Listen, I was like, this is amazing. Thank you. Enjoy talking to you. I killed it just now. I always need a few minutes to get warmed up. Yeah. Settle in. No, you should go right off the bat. No, it's some great stories. Jason said he my son we talked about. He wants to go somewhere else. So I was trying to. It's amazing your brain works as good as it does, considering all the things you've done to it. Oh, that's awesome, right? You think about it? Yeah. It's that part. That part. People are, he was a laser face. This thing is still fucking attached. Yeah. So go fuck yourself. Way better than he looked in a long time. Oh, but then you look at the sobriety suits he does. It really helped. I took a page out of your book, a very specific page, and even if it's a word, I use it as a sort of like, right? This thing called higher notes. Not stars in my memory, just I use it right here. Hey man, Joe travels with his, right? That was like until if I know that there's not going to be a sauna. Okay. So I know a lot of the times when I try to find a place that has a sauna. Okay. Yeah. I was like, fuck it, let's travel with him. Like, yeah, that's not great. I'm going to travel with mine. Yeah. And on this trip, I traveled. Plugging this in, like, no fun shit, who cares? But so thank you. It's worth it though. Thank you for the idea. Yeah, those sauna blankets are great, portable. And, it's just I really genuinely been sauna. Yeah, one like this right now, that's fire. This time it was with the blanket is like I tell them it's like a big class without all the yelling. Right? What you get right to that? That's a lot of what bigger bands. Right. Right. It's also the exercises, which are great. Also the fact that you're really warm, which really helps. A lot of what there was actually a study that they were doing at Harvard. I don't know if they completed it, but they were doing it a couple of years back about the benefits of hot yoga and whether they're comparable to the medical benefits of salon, which are pretty well documented. I don't know. I think it's got to be some opinion. I've been in a lot of hot saunas and I've done a lot of hot yoga. And because of the exercise, I think you reach very similar body temperature time, and your heart rate jacks up because you're so hot. You can barely cool yourself off with some water when you have a sip right between. If you want to take a sip of water, yeah, it's real similar, and it's 90 minutes, which is yeah, get through a real good hot yoga class. At the end of it, you give a different day. Yeah. I used that every day. It was like how everyone started their day. The world would be so much more peaceful. Yeah. Much better place. And you don't have to do anything hard in the gym. You don't have to lift weights. You don't have to push the bag. All those things are great, but just do a hot yoga class for 9 minutes every day. You will live in a different world. Yep. 13. Yeah. You live in a world of kindness and sweet people and friends. Right. Because you're already right through something. Yeah. Nobody else can deliver the rest of the day. They can't deliver that kind of pain. You're just putting it on yourself. And it's a constant battle. You can use 100% effort.
Exactly. You're constantly, yes, people are so, and there's no change. So, exactly. There's no change. Right. You should know what's doing it 100%. Right. Yeah. I was going to the studio like for early. Oh, wow. Yeah, man. We were the original crew. Wow. Yeah. There's one thing that was really cool. Kareem was in there. Yeah. Stuff in the arms of the head. He can only go. Yeah. I would come in sometimes, and Kareem had already been there, and so his shoes would be next to his locker. So I would put I was still wearing my shoes inside it. Just because the bathtub is cool as fuck. It's great, right? And so, but then Quincy Jones was also right? And so, the mirror, you could see the front desk where you check behind where you could see. It was behind us, facing forward, and for about 6 months, Quincy's little speedos, giving in the middle of like the standing room, in like a triangle or something really complicated. And he stopped. And he made the class. You could see him going to the desk and bringing it down, fucking sweating. He's right here. He's trying to pull the paper. He'd come back and kind of, so what he was doing. And this went on for a while. He came to find out later. Guess what he was working on? You think about the kid. Think about how his mind was being expanded, right? He was producing relevant and getting inspired during the big yoga. Watching the mirror, that's the largest song, perhaps, right? Probably, yeah. It's gonna be up there, being built behind us. Yeah. That shows you how hyper dialed it is. Yeah. I don't know, my yoga class, run out, he's always thinking about every pose. Yeah. Or something. Just write it down. Yeah. Wow. It's also Quincy Jones has written some shit down to thrill you. It's that past. Yeah. Here's the past. All right, brother. Thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you. An honor. Thank you for being here. And some luck to you. That's great to meet you. It's a trip. Walk in. How possible? It didn't cost. I know it's been years. It's conceivable. You were in the same bed, you were in the same building, you were in the same floor, you were in something. Avoided parties. I avoided basically everything. I avoided parties. I avoided premieres. Anything where there's a red carpet. Even if I was in a movie, I went on the red carpet and go to the film. Seriously, yeah, I don't like how. I don't like all that. Look over here, look over here. It's just too fake for me. It's just whatever energy I have to that flares, and I want to come over to the door like this. Yeah, no, I don't believe they stopped. I sure we could work back and we're one. I support it. No, I forgot about it. It's just too weird. Yeah. And I think it's like it brings you as close to possibly sterilization as you can get without surgery. I think it's not for you. I think it's like radiation. Yeah. Like you can take a little bit of it, but you don't want to get an X-ray machine your whole life. No, there's always that one lady who keeps calling you back to her. Right. Far left. Yeah. You looked at her like 7 times already. It took me this
want to ever see that in myself. And so when I'd be around them, I would just go, oh, I gotta get out of here. Right. The trappings. He's there. He's like, it's just been in place for over a year. Is there another way to do it? Probably not. People like it. Photographers like it. The press likes it. It's a big thing. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of lights flashing. It seems legit. I just I can't relax when everybody's filming. Right. It's totally unnatural. It's completely unnatural. The only way that would be happening in real life is if like you were on trial. Like you were being paraded in front of a bunch of people. Yeah, there he is. Here. It's odd. It's very odd. It's almost a form of purple. A little bit of a purple and just a little bit of mental illness exhibition. Right? I just had it for the first time. Like last Thursday. The first time I ever, for the first time in like a long time, like maybe over a decade. I had Netflix. It was kind of cool. Like the first, 34 seconds. I remember that. And it was like, I know. Wow. Right, the sun just beating right up. We still start to sweat. Of course, outfit, the underwear choice, all of it. Just like everything leading up to that was completely wrong. And it's all being done. So it was really funny that when I first walked into the studio, I brought up a tweet that I had sent in 2011. I think this is when you were going crazy. Yeah. And I think this is also when my friend Wilson Peters was doing those tours with you. Right. I said, I need to get through this. I just it takes what it takes, right? It's funny because I had no guests. I think Anthony Bourdain was the only real guest that I had. Seriously. It was 2011. Not that many, but so we just doing solo shows, just like covering comics. Most of them are friends, most of them are comics. We just sit, talk shit, and like, nothing like that. No. It's slowly, I think it's like, I had too many weirdos that like love my house, and I have young kids at the time, and God was like, this is too strange for these weirdos. My house. Now, I'm just, maybe some people should know exactly where I was. Right. It's interesting, driving here, I was burying my phone just, for the right reasons. So I have no idea where we're going. So it's kind of like a version of being blind water with a sack over my head, that's probably what I was doing. For introducing this, put everybody in a blindfold and put them in the back of the head. So I was like, hey, you make the guy drive a few circles around and like some right over there. But we did it. Those things that you did with Russell Peters were so fascinating. The whole thing was so fascinating. I watched the first episode. And the whole experience of watching the guy from Platoon, the guy that everybody knows, this is like this gigantic student movie star, hot shots, all these different things. To watch just not just go off the rails with drugs, but like be super open about it. Like the first guy, super open about it. Everybody just embraced it. Instead of being like, oh, Charlie Sheen's doing drugs, that's so sad. I was like, we love them. Keep going. It was kind of crazy. All the time. Everybody was saying, winning all the time. And what was that like for you? Was that like, was it the worst kind of reinforcement? Or did it like were you surprised by it? That's a great way to describe it. The worst kind of reinforcement. And it was like, they can't celebrate.
trip. Back on it. It's, some of it just even with this snapshots that kind of turn fast. Other moments are in like tunnel, and it was energetic because it felt like I was playing, but I couldn't figure out what what the plan was. Somebody show up with like a page one rewrite. That's what we were made, It got him, and not been encouraged. Shut down a lot sooner. You become kind of captured to the image. Yes, it was something just something I saw. I was in some way, I was bullying kind of about it, So, when I was attacked, as a much this content behind me. It's like, if I put another ring, what are we doing? Here I come. Behavior. Yeah. So, just my eye is one book right now. So, like a commercial. So you use the cream. Yeah, which is hard to measure. Some just gets on people. I read this story with this guy who's on TRT cream. His child started like showing signs of premature development, and they realized that this kid's testosterone levels through the roof because it's through the dermis, right? It's through the skin. So he's getting on his arms, and then he's hugging his child, and the kid's getting juiced. Like, well, the kid's not figured out. We don't know that's I don't calculate that, but they said that probably permanently affected the kid's development. Yeah, because this kid is like experiencing puberty at 3. You get bombarded with testosterone while your dad is holding you. Yeah. That recommend like an inner thigh application. I guess to know what it is. Exactly. Animal or your horse. Testosterone and cocaine. That's like a combination of humors and a lot of range. The range, I think, it's interesting because you start to realize that it wasn't really so much about what you said it was about. I really realized it wasn't about the job. It was about all the stuff. It was about trying to just be a certain guy or be a certain guy. Home, just never having the time to be a certain guy with me. I couldn't find any place to find any refuge or solace. Just a moment to breathe, just decompress. And so forth. Yeah, and it's not the book. I don't have right to put in the book. What's in there? Right? Or something just isn't true. It's not the book. And so, but I was trying to just, I went through 2 processes during that run of 8 years, and so that's crazy. It's insane. And they for very reasons, whatever. But it wasn't time to heal the last addiction. Right. But that's all, what I'm saying? That's all I'm making the decision. It's one of the things like really comes down to more about choices, But, yeah, and toes to the tent, right? And all he asked for me was that, you should be responsible for your life, so you're to do your fucking job. Now, those were the only demands. Essentially, the stuff I told them before I took the job that I was going to do. So then I turned into that. It's really difficult to really figure out why I got that far. How I got that far. I don't know. Okay. Testosterone. I've been looking at the conversations with people here, and they'll tell you exactly what you're doing is good, right? So you want to talk to you. Hired me for a show he had a few years ago with Sebastian. Oh yeah, that's right. So I did myself a few scenes. Just back in the 70s. It's in the that's cool. Good. Grudge too. That's cool. It's complicated. Think about why did I go off the rails? It's like very reasonable. I don't think anybody but Charlie Sheen knows what it's like to be Charlie Sheen. And in my estimation, there are a scant few people that have become massive superstars at a young age. I don't know anybody. Everybody, I know people that have gained equilibrium, got their footing back, now they're on the right track. But no one is throwing a hiccup. Everyone kind of goes crazy because you're living in this completely alien world that you don't navigate. Even if you watch them closest, right? You're emotional, like, and you're like, just like, whatever, like, it's like building in the next room, right, or in the same room, right, with your friends, man, it's still an alien world that you live in. No one runs into the next and people like that understand. It's like people always like, well, it's not listen here each other because to them they're the only people that are normal. Yeah. But the only people that like I can't come to the supermarket either. I can't they're out at fucking TMZ at the airport as well. It's like it's for them. It's everyone else like, oh, they're just captivated. Like, kind of neat to be around people that understand what that life is like. But the problem is, they're all crazy stuff. It's a great support group to a degree. You rely on them for things that you haven't completed. Right. But maybe take more complicated shit just across the street. To the experts. Yeah, you can rely on them for everything. No worries. It's what what's exactly happening? I lost that thought. I realized. And then I started fucking sweating. It's all good. It happens all the time. I was sitting there. Why is that though? The brain of it trying to figure out the next thing that's going to be huge to it. By doing so, it's that the main thing, it just dismissed it. Perhaps. It's also brains are just not that good. They're pretty good at chipping pets and just dogs and stuff like that. They have a lot of issues. Just like we were talking about memories. Like all my memories of my whole life. Shot. Oh, yeah, we went there. Oh, yeah, that way. Rock solid memories. Talk about it is a story. Is it me in the moment, or is it I just want to know. It's going to be great. And then with enough sort of encouragement or immediate, that person will accept it as a pure memory. That it actually, they'll talk about it like outside of the knowledge that it's from well, yeah, it's just not a good system. It's a system designed to keep you away from scary things. Like there's, get away from the wolf. You know, wolves are bad. I remember I had a wolf bad. That's the spider that's poison. Get away from the spider. That spider poison. Like day to day, every day, bullshit. It's like, how much of the memory does it keep? It's just not that big. Certain memories that can overlay with or okay, and you start repeating the memory, and your memory becomes a repeating memory. So it's like you don't really remember anymore. You know how to say it. Okay, didn't that happen with Kaczynski? Did it? Was it uniform? Yeah, it's just interesting. Yeah, because that's why first hospitals now really ultimately run up to nothing like the actual interesting. There was a day where your memory was corrupted by information from somebody else. This episode is brought to you by Paleo Valley. It's not easy by the step. It's healthy and tasty. But that's where Paleo Valley 100% grass-fed beef sticks come in. You might be shocked to find out that most of the other leading brands you might grab at Costco use things like citric acid, lactic acid, and even black mold as preservatives, but not Paleo Valley. They use old-world methods of fermenting their sticks so that they're shelf-stable without using chemicals or questionable ingredients. Fermentation is also good for your gut. Not to mention, these guys have over 55 million beef sticks sold. So again, a lot of people are into them. And if you're not, no worries, because they offer a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to paleovalley.com and use the code Logan and 20% off, or find them on Amazon. Give them a shot, and you'll see why everybody's looking. There's also the factor that the Unabomber was such a traumatic event that this person was probably super freaked out, which is when your memories the worst. Yeah, that's why eyewitness accounts of murders and chaos can be that way. They're really bad, very unreliable. And the awful percentage about when they wind up in a dilemma. Like the neighborhood, like the final nail from the person, that guy, and it's like sometimes he's as high as 60% that they're just wrong. Yeah, and then they'll convince themselves they've already said it, so the ego gets it. And then, it's just traumatic events. You're in a high state of anxiety, you're not thinking like freaked out. Like when they have events like let's say like if you were anywhere near that and you saw like people jump off the buildings and fall to their deaths, or like your memories of that are probably really clear because it was fucking crazy. But your memories of people you might have saw that were running away, or maybe you saw a guy in a van in the city, or maybe this or maybe that. It's like maybe 2 days go by and you're probably able to sleep well, you're all freaked out, and your memory's probably a mess. It's what it does. Now, eyewitness accounts, you don't know what the fuck happened. When you see someone die, you see someone jump off a building, there's some stuff that is just, this is one of the scariest things about transhumanism, is that it's really appealing in the idea that it gives you a little hard drive in your brain. And now from now on, every time you want a memory, you can go just like, look on your phone, like your iPhone on this day, 2017, like, you're going to go do that in your brain. And the way that we're going to buy into it is because the memory sucks. Because it's just something that's telling you, do you have your phone number when you're a kid? I remember it's in mine. That's what it's, 721 Yorkview Avenue. What happened? It goes away. It's your memory sucks. I still have that land on.
Oh, still in the lab.
Dinner they have really in the background. Yeah. This is part of it. They're looking at a landline with an answer machine 2025. That is probably the way to do it. I used to love the answer machine. You cut all the lightning flashes. Like someone likes me. Oh, yeah. It was cool. It's like you had a dog come away. Like, oh, newspaper. Yeah, it's the lowest point. Like, never blinking. Yeah, there was a wild time where you could get the links. There's other things like you got famous before the internet, which is a different world. It's a different world because there's not that many of you. There's way less famous people. There's way more famous people now. You got famous, like super duper famous at 21 years old with no internet. Trip out. How did anybody expect you coming up normal? And right. Trying to even explain to someone that wasn't around during all that. You can't really explain what it feels like because they look at it as things that would exist. And there wasn't any of this. Right. You know, it was about having to really be engaged in everything that we're doing. You know, you had to show up to you know, to get a mic. You had to enter the building. You had to with the behind the scenes tell years later on the DVD feature or the VHS feature, I saw some of that stuff. It wasn't all access 24/7. For some people, they can't leave it alone. They have to live stream live streaming from their trailer, live streaming in their car on the way home. Like, yeah, what is it? That's one thing that's weird. But it's it. I mean, because they're genuinely people that are tuning in with they're looking forward to that live stream car ride home, or because the person who orders it comes. I think it's those things, and it's also the thing that you said that you can never get. They're scared of. You can never get alone time. Just time to decompress and think. Just be by yourself. No phone, no TV. Just fucking sit on the couch. It's just like catch your breath. Right? That's what they're scared of. I like to just kind of slinky, which is something like a tired day. Alone on the couch. Watch this. Nice. It's nice to just shut off, right? It really is. It's homework, no play. Not good. Not good. And that work too. Because it makes you just kind of gets dreary, you know. That's it. Just as important. You know, like awesome. Yeah. I'm going to say earlier, thanks. Okay. Remember, just, you know, just drop another token in the slot. It doesn't. Let's find out. Well, no, then I actually forgot it. I'm fucking nuts. So, when you first got on Platoon, did you have any idea what the fuck was going to happen? For people today to understand how big that was, because it was one of the very first realistic war movies, and I think very importantly, it was done by Oliver Stone, who was actually a veteran of the Vietnam War. Yeah, I'm not going to forget it. Pardon, sorry, but it was a different kind of war movie. You know, it wasn't all lines of death. You know, and that was a very different kind of war movie as well. The script, like it was going to be the script. Like sort of as you say, oh wow, yeah, this is what people are really wow, I don't work on this thing. Very very specific. Kind of never really where you were. It's really now the script was so weak. It was like barely yeah. Um, so like I realized sort of what you're doing actually begin trying to read a scene and get a sense of what your responsibilities are, how we're going to do it, or at least how I see it on the screen. I couldn't do that with because all the scenes kind of felt very similar. You know, I don't know what it's a great one. But we started to feel it as we got into it. And Oliver's brilliant where he decided to lean continuity. Like, we didn't want to go all the way to the final finish. And that gave us a chance that when something was finished, we were done with it. And we didn't know how you were going to react or how you would react to something you have to run. And when people didn't like your movie, because you know, the next thing they were just going because you want to just gone past the sadness. I'm not saying I would know when I felt the real thing, but we bought it. You know, pretty. We had in the country. There's somebody or something going. I love this. It's not over on Facebook. That's about one story. Like what kind of so many conflicts. Yeah, we talked a little bit about his experience in Vietnam, but I don't think we really talked about. Did we talk about the making of Platoon? Boy, that's so heavy. JFK assassination. I hardly covered it. Especially the last time we was on. Last time we was on was on Showtime. JFK documented. Was it Showtime? Right? Was it? I think it was, yeah. Where that was a multi-part. Yeah, he put together a shot. His recall is insane. It's insane. Your conversation with him, he's pulling up dates. He's got no book. I mean, how old is all of this book now? Almost 70 years old. Rock solid memory. I mean, rock solid. Wow. The dude is just pulling up dates and names and what goes to this. Wow. Harry Edwards is just like the entire war. It's like citing different passages that it's bananas. Yeah, wow. And he landed on it like what he did. 3.2 or his left too. But there's a lot of people that wanted him dead, and for sure there was a lot of fuckery with the war commission. For sure, right? There's a lot of nonsense with the autopsies. There's a lot of nonsense with the single bullet going through both him and Connolly, and leaving more bone fragments in Connolly's wrist than that matching bullet. It's like bullshit. It's filled with bullshit, and no one really knew how much bullshit it was until they had that video that they played of this murder film on Robin Bear show. Yeah, Gregory came on and was a comedian, which is pretty wild. Came on and had the footage of the Kennedy assassination. Everybody sees his head go back into the lead. Right. What happened there? You could apply just simple common physics to it. Yeah. You know, especially when you never fired a weapon. Also, clearly looks like he got shot in the chest too. Like when he grabs his neck, right? Clearly, right there. There's always that thought about
autopsies. What is the autopsy of Dallas? It's an issue. It's the autopsy of the test of relevance. It's straight on it. Interesting. Yeah. Two autopsies. Right. Yeah. And it looks like by the time we got to the test, they kind of clipped him back together again. Or at least the pieces back to the photo of it. It's like more what's missing from what they were talking about. Right. Bethesda. It's like it's great. Yes. Yeah. There's a great book called Best Evidence by David Lind. And he was an accountant. And they did some sort of assignment involving a commission report. And as soon as he decided to read the entire thing. And so in the reading of the entire thing, he finds so many contradictions, so many things that don't make any sense, that he starts becoming obsessed. And then he finds out how many people who are witnesses to the assassination wind up dying mysteriously. All the charts. Yeah, all the charts. 95% of all those people that were hanging around like a giant ton of them. Right? Car accidents, weird fucking train tower. Bowers, right? Was Bowers. He was the guy that saw bad humanity swimming behind the goal. Rightfully so. The guy with the shit, he died. And he had a heart attack on the train track. Of course, also got hit by wrong. Of course. Yeah, but what was the new state? Curve explodes like that. So yeah, that's the reason why they out there as a team. I don't remember how he died. Probably. I don't know how he was hit with a rich. Right. And the overflight. That's a bullet. What about said only one guy did it? It's only 3 shots. I think it was Rothschild. Yeah. The weight is over 2 pounds per pound. One epic showdown. Canelo versus Crawford going toe-to-toe at last. And drafting the sportsbook is in your corner from the opening bell to the final blow. From the opening bell to the judge's final call, DraftKings has you covered. Odds on knockouts, total rounds, method victory, and more. Never bet on a fight before? Open the app, look for something simple like who will win, and pick your pick. And it's not just fight night. Football is on tap this Sunday too. One app, all the action. New customers, this one's for you. Bet $5 to win $200 in bonus bets instantly when you sign up today. DraftKings Sportsbook is the home for fight fans and football Sundays. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code RUGAN. That's code RUGAN to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or you call 877-8-OPEN-WIDE or text OPEN-WIDE 467-369. Help is available for problem gambling. 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Bud Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Please may apply in Illinois, Ontario, unless specified 7 days. After issuance, for additional terms or responsible gaming resources, dkng.co/audio. They just bullshitted people. But back then, you can get away with that. Right? It was pretty easy. Just bullshit. And you see additional cameras, like Bush doing, right? And all that stuff just comes. Yep. There's a Zapruder film for a long time, but in time like that, and then somehow or another, Dick Gregory was it ever released with missing frames? There that jumped. The sign, and it jumps. It didn't take out the fatal hit. Something they tried to sell back. Perhaps, probably did at one point in time. But now, obviously, it's the whole thing. And this also been AI enhanced. AI enhanced one. It's very much it's great. I mean, I think we shot multiple angles. Certain things. That's what I think we should have both from the back and from the front. And I think, to be honest, if he wasn't involved, he certainly wasn't innocent. He was probably the guy they were going to frame it on, but I think he was in on the whole thing. And he told the cop, as well.
The Tibbet? No,
Yeah,
it's
Tibbet.
Have you ever read that thing about Tibbet's thing back at the precinct was dark? Then they showed us on my side how much they looked like each other. Really, we were seeing he was the body, the transfer fluid, the empty coffin, all that stuff about her pads. I mean, it's so many just warrants to travel down. There's so many angles to explore.
There's so many rabbit holes to go down.
We were so we were seeing documentaries, and I would have been literally 13 or 14. So we've been involved in this for a lot longer than we would have been. Wow. Yeah. We had access to this stuff. So it was just us that no one was brought to justice, and we know for sure more people were involved than Jack Ruby and the Harvey Oswald. There was more people involved. No one was brought to justice and got away with it. The only thing that they get away with is like killing the president. But they did in broad daylight. Yeah, blaming it on a government. Alone that. Yeah. He already had a full description. Rap sheet run down in a minute. I printed articles about
The Jack Ruby thing, where Jack Ruby goes completely insane in jail after he's visited Charlie West, who is the head of MK Ultra, who's routinely dosing people with acid.
Yeah.
Charlie West Jack Ruby's brain in jail. Just left him insane. He's back from what's the movie? Chaos. From Chaos. Yeah. Actually, Chaos before he got all the attention. Really? Yeah. Really. Yeah, this was but I'm curious if you felt about the documentary you did about it. I didn't watch it. Okay. I thought it was going to be too quick. 90 minutes. I didn't think it was like enough time. It's only 90 minutes. Right? I thought it was the first episode. So I watched it sort of like data gathering. The first episode. Just to get what the director's doing. Stuff they're laying out. Yeah. So then when we did see the second episode with the pilot, right? That was the best. And I thought it was a complete radically understood the book. Yeah, I think we can try to get that needs to be like a 2-hour a piece series. Yeah. Yeah, because it's so nuts. The story is so nuts. Just the brutal actual facts are so nuts. That very likely Charles Manson was a CIA asset and groomed him when he was in prison and taught him mind control techniques when people were high on acid, taught him how to be sober but pretending on acid, and how to interact with these people that are on acid and shape their mind and even get them to commit murder. All of which is fact. Yeah, no, I would say it's insane, but so much of it is, I don't know, but it has enough supporting evidence to convict the case. And I love that the guy starts out just like just kind of a normal celebrity assignment from the Cleveland magazine. Right? Yeah, that magazine. Cover twice. My story didn't wind up like that. It was a story for a magazine, and it was just about the anniversary of the murder. That's it. Some people go, wow. It's like that. Right? Yeah. And he gets obsessed. He starts realizing, well, this guy was full of shit. That guy was right. And, oh my God, look at this. And hold on. Who's Charlie West? I'm like, what's MK Ultra? This is real freedom of information I get to the kids. Oh my God. Operation Midnight Climax. The government was running whorehouses. They were running whorehouses and using two-way mirrors and St. John's and filming them. And it's actually advancing. Like, what the fuck is going on? And then you realize that it was all a psyop to try to demonize the peace movement and stop the war movement. And that what they really wanted to do was stop the anti-war movement and do something to curb the cultural change that was happening. And so their strategy was to turn hippies into murderers.
It's a long way to go, but it had the effect. Like, what kind of cultural change would have taken place? Because if you think about what happened between 1950 and 1960, it's like the world becomes a different place in 10 years. Between 1960 and 1970, it's like, what? This is crazy. The music is crazy. The culture is crazy. The movies are nuts. Everything is wild. It's very psychedelic. And Nixon comes along in 1970, passes the sweeping Schedule 1 Act, makes all mushrooms and LSD, makes everything illegal, all to stop the Civil Rights movement and the anti-war movement at the same time when they're doing this bad system. So it was a concerted effort across the board to stop the anti-war movement and to stop the Civil Rights movement. They were like, we're losing control and power. And so, I mean, it was an evil thing to do, but you kind of got to give them credit because it's pretty brilliant. Like, they actually pulled it off. You think of serial killer, you think of Manson. You think of the family. Oh my God, these hippies are murderers. A bunch of murderous freaks on drugs. Cut the hands, babies out of their stomachs, and writing paint on the wall. This is nuts. Yeah. Other people said, and the whole goddamn government and here, they stopped. It was probably one of the most beautiful cultural shifts in this country's history. It was organically still in that home. We would have lost that. Yeah, we probably would have rethought government. We probably would have rethought the type of people that we want as leaders. We would have rethought our involvement in foreign wars. No support for it. We would have rethought what psychedelic drugs can do for you versus the bad aspects of them. We would have rethought it. Music would have been a lot better. Music took a big dip. Yeah, music took a big dip. They got rid of the drugs that were good and they brought in the drugs. But people point to that the 60s very much on. Yeah, it was effective. I mean, that completely demonized any peace, love, and also will never read the book. No, never read the book. And then when things get proven, they never apologize. Never apologize for your baseless conspiracy theories. I don't think that's conspiracies are fucking real, okay? This conspiracy theory pejorative that they really started foisting on the American public during Kennedy's assassination was for that very reason. They wanted to make it ridiculous. That would be that's what the term was from. That's when the term became popularized. Apparently the term existed before that. We researched this, right? And we Googled the original term of conspiracy theorists. It's would have been earlier, but it was never like the thing in the public zeitgeist. It became a thing during the Kennedy assassination because a lot of people were pushing it because it looked weird. You know, everything they did, even the people that hadn't seen the Zapruder film, everything just seemed off. It seemed off. And there was some rumblings amongst people that were there. The big one was the shots from the grassy knoll. Many people talked about gunshots. And at one photo, there's like 15 people, 19, just see smoke, where the bushes are, and it's not a good photo, but it's kind of you know, it's just too, it was too uniform. You know, people were, they all like heard shots from back there. There is a thing that does happen, especially if you look at Dealey Plaza. Have you ever driven through? I haven't. Yeah, you're right. I've driven walking. It's weird. It's weird. Yeah. So it's it's real. And when they set into that tight turn, into that vertical, I mean, completely planned. There's something I read that you can read. Yes, you ever had him on? No, I didn't. He fascinated himself. He wrote Sci-Fi, which is in the world of reviewing. Oh, yeah. He was deep into everything. I go back and forth on the remote. I do too. There's something in one of his books. I've never been about those things. That was from that Mexico for victory. Right after the failed hedge went out for every house to review. I've never heard that. I read that. Disclaimer. Not going to count up. This is not my original data. But yeah, when I read that, that was pretty. That's crazy. And I don't know that you would have just added that for color. That's not something to throw out there. That's a weird thing to have. Victory. Well, a lot of people Kennedy doing that. It's hard for us to reconcile and out today because we think of them as like one of the greatest presidents. Of course, we always look at the shot. But he was alive. This was like half the country fucking hated him. And then there was we had 50 after. We lost a lot of people because Kennedy didn't give him their support. He wasn't told about the invasion until the Glenn's moment. Right? His support was crucial for the success. He denied their support. A bunch of people died. Then we were going to die. Right? And so those died on the radical. My friend Evan has a theory. My friend Evan, Black Rebel Coffee, who was a preacher himself, like that. He's the best. Yeah. But he said, like those guys, those are hard-nosed killers. If they think that they lost their brothers because this fucking piece of shit didn't give them their support they deserved, it was Kennedy's idea, and you tell them that you want to get that guy killed, like, those guys would do it. Like, the type of guys you would have to do something like that, and they would probably tell you this be able to do it. Right. Tight little turn. Says, by the way, because conspiracies get everybody gets behind you in this one way or another. I believe there's really anybody says that Lee Harvey couldn't make that shot is never shot right. You're full of shit. The rifle's on. It was not that far. I'm not saying you can do it 100 times out of 100, right? But the possibility of him having that rifle ready, he's got a scoop, he's got a rest. The car comes into view. You roll the sun onto his back. You squeeze off round. Squeeze off round. You get a headshot in there. That's 100% possible. I just don't buy it. Right. I don't think he acted alone. He might have done it. He might have shot at him. He might have even hit him once. There was other people. He was the patsy. I think what he said, I'm just a patsy. Right. He said it was not like the guy who hurt somebody. The way he said it was like, I can't believe he set me up. Exactly. Like, exactly. So I think he was hit on a bunch of here. I just don't think he pulled the trigger. Right. Or if he did pull the trigger, it was one of the men people that pulled the trigger. That's what I think. But there's a lot of other people saying, oh, he couldn't have made those shots. The rifle scope was off. That's, you know what you're talking about. Because I can get your rifle scope to be off in 5 seconds. Okay, your rifle scope's perfect, it's zeroed in, bang, I jump on the ground, try it again. It'll be off by 6 inches, it's already off. You gotta play with it. It's fragile. They're micro adjustments. Power wrenches, hexes, shit. Right. Don't work up too much. You get it dialed in perfect. How many times? 30% of the right. Wow. 1963. Right. You can knock that off. There's a thing about the tree, though. What about the tree? That you threw a tree. Because what you've done, a lot of the reenactments supporting people as they did out the tree that Kennedy's behind. They cut it out. But he had a clear field before he stepped away from Valentine. Sure. That's what he was good in practice. I'm assuming shoot the president, you probably get used to firing around. Targets are going to just hold your accuracy on the go. You're in practice. So you get practice. Quicker than it when you round. Sure. Could have done it. I don't know why. Just another evidence pointing that direction, including all the evidence they try to fabricate, like the natural bullet was done. Anybody who's ever shot anyone with a bullet who looks at that and believes that went through 2 people and broke bones. Yeah. That looks like it's shot outside to a swimming. Yeah. That looks like it never hit anything else. And I the side of it. Right in the eyes. Believe it. This is what we have to just. I can show them what let's go. Let's go take a bone from a cow. Let's set up a bone from a cow and we'll shoot it at 100 yards. Yeah. Just one. Let's take a look at that boy. Right, yeah. It's not going to look anything like that. It's all fucked up. And this fragments, fragments from the bullet on his wrist that are more fragments that are missing from the actual bullet contributing to the wound. They did it. That's what's up. But you don't talk about it until the council. You know what? No. Rifle Oswald palm print on the shot. They went to this court. Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't there. Surprise. Yeah. Yeah. And also, like, says so too, fingerprint was you can say that. I can see you. It says Oswald is a lawyer. No one's representing him. He's dead. Yeah. My client is innocent. He's fucking dead. Okay? Everybody just mourned that the president was dead. And then, you know, Lyndon Johnson full steam ahead with Vietnam War. It's nuts. Yeah. Like, things got very different. Yeah. They got very different. He was trying to become the president. Well, that. I don't know. They wanted to kill the CIA. He wanted to do a lot of things. Like, not today, sir. And this is the real argument is like we have really had a president since Kennedy. And I think after that is that the president's more of a speaker. The jumping machine to run exactly as it always has. pressure on people, and you definitely can hurt their chances of getting reelected. If you find out that they're very disappointed in you, or they're not supporting this, or not telling us about that, or lying about this, or you were involved in that. Yeah, but other than that, like, there's not much to do. Yeah, that's why I don't really like it. I know, it's just wasted energy. Use a lot of time. But it's also like a show. You know? It was a show. Hey, you should hear the some UFC fighters. Like, let's get them up. Yeah, just go forward. That's how my dad described it. Like the Red Club. Right. Whatever. Watch that person on TV live in my apartment. This girl was there. She was a really sweet girl. And she couldn't believe that he was innocent. And she didn't understand it. She was so confused. She was like, no, how? She kept like putting her hand up. No. Yeah. I was Mexican. Sci-fi. I love that movie. Oh, don't say that was a Blu-ray movie. I love that movie. Dave Foley is his radio. They were in his radio together. He loved it. This is so underrated. So I'm like, okay, cool. I checked it out. It was great. What's the first film that actually mashup of puppets and CGI? At that point, it was one or the other. The other, nobody really arrived yet. Yeah. So that was kind of cool. But no, it's just so cool because you don't get to be at the hotel because everybody knew the night before that the party was coming. Right? You should have seen there was some crowdmen. And the only was pretty fun, right? And the only was so fucking bad. Like half a bar. He's got his ear, and his buddy's got his phone in LA up to the TV. And they're about to read the verdict. So we have to get around the front, man. And we're watching him. He's kind of leaning to keep connected. And then we can see when he hears it. Smokes a little bit, right? Takes the phone from his ear and slams it into the mud. He's that motherfucker. I don't want you to hurt him. Wow. It was gnarly. See, that's all I learned about the outside burning. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Wow. David Anderson was there with me. He was in the book. He's a awesome makeup artist, you know. So, you ever run across Dave Anderson? That's what the OJ verdict. That's a great, just scene. Imagine the kind of reaction like that. He was really connected to it. So it was hard to go. And that was like, you remember Tony Kane that might have happened? You know, sort of, it was in the afternoon. I don't remember. He still had a pretty sizable day to shoot. Really hard. Focus. You know, like what we're doing still matter. But it was a giant distance. At that point, you know, something, I feel like something had been taken from us. You know? Yeah. Yes. Did you see the last or the most recent OJ documentary? No. It's murder, Reagan, and Congress. Murder behemoth. Way off of it. Now, this was the latest documentary. I guess we have to go. It's broken down in the crime scene by
seems like it was one time after they killed the bird, or they're not killed the bird, but so he turned it into like a wrap. Just for monetary. One split, it's so bad. God, is it awful? He was trying to. Everybody just run away screaming. He's the murderer. Oh my god. That was one of the scenes? Jesus Christ. This is a god. You had a bunch of yeah, but now thing going from that part to try going back and work. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Filming radio was in the middle of that North Hollywood show. Remember that? And we're watching it live on TV. Once you're ready to sit down, we're like, we're pushing things on there. There's a fucking war going on in the middle of North Hollywood. Wow. Yeah, that was kind of a lot of cocaine and steroids too. From the brother, from the guys, and they're from the steroids. Yeah, but I think they were probably something from that, something like that. Perfect story. These guys from a bank. Yeah, like no way it could have. The, so they get to shoot out with the guns. Kill cops. Yes. And then a bunch of cops were going to harm them. Oh yeah, the cops had their 9mm pistol. These guys have fucking machine guns, helmet vests. Yeah. Killer. Yeah. Yeah. This time I know that one. That's what it's. Yeah, one thing that's that shot and shot himself. Actually, it's possible. Why would they? What is that? What is that? They already he shot himself. He used himself and they pulled the trigger, but he did. God. That's what I was just, if that's the case. But it sounds like he has to get right off the hook. Because at that point, that dude. Yeah, I mean, one of the guys had already been shot. He was shot in the leg. Didn't get the medical help. They just bleed out. You know, I think that was the case. He got shot in the small heart rate. The first guy, he died with he died with shot to the head. A lot of bullets. What is that way? Your car yeah, you must have a heavy truck. Yeah. Wow. Imagine being in that neighborhood. Thousand rounds flying in both directions. I went to it. Right. When it started, yeah. Whatever you got. It's just your rifle, whatever you got. How much ammo you got? I mean, how long is that going for? Wow. Wasn't ready for that. To evacuate. Yeah, that was it.
ultra too, and then listen to the problem. Tribute to like down the rabbit hole. Yeah, when they do that, they kind of they the credibility of the ones that can't really, it's for no doubt after all extensive research. There's, but I think that's also part of the thing. Reason why some really silly conspiracy theories get pushed. They get pushed by bots. They get pushed by paid accounts. Water down there. Yeah, it's like the more stupid. No one attacks them, but there's a stupid conspiracy to one that's legitimate. Right. But yeah, that's a legitimate one. It's like, it's just from wrong. A lot of stuff kind of had the feedback just, I didn't dig that, and you talked about one thing see that was like a constant thing. There was always, and not being mentioned for it, it was followed up with yeah, a stew of good. Yeah. That's a very convenient way to bury truth. The Killer documentary on Israel was great. It was because it's really good. It's a multi-part thing on all the people that were involved, Chan and creation of Israel. I didn't think the original guy was, and another guy took over for a while. Okay, town, and it seems like they were just kind of fucking around at first. But it's not definitive. Like, he's got some really good evidence that points in that direction, but it's just hard to know. And, everyone always thought that it was somebody inside the White House, there was some single person inside the White House. It doesn't seem like this documentary, at least the guy in this documentary depends on one guy in particular that's a technical nerd and seems to have all the attributes of someone who could pull off a QAnon type deal. Yeah, super smart, here, shit poster, running a fortune, and like that's the whole thing over there. Is like get people to do stuff that's stupid, right? Like they do women to freely. They start pushing this idea that it's the patriarchy. You wear a tampon, and you should just your menstrual cycle should just flow you in. Who cares? It's like just a sign of your strong femininity. It's just them being crazy, and then a bunch of women just adopted it. Nothing. Like this is really susceptible. You can get to not everybody, but it's just like the haters for not everybody. Like you open up a free clinic and then you end up almost children that come in through your doors. So they need your legit services. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. You gotta sort it out. Right. It's just that's our daddies, our government daddies, the people that we're supposed to be looking to help us lead a prosperous life and secure our standing in the world and make sure we're growing financially and these motherfuckers that don't do that. I'm in power. Yeah. In any form. Well, they bring it back to stardom. Like that's a weird power. Especially when you're 21 years old. Yeah, it's weird. Weird about freedom. Weird about like you to be kind of wild. Sure. Yeah. Again, that movie talks about you watching them and others. So you it's a lot more touched. And then They want you. They want you to be around. They want you to get, but as soon as you're out of here, it's there's also unfortunately a romantic notion of a guy getting up and down. Interesting, right? How many cop shows start with a guy down the house, putting him in the window for breakfast, and really, like, at his lowest low points, drinking, and then maybe his daughter cries and throws the bottles into the trash can, and it's like, oh my god, wow, he's back. There's a romantic thing of getting your shit together, sure. Yeah, Charles bad. Yeah, it's nice road free. Yeah. And they're expecting the guy to come in with passion and a real-life experience. Yeah. Drug addict. Exactly. Robert Downey Jr. now. Right. Yeah. People love that. They love that. But the same thing is happening to them. When he's bad with it, breaking, I think he was using volume, when he was still in jail. He just started to stop. Let him sit in those consequences. Not out of judgment or out of blame, just out of love, to help him get his shit together. Keep letting them fuck up over and over again. They'll continue to fuck up. Yeah. But if there's always a carrot that they can walk out, to chase, and a soft landing. That's what was really interesting about this decade-long timeout that I got put in there, which, it's a weird thing to put in this sort of time. And, it was felt like it was longer than it should have been, I don't remember any charge. But at the same time, there's not a chance I could have get nothing to progress. My history is done. Like I couldn't have find her unless I had the kind of perspective, distance from all of that. I was able to get to find, you've been sober for how long? 7 years? Coming up on 8 years now in December. That probably helped the work to get away from everything for you to achieve that. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I was still doing things to kind of stay in the mix a little bit. And, I do signings, I do speaking, stuff like that. But also, it's huge. I quit drinking. All my kids started showing up here. Seeing all of them living there. They'd cycle back with their knees and then pop and back and heal up. And then would come back and I'd come get some pieces in up here. And all would show back up. So my house was kind of like, this is like a clubhouse, And I write in the book that my vacancy, fourth floor goes to all this interesting, So it was, being belong to a much of stuff. They were just like, with their basic needs, help with things. So it was really cool. And that's the only stuff that mattered to people that mattered to folks. So, but you're right. That could happen if I was rambling on having to just, everything. Right. I think it's not the time to create. So not like this is a compact, it's a recent. And I think it's rely on anything that I've done before.
Documentary is very entertaining. It's very entertaining. It's really well done. The way it's put together. It's just so the stories are really fucking. It's the whole thing was just so nuts. But like I said, everybody loves the story. Someone getting shit together, and that's a great accomplishment. I mean, it's over 3 years. It really is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. How do you do it?
That I tried it for a long time. For a combined 21 years. I just decided that I have to give this a go on my own.
So you just do it completely on your own. You don't have any person you call, any. You don't have a sponsor. They do. That does help.
I'm not recommending that this is
Right. But it's just saying this is how you do it. I had a very good friend who quit one day. Crashed his car with the cops, but got arrested. And then he's like, what am I doing with my life? I'm done. He quit. That day, not there.
it happens.
Yeah.
But I think that I haven't gained enough experience by telling people around the world. And that's not to say that you don't remember one night. It's just stuff with me that I still thought still is valuable. But there's a line in the book. It's hard to ask for help when somebody else raise your hand for you. Prevention. Someone can do it.
Yeah, that's the part of the documentary too. When the first intervention brought it to the room, everybody said, like, well, it was a party.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little suspicious because it's not why is Dad having a 9 birthday party? Right. We're going to beach now. That's usually the time you're like, right. That's usually the first time. Right. Yeah, no, that was wild. That is something that I can still see hasn't happened up my parents put it remote. My brain is still trying to turn into a birthday party. Right now, insisted that that's what we're there for. Now that's funny. Yeah, that's what it's trying to do. Like, if you're taking a sip of something that was in the wrong bottle, your brain saw the label, so it takes your body. Yeah, to catch up to that. Those don't match. Those don't match.
Yeah.
I have a story about that. Tell them. But, yeah, so that one didn't work. It didn't work that way. You could do it on your own. It worked for a year. Then, as you said, the talk, I mean, Kate's house, on the anniversary, yeah, I put it here in his fridge. I'm like, well, that's there for a reason. Celebrate. It's not an accident. And just twice.
Wow.
Finally. Now we're off to the races. Yeah. Wow. How did you get so good this time? I do know drugs. Got the dope. When I say dope, it's coke. I got off that. Jeez. Right over 10 years. It's more than 10%. So she was out of Texas. Found most of it. Tried to drink it. Yeah, because there's never been time you can't. And when I made the decision, okay, I'm just going to drink. I treated it like I did last. We need to do it. It's very exciting. And it's very social.
Yeah.
Normal. Yeah, it's normal.
Yeah, you want to smoke a joint, so first of all, you won't have a drink. So completely everyone knows that. Yeah.
But still, you know, the way the body started to react, and the way I was starting to feel, it just, I couldn't feel how it used to be, powerful doses. That's so like, people just drink twice as much now. That was a big deal. They have relied on it. Now it's like, yeah. No, how much of a tolerance on a relationship is different. Oh. Yeah, and so to this day, it's wrong. And I you know, I was up doing spiking my coffee. That's like the best time to drink. None of us day. That's what I felt. That's what I still feel in the morning, you know. So I'm on like my third cup of coffee or whatever. Notice me, what time are we leaving? To go where? Yeah, you know, like this Sunday. Never, ever cut up to the wheel. Never had a game like that. That's all. That's pretty good. That's very good. When I was 17, very smart. Never really happened. I was living in but these days to get busted drinking and driving with the available transportation, it's literally 15 choices like in your hand. There's no excuse. So I call it 20s. You gotta help this thing. It's like, right to it. We got it. There was a movement in the car, I described it. Well, you know, I can see my two mirrors, monitor inside you. She just kind of acting. I'm not saying exactly what she was thinking, but I'm pretty sure she was. Just this thing about how, you know, why she had to go with that. Why driving? Right. You know, why is there what? Yeah, it's not the point. You know, and so got back from that. And it was something I couldn't shake. It was on the stage. Just the images of her, this 13-year-old kid. And her dad hurt like a each face. Just like a to her. That was confident. You know, and I was like, what? And I just sat inside. I sat inside of it for a while, and it didn't feel good. And I thought, okay, what can I do to not stop feeling like this? And it's pretty simple, you know. Yeah. And it was like turn around. Just make a decision, stick to it. And I took it to value. The next day, just woke up and said, done. Didn't care. I made a decision. I wasn't going to care how I felt physically. Just going to just rid of it. Yeah. That's a great deal. Not 3 days. The story I read don't give you a lot. It's just like that was good. And so, and then just coincidentally, my oldest daughter, her son's birthday when I quit. not as scared to go off the rails. Right. And so then I got a call. This is the post. We had to check from several years at this point. I get a call that there's a new medicine, right? This is not a month after the stamp thing, right? And they're like, we want you to, it's much smaller content, much toxicity, and no very few side effects. I think you're going to do great on it. He said, but you can't drink it. The other one, you can drink the fucking face of it. Like, you can put a pirate on the other one, which they shouldn't do that you can. So I said, okay, great. Try that one. And it was working great. But it's okay, and just stay off the cruise. It's going to keep working like it is, So then this other thing showed up in addition to that. She has concert with it. So now I had a couple things going on. Let's keep this thing. This evil stowaway. So I like, let's keep that thing, in Betty. And let's, rebuild every relationship that matters in your life while you're still here. Did you have a revelation after a while, after you were sober for a while, where when you stop and think, like, why was I getting so fucked up? What was I trying to avoid? Or was I trying to enhance? Or what bothered me so much that I couldn't be sober? Yeah. I think trying to just feel more excited. A sense of, besides that, before it enhanced. I really do. I think that's a good thing to tell people too, because everybody wants to hear the drugs, like, it's a great joke about nobody ever hears great drug stories, but you'll hear the bad ones. It's true, but the reason why people do it is because it's fun. Like, it can ruin your life, but it's also really fun. That's why people do it. Sure, it's a for people to think you're lying to them. For them to hear you sober and happy, they go, okay, that's possible. Because this guy's getting what I was. Like there's a scene in the documentary where you're talking about the first time you smoke crack. This girl's giving you a blowjob while you're smoking crack. It was like the greatest feeling of all time. Yeah. I think that's important to say. That hasn't been true. I don't care. Have you ever heard me talk about that? He was on that channel show, and he gives this ode to crack. And that made me want to be those crack. Yeah, it's hard to find a very smart guy. I don't think people think of him that way because of the laptop thing. He's very intelligent and very articulate. So when he's explaining like the effects of crack and how different it is, how incredible it is, the euphoria of it, and it's like just literally saying like getting the itch while sitting here sober, just working on his sobriety, trying to keep it together. After all, it's publicly shamed, right? Out of control, and talking about crack like a lover that you lost to the drowning accident. I get that. That makes sense. I bet you do. There's a moment in the dawn. I tell this Sandy story. Yeah. And I say, wow, that one interesting. I can feel it. Yeah. guy, super cool guy. All of a sudden, he became weird and pale and lost weight. It was like he got bit like a vampire. Him and his girlfriend, they would just watch TV and do coke. And they had like this attic apartment, and it was like he had gotten bit by a vampire. That's how it felt like. It was like he just lost his whole life to coke. And then I saw some other kids that had coke problems around me where they were just dying to do coke. And I was like, this is a bad drug. And back then, I think it was actually coke. You know? I don't even know if there were like 80% of it in the 1980s. I don't know if they were cutting it with anything, but I made the decision at one point that I'm nothing to do with that one. That one seems to rob people's lives. You're stuck to that. Yeah, it just seems to me like that one can make moves. Did you run circles over the years where it was relevant? Or okay. Never worked out well. I didn't know anybody who did coke who like kept their life together. Everybody who did coke was like barely had gone, always off the rails. I think there's like one guy out there that was fairly all those years was Jack Nicholson. Oh yeah. I think right. You know of anybody else? Well, they're not public about it. Right. You know, Jack was like a doctor. You heard these stories? No. And only gave him just what he needed. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. That's superstar shit right there. Exactly. The doctor was letter set so very everywhere you go, bro. You know, stuff has a lot. That's part of the great, like, 80s rubbers. That makes sense. Jack. It was only around. It's cool as hell. You always kind of looking like, all right, who's the bagman? Who's this guy? Right. Yeah, or who's the bagman for that night? You know, like, was it a team or something? He just feel party till the end. He kept that chair going. Yeah, no. Oh, wow. I we saw him twice. We got in the elevator with him one time. And we seen him around the elevator. Wow. Elevator. He looks funny just as well. Yeah, just the phone is nothing. So good. I can't tell you what happened that night. I don't know where we were. But it was like a jacket is definitely a survey. It looks like a backstage something. That's all the jacket. Right? Yeah. Oh, we don't put covers on it. So one of the elevators, very cute. Right. And I said, no, I'm Spanish Irish. It's not. Start a parade or start a war. Doors open. Walks out. He's had that on standby. We're built in it on it. So I can't really ever describe my heritage without hearing his voice. Just like, wow, just not that cool. We have this handwritten notes of the college club. Yeah, for one of the sideshow appearances, we have this handwritten notes. Okay. Sort of cool. Wow. What do you say? Yeah. It was like a joke. Like punchlines, like accident, bold letters. Sarah did very well. Sarah's super organized. Yeah, super organized. He stopped doing stand-up for a long time and he was selling aluminum siding. And then he made it again when he was much older in life. He came back. The thing that happened was from the time he was doing stand-up to when he went to have a regular job, he never stopped writing jokes. Like his brain just worked that way. So he's just always writing jokes. So when he came back, he was like, yeah. And then he just fucking stormed the gates. When he came back, I was like,
when you go in, it's just like kind of like getting by, doing all right. You got a job, but my wife for 10 years. And then the whole time he's free. And then he's like, I gotta do this. And then come back in the comedy. Wow, I'm not fucking that too real, but I think I'm accurate with that. See if you can make sure it's true. I'm 90% sure it's true. But I know that he didn't do it since 40s. I told the other day, I used to work at the Center for the Performing Arts, Mansfield, Massachusetts. I was security guard there. And I was backstage, by the outside of the stage. On stage, would go on stage completely naked, a bathrobe on. That's what he was wearing. And he was wearing a bathrobe backstage with slippers and just walking around like this guy's wild. He comes on stage like, shut the fuck up. Partially closed and like the start was just wild. Yeah, it was okay. Everybody's seen that. But it's a great movie for seeing that. Sitting there, wow. Struggle Fans for 9 years before the seat waiter. So they was fired before taking him to some improvement of siding in the 15th for his wife and family. He later quit. So in the 1960s, he started reviving his career. Yeah. So somewhere close to 10 years, still working as a salesman by day, returning to stage performing at the Catskills Mountains, but still finding minimal success. He built a $10,000 worth of winners and couldn't get booked. Dangerfield came to realize what he lacked was an image, well-defined on-stage persona for the audience to relate to, and that would distinguish him from other comics and being shunned by some premier comedy venues. He returned home and began developing character. Nothing goes right. Isn't that crazy? Wow. Wow. Oh, look at this. Always comeback. Wow. Wait, check it out. Why distinguish himself from longtime patrons who were to remember him from the 1970s? Roy asked club owner George McFadden to change his name. He came up with Roddy Dangerfield. Wow, he didn't want people to remember him as Jack Roy from back in the day. Wow. He said, I don't know where it came from. They have taken it from the Jack program on NBC Radio, which first used Roddy Dangerfield as a character's name in 1941. Nelson also soon the adventures of Ozzy Marion. Wow, that's crazy. Wow. That's nuts. Wow. Know where to start a bridge through water. One guy. I know a lot of people do. I didn't get a chance to meet him. I just saw one that the one that I ran into was in private. I was there. I never got a chance to talk to you. Yeah, but I had a moment. Okay. Yeah. He was just leaving the stage. He was inside. He had some no will. One time, one guy was probably what? His wife was donated us these handwritten notes and also it's pretty cool. There's a few guys like that without them, you was wondering like where would comedy be? Like where would it ever turn up? Like so many people like Pride are in him and like many groups. So many people just like comedy. Yeah. So people just take Kinnison and didn't change the whole thing. But Dangerfield was the rare ones that introduced new comics. Like those, that's where everybody got out of Kinnison. Everybody got out about Today's Play, Don Herrera, Lenny Clark, all these guys. Jim O'Neill started out on the Dangerfield Comedy Special. So he would have, we would like to have this be between he would just have like a show, he would like introduce his favorite people. But he had this huge outfit and club. He would go see him, he would just go in New York City, yeah. But he was, he's interested in local comedy too. It's just fucking amazing. It's such a cool moment.
So, yeah, it was, we were able to do enough stuff recreationally. There was a lake, there was fishing, those kind of things. We didn't want to go to the set with Dad, but when we saw the set, what Dad was, he didn't talk about water or anything because what they built and what they were trying to create was fun. Because, Coppola built this compound out of practical materials. It wasn't like, plaster cover and church or rebar. These were like, 2-ton boulders. Yeah. They brought in and started stacking and chuckled away. Sinking foundation in a riverbank, right? But then they just didn't mix some people with the talent and this hunger for it. It was everything felt like you're completely unique. There's nothing. You go on the set, you're going to see something completely different than what you saw the day before. I gravitated towards this gentleman named Fred Platt, who I mentioned before. He used to keep making movies, FX. So he was building all of the aesthetics. The carnage you see in the movie, it's walking to his arms, right? And it was all fake, as a 10-year-old, you start seeing how it's made. So we can write the book. Was never emotional. It was technical, but it still gets really curious about how it was done. Total big. Yeah, it's three first, and four at first. We went back, and that is the first time we went back and stayed for like 4 months. Yeah. So, it was, people say, so, what's that supposed to be? Drink the money. And I'm like, yeah, until I got to the set, I almost killed my dad. That's not a job. It's, like, wrap your arms around it. When can I start? Yeah. But it also, it just the scope of the film was exciting. And getting it as an I knew something about it that required a much closer look. I had a keen interest in what would it take to build this, this reality, this reality, ultimately this subject is based in reality, but everything else around it is fake. So, a very strange experience. For a 10-year-old. It is, yeah. It's such a grand scale. Exactly. Almost apocalypse out, right? Because it was like a culturally defining moment. Yeah. I mean, it was a movie that kind of eclipses all other movies. It was really good. Yeah. I don't think there's been a film like it. That's the true masterpiece. It really is. Yeah. And there's no computer. Nothing generated. It's all had to be there and watch. When Snowboard takes the beach, the chopper or something, just what they made it to. Yeah. Just hustle. And you see some documentaries about goes around love, the army, fight the rebels somewhere else. Later down with the chopper, I mean, shut up. The river is filled. Where are you going? Stuff like that. anyways, 10 years later, the same subject, right? Right. Yeah, what the fucking thing. It's elevated to be on par with the one. Yeah. It's, how does that feel? It's mentioned as the threat now, right? I'm a much bigger fan of alternative that is primarily about just scope, complication, just, you know, um, uh, factor. Yeah. Well, it took forever. Yeah. How many years did it take? 8 years, 3 years, right? I don't know. Francis did. It came out in 79. Did it come out in August of 70? How many years? August 79 years did it take? Way over 5 years, right? Oh, yeah. Like, it's like, it's like a search project. Right. Right. You know? And Florence Fishburne was like, what? What was he? So I read it until like 14. And it came out in 79. 38th birthday. 77. Wow. Okay, so when did the project start? Very fantastic start. 6. So it's not as many years as I thought it was. They shot with Mark 12 for a few weeks as Willard. Did you know that? Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's just what wrong choice. Whatever. Francis just saw it. I met Dad during the Godwin project. Said, look, Marty, breathing at that well. I ran into people in the street. They're like, hey, give Marty my best. Focus, Marty. Oh, Marty. No. Well, people that pretend to know someone in those places why I need to get a bit of family. You know? It was still Charlie, right? But it would be like Joey. Joey. Yeah. Joey. Yeah, no. But imagine this when I was suspended at which time there's all the shit that happened. They brought home like props and things, you know, Saturday. We got jewelry. Right? All these great stories. Didn't have anything tangible back. My mom took a lot of photos, but like nobody could go to the theater. Right. Oh yeah. It's like, okay, who's there that now? We had to wait when you're that age. Like 2 or 3 years, like wait a decade, right? So that was a trip. When I saw this 74 years, like that was too much. Here, they're all around. The film never opened like that again. Have that kind of thing. I mean, did you see the dome? No. I don't remember where I first saw it. I think on a regular TV at home. Oh, yeah, okay. You know, because I was too little to watch it. 79, is that what it was? Maybe I saw it on HBO or something like that. My first time really got into it was when I got a home theater and I got surround sound and I got a pocket. Bastard one, it's fucking sensation. Oh, this is so good. I was like, this is wild. It's so well done. And it's just so like bringing them they're alive while they're putting them together and then to see it all together. I mean, that had to be an insane experience. Well, a lot of it was surprise on the screen because, like I talked about before, not so much Don, it was the attention on Apocalypse because the way the sense was that just have to come out of places like that. And it was also fucking dangerous to be on the set. Right. You know, it's yeah. Yeah, Francis was just like, I'm working on it. Wow. But yeah, so then it's like I wasn't there for any genre, so I could see him over at a distance, with those cameras walking with Dad, and he was saying, so that scene, Dad first steps off the boat at the compound, and Connor's an incredible. Yeah, you have to say that. I would think. It's just like, so to have that to have been there that long, it's still it's completely fresh cinematic experience. Did you ever get imposter syndrome, like when you were doing it? Did you ever get like, like here, because it's so quick between you being 10, right, being in the jungle while the filming of Butters out, do you story in Platoon? Did you settle into that? Or did we ever like, how the fuck do I just group this? One of the things that John Cryer says in the documentary Rabbi, you might be on the team. Very insightful. Yeah, very insightful. Yeah. He said that you probably feel like you don't deserve all this, so you're fucking up. Sure. Not wrong. Not wrong. But, and I comment, somebody in the day, they said, what the fuck, John, you can play late in the army, like, you know, a couple decades. Fine. However, yeah, yeah, but you can't do that. You have to kind of do. But the thing about the two things we have, two years, yeah, parts of my life. It's kind of like actors. It's actually, every area of life, sure, right? Yeah, the same is true. And as an actor, for sure, even you show between 2.5, that first scene is off. It's usually like, I'm about to be somewhere bad. Jeez, you know, just trying to figure out the first scene. But you know, you're the stage, you know, flying, someone else, you know, speaking so hard. And then if I can get that last breath go to the bottom, I knew the first take was going to be awesome. When the breath stopped about like at the sternum, I was fucked. Shallow breath. Yeah. You can't get checked in the middle. And yeah, and that first take is just a pancake. Which sucks because, God, it's the first time I was going to see it. That much. That's the one on her. The second one where she's arguing about the joke. Right. Like, oh, it's that. The live performance is weird still. I mean, I don't think there's very many shows that still do that kind of sitcom. Incredible live podcast on cameras. Tim Allegero still does. What was that one? Zombie. So he still does traditional. Guy working for my kind of used to be all over television. Used to be tons of them. I think Chuck's show. It's called that's what. Okay. So they're still doing some. Yeah. Definitely. It's fun when it works. Yeah. It's like it's the same show. Right. It's culture. You're right. You're right. funny show. I'm like, corny sitcom. It's a good show. Right? That young man. Yeah. Yeah, I had some good dialogue. Yeah, he's the first one. There you go. Yeah, where they're kind of celebrating his emotional disconnection. Yeah. Like, very funny. Morris, how fucking good. Yeah. More than any. Yeah. Yeah. We're friends again. Yeah, so am I. So am I. No, that's so different out there. I did finally actually remember that fucking thing, and I'm not gonna. It's the other component to that thing. There was a moment when I was really reading a book. I don't know. It wasn't like one of those extended studies. Right. Just like a little tsunami, like a sweet bird. Right. And I got the call when I moved to negotiate the general contract for 2009. I don't think so. And they're like, what, you're going to get paid? I'm like, no, I don't think. Seven, you know, 4-7. So 7, I think, I think the stories that we can learn from that confidence of the beach, those people. You're not this. It's not like this when it turns into like a minus. Okay, keep that. And part. Yeah, and I said, and Mark and I have talked about that time. Mark Bergman, man. I said, Mark, if I go back there, man, it's gonna go fucking bad. Just do it. He's like, well, you're protecting me. I'm not protecting you, man. I'm just trying to know how I feel about it. I'm not gonna clearly this month in the day. I said, if I go back there, I'm gonna have to feel like working. Let's go back to work. Said, what else? Money. One company. It's the thing that I lost passion. I lost passion in the process. Okay, so then if you went and just did it just for the money, you would find some ways to stimulate yourself. Exactly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I would have to use too. I said to them, well, a lot of good guys get caught on shows and stuff. I know a lot of good guys have been caught on shows where they were getting paid, but they did not like the show. And it was like a bad sitcom. And those guys all went crazy. Those guys all started to do a lot of drugs, or they started spending too much money, or something. They did something to distract themselves. They did not like what they were doing. And they didn't feel satisfied. Right? But they were getting so much money. Right? So what am I going to do? Like $1,000 a week. I'm like, right. Yeah. You can't. I was making $54,000 per hour. So with that, I'm doing it. I'm like, do I not take rest? Right? I'm always looking. You're broke. That was after I kind of crawled into it. When I was over, I don't know. But it was just, I was just the wrong guy. That pocket of time. Give that much fucking money to me, man. Right. I buy a bunch of cars, buy a bunch of girls over. Just say, other thing, we had that other show after that. You paid like a ton of money in advance, right? My anger management? Yes. I was supposed to get, it was called a T90. Yeah. So that crazy scenarios. Yeah. You're not going to get a ton on the front side. You're going to need, a third, like 37, 38% gratuity. Super Everybody's not fucking ready. So you have to smoke, you have to smoke silence. And then if you hit the average number of those 10 episodes, it comes in at like a 5 or something. It's like a share, right? And it activates the next 90. So that you're doing those 90 to having a sellable syndication package that will just go all over the world and do what syndication comes to do. So when you say there's a lot on the front side, just like, an app, pretty money, right? But it's not kind of you can eat it on that side knowing that the investment or pay back. So did you guys give it 10 episodes that you got to do? Yes. The short period, 2.5 years. I know. Yeah, I was not ready to go back to work. Yeah, and that's the thing I thought about the book. I wanted to show these guys it goes down. I was right. And that was a thing way to the truth. And it, again, it started pretty cool. It was great. It was pretty good work. It was smart, funny. And then it's about 20 months. It's probably like 9 or 11 to it. I started to feel exactly the same shit it felt until I'm doing past that point. I knew my enthusiasm and passion and expectation manufacture. I tried, but I didn't like the show. And I love the people I was working with, writers who had your children. You didn't like the I didn't hear it. But I still, I still do to keep the lifestyle and all that other fun shit going on. Just stay way fucking high. I mean, I was hard. There's this thing I think I felt like I was time travel from like 1 a.m. to like 7. It felt like 11, I don't know, 15 minutes. Whereas, midnight felt normal. Wow, we plenty of time. Then like hours like, settling and going. It was just but it was work. Like this one thing, but I'm still doing it. Wow. How long you have to take for the body? Breaking crap on that. Meditate. That's what I'm trying to levitate, right? Right? And this shower to the next one. Shower. From the shower to the next. So I'm trying to last from one shower to the next. No shit. And then when I get to work and I had that midday drop off, and I wasn't even sleeping work, but I needed some fuel I needed to. So I started drinking, and then people look at you like, oh, they're having a fun time. It's super fucking complicated. Right? It's like a dance. It's like it's like a choreographed thing. So it is hard enough to do and to do well. Completely focused on all your shit. Start getting over here specific, just with words, jokes, timing, other is going to there's no everything. Right. I had a man someday. On two films are the same fucking thing at the same time every day. No man mixed up. You know, like what are we doing there? So yeah, and then that turns into the thing where and they start getting behind like ouch, they were should have not taken the money. They were shooting down to fucking go get well. Just a little better than what coming up at us. So that show kind of never really had a chance to be anything special. Like what you care about. What sucks about that looking back is think about all the you know put into it and committed to it because it's yes. Right. You know? And there's a bunch of people that were rooting for you. Because they saw what happened to that man, disaster, you leave, is his career ruined? Oh, no, look, he's got another job. Oh, Charlie's been like, did he? Okay, so what do you after that swan dive in the volcano, we all watch. He's on back up. Like, what did you do between that and there? Well, the narrative with you was outside was that you were one of the rare guys to career like that, but still pulling off and have a career. Right. I think your ex-wife said that she never worried about you. You would always let her get it. Because you were very talented. And you were also very loved. You know? Like, which is one of the reasons why people embraced you when you were talking about how much crack you were doing. You know, when you were saying all that, people they weren't mad at you. You know, like, he's fucking Morgan, you know? It was a very odd time where so many people who don't admit that they do it, you know, because of their job, because of whatever, or they try to, like, keep it hot, you know, on the wraps. And you were doing a live interview with this lady, and you're talking to her about smoking rocks, and she was flabbergasted, like you can tell. Yeah, she was not that kind of character, right? With the discussion of the illicit drugs, like, just like, nobody ever done that before. She had us to make nobody ever embraced it. Right. Everybody else is like, well, you know, it's a terrible time of my life. I was told I was going to do it. Okay. Right. It comes from a place of shame. Yeah. You didn't have any shame. I didn't. No. And so I watched something like a couple of days before I sat down with him and crying. And it was this whole thing that they were trying to say on something special they had pregnancy. It wasn't a camping piece. It was like a more in-depth one of those exposés they do, you know? And it was me kind of doing that. And I remember watching myself. Look at what's wrong with you? All that embarrassment. Doing that. That got me. Like, just relax. I'm watching me do the therapy. You're getting crazy. Covering myself. That's what you do. That's like the donut. And you know where the material came from. Those slogans and all that was Beach Boys, you know, the Radicals from the future, the Giants, and they figured, oh, yeah, those are the folks like, a couple days before. There's too many top that were watching baseball players. Like, well, it's good. Okay, do it again. Right? Thank you. Just know it, guys, because you know, we're not like get tired to our veins. We got fucking done. You know, we don't know how to win things. We're always doing right? But you know, I think just kind of split it. Maybe just make the next little bit. That stuff went in there, man. brushing them up and answer her next question. And I said, hold on a second. Dress. So, how does he address it? I felt like they were just like one chicks, Because one was a one chick, the other was not. Unfairly, So, they like, oh my God, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. But I'm over here, um, I'm not letting it go. I asked her to apologize. Yeah, yeah, so yeah, that's what it turned into. And then I started hearing buying stuff, and I'm like, oh man, you're buying. And then I couldn't pull it back. Wow. And then everybody's like, okay, interesting. Whatever, well, let's have a quiet night and we'll see how that plays out, And I wake up in a world of not the world I said goodnight to 6 hours later. And then friends are banging on the door, sending videos and stuff. It's like, dude, fucking, what is that? It's like folk songs. Like marching up the street, starting t-shirts, and it's just fun. It exploded. Yeah. So, it's not like I can jump on my own roof with a football and say, all right, everybody, okay, let's just, if you have any players, just say, type of, there's a joke around us. Yeah. Good knowing never done that. I was thinking about that. I was just fucking pissed. Sissy, Charles, Brad, from the 90s. So, set my head myself. It was like, all right, pick some targets. And nice had been sort of, if I could have sort of heard it, just kind of away from it. Have you ever thought of what your life would feel like if you didn't do that? Yeah. I just started. I started to try to look into that village. I can look around, and it really makes sense because I can't really imagine it. What do you think? It's hard to put those pieces together. I wonder if you would have gotten sober. You mean today's sober? Yeah. You might have had to have that complete chaos, tailspin, free fall crash publicly, but to just eventually gather your shit together. Okay. Right. I'm the number in row. Obviously, that wasn't work. Let's do it differently. Right. Let's get it together, step by step, day by day. Here you go. Not years later. That's you always wonder, like, maybe you have to have that was your rock bottom moment and it was public, the whole world got to see it. Yeah, just a purge, and still you have to battle with this reinforcement because now everybody's looking that you're winning and that you're talking about how much smoke and how crazy it is. It's not girls, right? There's no incentive at Like, and then you have this big tour, and everybody's coming out to see you, which was crazy for you to do. Like, the first one, we did it without the videos. It was just bananas. Yeah, it was a complete train wreck. Yeah, it was a disaster. But you guys put it together, and that was like kind of the story of like your career when things have fallen apart. You pull it together. Even though you had that disaster show and everybody knew the disaster show in Detroit, we're still coming out to see the other one. Right? Yeah. I have the option. I have the Detroit massacre of flying to Chicago the bus. The tour was right. I said, I need those 7 or 8 hours on the bus. They're like, why? I said, I'm going to rewrite the entire show. And I think Daddy was on the trip. Anyway, I just tried to figure out different places. The mom and dad, I took American South Africa. I just went down. So I started trying to reach them. I got to Chicago. They were expecting all this. Next week. From that part, all that garbage. I said, we got to put through it. Here's the show. Sure, but this was just happening. Unfortunately, it's the night we're not applauded in the train on the tracks of Chicago. We're going to have the wherewithal, like, in the middle of all that, and it's still had enough something to just make that shit fine. Certainly, but that impact of public relations. Like, enough about that time to get this over that, get this thing back on track. Years, and I have a moderator. Just a conversation. And I help. I don't know letters, but it's like this whole thing. I can believe it. And yes, I got back on my side. Never sit down. People realize also you were figuring this tour thing out on the fly. Essentially, one cities in like 24 days with no act. That's what it was. So I know that you're Rothschild was great. That's a master off the cuff. You go out and just like person good for the on it, yes. And then you Russell too, right? Yes. Was also a master off the cuff. Yes. Yeah. He cares because there's a video in this. Yeah, those are awesome. Yeah. You know, the first time sitting with him, some dude, like, what's like the Canadian version of like, what's the dollar? That's a dollar? I think so. Okay. So they have to look at us and throw it up. No. They wanted the chair for maybe 5 minutes. Like, from the balcony, like, one here. And it just, like, it punched. Like some of it was, you know, and just kind of pause into that and throw it out. But I just thought, man, we could have lost another night. Yeah, also could have lost another night. Just like, well, all right. Also, putting a shot. Cut looking from the balcony. Yeah, that's impressive. It is. That's not an aerodynamic thing. It's not. Now, you have to kind of factor in. Yeah, looking in the air. Okay. It's going to boomerang. Yeah, it's a first meeting. It's the first time. So, anyways, that's moments like that. I guess just little cosmic reminders. Not everybody was always right. Yeah. Which is important too. Yeah. What do you guys wrap it up? Okay. Want to wrap it up? We still do a couple things before we do. Let's say anything. Should we bring this up? I guess we have to. Let's just have Whoa. We're having different, different ideologies. I don't know. Fuck. 7 years. Wow. So you saying that MSNBC had a crazy take on it? Take. In the video I just saw. It was a tweet or a video. I don't know. So it's someone's hot take. That's a crazy take. Crazy take is something that deserves it. Right. You found it. Yeah, this is itself. Oh, that's it. Someone shot their gun off in celebration and killed them. Right? Someone assassinated someone. Why is it? Trump supporter, crazy Trump supporter with a gun. Right. They don't know there's a supporter shooting up with a gun in celebration. Because, they do regular folks who just constantly out there shooting up guns in large gatherings and celebrating. What's it like? You're in your house. Wow. There's going to be a lot of people celebrating. It's so scary. That's dangerous, too. To celebrate or to in any way I saw talking to people on college campuses was in particular room. Just trying to be reasonable. Everything seems reasonable. Very intelligent. Whether you agree with them or don't. There's a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with them. Sure, about it. Disagree about it. Celebrate it. What you're supposed to do with a guy like that, opposing him, have a conversation with your argument is more compelling than his. That's what people should be celebrating. Discourse. There's ways to do some work and bring it to the table. It's hard. It's hard. This podcast is a lot about violence, man. Yes, man. Not this kind. I'm sorry, not it's so in your moment right now. It's someone. Yeah. That we see are aware of. Right? Yeah. Right. There's not the right who is all over social media, always doing these various shows, debating people, talking to people, and giving speeches. No one is. No one. Different opinions. Now, but I know people got celebrated because people so fucking good and people are going to fall into this trap. It's against them. You know what I mean? something happens, it's occurring. Like right now, there's mutual occurrence that doesn't seem real. Yeah. It's very surreal because it's like it's going to take a long time before we reference this as something that happened. Like, oh yeah. Like right now, it just doesn't seem real. It seems so crazy. It's not registered. It's not. I met him once at a gun range. Yeah. There's no divide. There's still people that love that we find that division. Stoke the fires. It's so fucking gross. It's so gross. It's encouraged this guy. It's really well. Horrific. It's actually a win. Because the people that never is this person's fear. I think that's just like with those they gaslight. So immediately they try to find some reason why the whatever the thing is in the news is someone else's fault. Of course, it's just all gaslighting. And that's what the fake news and propagandists. That's crazy. It's so weird. It's a dark day. Yeah, it is. One thing that's gonna happen. Realize how fucking insane this is. What to have a conversation. People have conversations. Or it's gonna get a little worse. That's what's scary. It's scary just violent conflict. And if they find out that he got killed for something that they legitimately in the first place, well, they actually could. It's always a flash moment in previous times like this. There's always that tipping point, like the Rocky came something else like that. Yeah. It's also like like Trump. Charlie benefit or a couple of micro that. Yeah. That is yeah. Not just here. His head. How do we know more about 1963? Yeah. There's a lot of weird stuff. There's a cell phone that was traveling. There's data. They also have traveling offices outside of the FBI in that area. All of it is gone. He was 2 years old. There was no silverware. They had no social media presence. He was regularly training military guys. He's regularly training and shooting. One guy from the range. He was out to the ground professional 10 years before. His assessment between the two walkers just to cover the blind spot. That was an excuse for why they didn't have officers on that river. It was too slow. The slope was too steep. It was waiting to see residents. Because he climbed up it. He was fine. With a range? Yeah. It sucks that to say things like, the times we hurt me, there's nothing that is absolutely factual. It sucks to exist inside of that. It's very strange that, we talked about it a bunch of times, but there's people, I think a lot of this that we hit by products, people were being inflamed online by people that aren't even really care. A lot of that, I think it's a giant percentage of all physical people are eating, thinking things about political things or anti-Israel things or anti-Palestine things or whatever. I just think a giant ton of that is foreign governments running those platforms. Wow. And it's been proven. They know it back in China. Actually got caught. So it wasn't the ChatGPT. They were using OpenAI software. Yeah, and they were commenting on like blocking of USA on a bunch of different like political subjects. And what that brings me to is just that's what they want. They want constant like constantly stoking the flames. Right. Well, some of it's organic for sure. A lot of it being enhanced by foreign governments for sure. Have you fully solved it by our own? What they did with the Manson family, I think they switched there. I think that some of that kind of stuff is going on right now that we don't know about right now because there has been some political about it. Sure. And we also never know which advantage or for that specific type of program or that specific type of policy you roll it out and like what it is. Let's see. Oh wow. That worked like a charm. It's amazing if they work as business considering the things you've done good. Other times, if you think about it, yeah, there's that part. That part. And she's basically this thing is still fucking attached. Yeah, so you don't find this stuff. You actually way better than what's a long time. Oh, right. The sobriety makeups really help. I took a page out of your book. Very specific thing. Even if it's a rumor and it worked, I just sort of like, right, it's to go higher notes. I'm not so much, I just don't love it. I fucking love it. I use it at home. I hear, hey man, fucking Joe travels with his, right? Travel. I do if I know that there's not going to be a sauna. Okay. So I know a lot of times I'll just try to find a place that has a sauna. Okay. Yeah. I was like, well, he's traveling. They're great. I'm going to travel with one. So I had her on this trip. I traveled to Japan. Yeah, so I'm plugging this. Not too much carriage. But so thank you. Stretch out. Sure. It's a stretch. But as far as time, with the like it's like I tell people it's like a micro class without yelling at me. that, which really helps. But a lot of what there was actually a study that they were doing at Harvard. I don't know if they completed it, but they were doing it a couple years back about benefits of hot yoga and whether they're comparable to the medical benefits of sauna. Pretty well documented. What was the conclusion? No, I have to think it's going to be similar because I've been in both. I've been in a lot of hot saunas, I've done a lot of yoga, and because of the exercise, I think you reach a very similar body temperatures. Your heart rate jacks up because you're so hot. You can barely pull yourself off with a glass of water when they let you have a sip right in between. You don't want to take a sip of water. But it's real similar, and it's 90 minutes, which is fucking brutal. Yeah, you get through a real good hot yoga class. You give it different day. Every day, like everyone's starting to have so much more peace. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, much better. You don't have to fucking do anything hard in the gym. You don't have to lift weights. You don't have to push the bag. Those things are great, but just do a yoga class for 90 minutes every day. You will live in a different world. Yep, 13 up. Yeah, a world of kindness and sweet people and friends. Right? You might put yourself through something. Yeah. Nobody else can deliver the rest of the day. Deliver that kind of thing. It's like on yourself. Constant battle. Exactly. You're in a constant battle. Those fast 15 first seconds. Yeah. Exactly. Right. Because you're always doing it 100% of what you do. Right. Yeah. No, I would say I was having this straight with us. We were with that original crew. Really cool. We was in there. And the stuff you're supposed to have. You can only go about a year. I would come in late sometimes. I could already been there. Somebody should like next to his locker. So I was still wearing my shoes. It's cool as fuck. Great, right? And so, but then is also right? And so, the mirror, you see the front glass where you can get behind it. You can see it, but it was behind us. All facing forward. And for about a 6 month period, he's giving all standing up. Like a triangle, it's really complicated. I need to stop. I need to leave the class, but you'd see him to the desk and writing sweat. Right? Come back and try to, what to do. And get this one off the file. And find out later, guess what he was working on. If you think about the year, think about how his mind was